be the ones casting the Dignitas versus FSid game, and it should be a pretty awesome match to watch.
Definitely so. Obviously, two very good teams. You can place them around tier two. Dignitas obviously having very recent well results. Obviously, we just saw Envyus versus CLG. That went very close, unexpectedly, I guess. Many people assumed Envyus would be winning that 2-0, but obviously going to a third map. And I can imagine this FSid3 is going to be also going to a third map. Two very equal teams in terms of skill. But going into analysis, that's where in the pre-game, looking at recent results of both teams, you can notice that Dignitas have a slight upper hand. I guess you could say. For example, DreamHack Lightning, we saw, was it third and fourth bracket coming out from Dignitas, whereas FSid failed to qualify for that.
Yes,
and taken out by SK.
And just an amazing performance by Dignitas all around. I think they kicked out Mouse. They beat VP in a 2-1 scoreline. So Dignitas looked like very much set in establishing themselves as a very good top tier team. But they lost two players. They lost AZ, and let me just check exactly who else they lost. AZ and Rubino and Config, I believe, are the two new additions.
Very good players coming in from Reason. So that's a very good addition, obviously, to the Danish team. And if you look at, of course, FSid's recent performance, it hasn't been up to par. As I said, they didn't qualify for DreamHack Leipzig. The only event I can really think of that FSid did extremely well in was winning the Game Nations League Season 2. They managed to beat EFRAG in the finals, the best of 5 there. So obviously EFRAG are a rather impressive team, but Dignitas, I guess you could say, are a little bit league higher.
Just slightly.
Yeah. Dignitas also, they managed to win 99 Damage Master Season 2, if I'm correct, a few months ago back in 2015. And other results also include the CSGO Championship Season 2. They won that as well. So Dignitas really are building up, especially since the addition of the 2 new players. So I think that obviously FSid is still a good rival team for them, and I think it will be a close game, probably going to 3 maps. Although you never know what can happen in this stage.
I mean, we saw exactly that. We never know what's going to happen, especially CLG coming in. Addition of PETA, addition of Fugly, they did it amazingly well. Although it was tactical mistake, let's say, because they let slip overpass through. But apparently we have the picks and bans. Again, we're not going to be seeing who. Well, what was the first? I'm guessing the Dust 2 was first banned by FSid. Basically, they never ever play Dust 2, or if they play it, I think they have like a 25 success ratio on it. So train ban on the team on the side of Dignitas.
Very default, Dignitas aren't a train team.
Yeah.
They didn't do too well, because they did quite well in train recently in Leipzig. But again, against a team like FSid, a team maybe below them, they want to play their stronger maps. Hence the pick and cobble from Dignitas. Obviously, yes. Dignitas going to pick cobble. And Inferno from FSid. I'm not too sure on that pick. At least from FSid, they do tend to struggle occasionally on Inferno. I remember them getting knocked out instantly in the group stages of Clutch and Walker by Envyus on Inferno. And I think they only got 2 rounds or something at least from that game. I'm not too sure about FSid's performance on Inferno. And then obviously the final map going to Overpass, which as we saw in the first map at FSid3 between CLG and Envyus, which was a very fun map. So I think they're interesting picks. I think Cobble's always a really fun map to see. With the size of it, at least being the largest map of the current active map, you have so much room for smokes and fakes all across the map. You can chuck smokes from A and G to the skybox. You can get them all the way over to the B side. It allows loads and loads of fakes and interesting strategies. As you saw, LG are also very good on Cobble. They mastered the smokes and the fakes. So it'd be interesting to see if Dignitas can pull some of that out.
Well, definitely. I mean, if we've seen Dignitas just pulling up some recent stats here, they have a 75% success rate on Cobblestone with this lineup. I'm not including of course the actual a nice triple kill here, and well, looks like Rubino's gonna steal away the pawn, but that's pretty much an unexpected result from the force buy, especially the passive play from Dignitas. They really just watch the corners, try to survive.
So the issue with Dignitas on their CT side, they play so passive early round, and often they've got that first pick into Shara on the upside. They should have just charged to the upside, need to take advantage and capitalise on the losses that Dignitas receive. But they didn't do that. Now we're going to be onto the late cone. We're going to see some aggression coming out from Tensky, pushing all the way down low, making just score his teammate Emerson. Rubino both finding frags, now to go down and mark on the block. These clocks are just going to be shut down. Nothing but simplified, not even who's going to play Dignitas, and they're going to get a flawless round there. So an easy third round on the board.
Players pushing towards the A site. This is the fake set in action, and KOV is going to be so key here. He's going to find that first frag onto Blade, so that's going to be the shutdown that Dignitas needs. The refrag does come out from Shara, and now they can commit to this B site, but the rotate is coming in fast, so they need to hurry up and get this bomb down. Time is ticking down, 18 seconds left on the clock, and Tensky is going to be coming in from coils here.
Well, Tensky, speaking of, well, rotating fast, he is definitely not doing it quite fast enough. The Terrors already getting their way up there, but he's gonna pick up a quick 2-frag there. Rubino helping out, and while the CTs were slow on the rotation, or at least, you know, sending over only one player when they knew that they were up against at least 4 terrorists rushing up Banana, that worked out quite well in the end. The defuse is gonna come through, Wolder is gonna be able to save the op, but nothing much else to say about this round. Should have gone FSid3's way, but what's up with FSid3 just playing these very, very slow rounds? Like, they remind me of Navi right now, with less effectiveness.
Yeah, they had the assumption that the B site was clear, of course, and Tensky hadn't already rotated in, which is a bit of a problem for FSid3, obviously. As you can see, as Tensky got that double, but either way, you know, Dignitas well played to them, nice retake, and Tensky, despite being 12 HP, will pick up that double kill and get that defuse in there as well, and Dignitas is going to be putting down an early smoke and banana to stop any aggression from FSid3. They're, of course, only going to be on these pistols. World Edit just with this AWP, but he's going to be jump spotted by MSL. No damage found just yet from either side, and FSid3, it's going to be hard to get anything out of this round. Obviously, you have to look into it in the fact that they need to use World Edit to their advantage. Yes. Either make him save another round, or use him to enter onto the sites. And of course, this isn't impossible. With the lack of armor and equipment on FSid3, it's going to be extremely difficult, and MSL is going to prove that by finding that first frag. So that's Blade down on the B site. That's going to be the luck finished off for FSid3, and the bomb is obviously dropped back towards lower mid. So if Dignitas wanted to, they could push all the way down Banana and get all that information. But I like how Dignitas are playing. Passive again on the A site, and they're allowing World Edit to push all the way up here. But this position from Rubino, I think it is. Oh no, sorry, Tensky is going to be holding this off. He does spot out World Edit there. Bit of damage onto the Shara though, and pop flash going out as well. I'm not sure if that landed too well. They won't peek it either way. He's getting so much damage out on these offending Ts, but finally pop flash does get put through by Dignitas, and Tensy's going to find that first frag. World Edit though is going to get a quick refrag, and now it's all down to a 3 versus 4, and they're going to be going around trapping towards the A site. Config also picking up World Edit. It's the AWP down for FSid3, and no way to retrieve it. Bondik and Markelov are last two. Markelov trying to find something with his deagle. He's not going to do so. Config will just be finding the shutdown, and Bondik going to maybe try and save. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. He can, of course, get the bomb down. They've left the B site completely open. This is a huge issue for Dignitas, and FSid3 again, you get the $800 cash injection that comes with the bomb plant. So Bondik, well played to him there, but realistically, with no armor, it's going to be difficult for him to get anything out of this round. Bomb does go down though.
Well, we have a screen just in time to see Bondik getting the frag onto. Well, because no, the screen is a bit too far. 2v1 now. Bondik versus Config and MSL. Let's see if he manages to hold this off. He only has the silence M4, which is not optimal right now. He's gonna be having to go for the spray, and not gonna happen. Config shuts him down. So the CTs are conceivably, because we have a sounding game, they're going to be getting the defuse going, and it's going to be 5-1 in favor of Dignitas in this first map of the best of 3. Of course, the next one is going to be Cobblestone, which is Dignitas map, and I think they will be even better there. Of course, they're playing on the CT side, so we should be expecting Dignitas to do slightly better. This is a very shitty-sided map, especially in terms of the B-bomb side. You have loads of choke points, and the A-bomb side is not that hard to defend either, if you know what you're doing, of course. But that's the same with every map. So I guess I'm just saying completely useless stuff. Yeah. Either way, we have another round underway, and we have already Blade with the first frag, but he's gonna get refragged instantly by Rubino, who just before dying manages to pop that incendiary down. So it's gonna be a 4-on-4. Config is gonna find Bondik as well, and make it a 3v4 right now, and the CTs are looking good to defend this A-bomb side. Dansky's gonna find another one, and this is just falling apart for Dignitas right now.
From FSid3, yeah, but FSid3 are going to be finished off finally. 6-1 scoreline, and Dignitas is playing it by the books. Of course, you mentioned, you know, although it is a CT map, you do expect a 6-1 scoreline at the moment, but the issue is here, if FSid3 don't chime in with a good couple of rounds on this T side, they're going to have no chance. They lose a pistol, they're going to instantly lose a game, and they're already struggling here. So they're going to be forced into another eco. This will put Dignitas' chances are up to a 7-1 scoreline, and then FSid3 need to chime in. They need to get a couple of rounds on the board, and I don't just mean one and then getting reset. They need to pick up 2-3 rounds to have on this T side at least. You know, you'd like a buffer zone, or at least, you know, I'd say 5 on Inferno, which is obviously difficult. against a team better than yourself. But I think Flipside could really pull it out. They just have to be careful when they get to these buy rounds. These ecos are pretty much throwaways here. T-side ecos on Inferno are so hard to do anything with unless you have some armor and some smokes to either set up a fake or take the B-bomb site. And they are just going to be stuck with these Deagles and this P250 of Wild Edit. And you can just see, as we saw earlier on the third round, Dignitas absolutely going crazy, just shutting them down one versus one and not losing any men in the process. So 7-1 scoreline, and now Flipside will be going into a buy round. No AWP, maybe one on Wild Edit. Yep, he will get one there, just with the body armor and the smoke as well. And Dignitas, of course, they're building up the bank. You can see 10k on one of the players there. You can 8k, 5k on some of the others. So Dignitas are already building up this economy. They have a a nice thing to fall back on in terms of economy. They're not going to have to eco for a good couple of rounds after losing some at least. But Flipside, however, they're very, very precious in terms of their money at the moment. They've got to be careful. They can't lose too many rounds here on the T side. We will see a bit of aggression coming out from Dignitas. Down Banana again. They've been playing this perfectly, actually. MSL and KRB not missing anything, and the double nade will come out. This isn't going to connect with anyone, though, but at least they got that information that nades are being used up on the B site. So later in the round, if they do choose to, they can commit to it.
Well, looks like the terrorists are not going to be going anywhere close to the B-bomb side, although they have been the most successful going towards the B-bomb side. Flipside just deciding, let's try to go for the A-bomb side here. Already, getting in positions in apartments, hoping that the CTs would go for a push or something like that. But so far, Dignitas just haven't been playing that way unless they were sure, they were certain that the eco was there for Flipside, and usually they just pushed and cleared them out straight away. So what can we be expecting here in this ninth round here?
Well, it all depends on who finds the first frag, obviously. If Flipside find it and then capitalise on it, they can do very well. But as I've noticed already from this map, the moment Flipside find the first frag, they don't do anything from it. They just stay and they allow Dignitas to rotate and get their positions correct. And then they just crumble in the 1 versus 1, so they don't trade down players. So Flipside need to find that first frag, and not only do they need to find it, they need to commit to it. They need to therefore commit to a bomb site, either fake it and go back towards the other site, or commit to the current one and before the rotate comes in.
And as we can see already, or well, let's say again, we have 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Nobody lower than 100 HP, and now Flipside are on the back foot again. They will have to push into one of these sites aggressively, usually doing things very quickly on the fly. It doesn't really work out. Tensky's going to find one, Config's going to find another one. Bondik managing to get the only frag for Flipside so far, and they're just getting picked apart by Dignitas here. Just complete destruction in favor of the Danes.
Yeah.
I mean, this just seems like the name of the game. I don't think we're going to be getting to a third map if Cobblestone's going to be as solid for Dignitas.
It's just the issue of Flipside. It's not even Dignitas are playing great, although they are. Flipside, what are they doing? They're not peeking aggressive angles. Dignitas are purposely playing passive. They're not even peeking corners. They're holding choke points extremely passively, not allowing Flipside to get openers, and therefore Flipside just sit around going, guys, what do we do? We don't have any kills. It's 30 seconds left. Let's commit to a site, and then they just run up mid. And by the time there, it's already 15 seconds. They haven't even crossed towards short, let alone starting the fight. Dignitas still have 18 left. So it's just a shutdown, and you can see it. Rabino and Tensky both finding frags early round, and now Flipside are actually trying to aggress towards the site. They're just getting completely demolished. So it's an upset for Flipside at the moment, but they will find one consolation frag. Bondik going to be taking out Rabino, and we're back down to a 3 versus 4.
Well, looks like the CTs are again rotating 2 guys on each side. We already have the rotation coming out from MSL since they did spot the bomb on Archway. So, well, that's going to be a nice frag there for Wall there. We just barely missed it. That's going to be the handshot onto MSL, making it a 3v3 again. So they still can play this out. I mean, compared to the other rounds, there's plenty of time still to go for Flipside at the moment. But while the smokes, the utility is still there for the guys with the bomb, and then they're just going to be pushing through the smoke. Who does that without even a pop flash? Why, guys? Why?
Yeah. Flipside, although we're out of nades, they only had a smoke left. But the issue there is they just ran. They got the picks over towards A, they equalised it into a 3-on-3, and then they just ran straight towards the B side. They didn't leave one lurk player, no distraction. They knew it was going to be a 1-2 split. Usually, typically, you're going to see 2 over on A and 1 over on B if you're in a 3v3. So they could just assume that it's going to be a 2-1 split. So instead of just keeping one player towards the A side to at least distract the players and not make them think it's going to be a B push, while, of course, they had 50 seconds left, they could have snuck all the way back down towards the B site, not given away the position, therefore not gotten sprayed down by KRB there. But regardless, a couple of mistakes coming coming out from Flipside, and Rubino will find that first frag onto Blade. Nice trade by Shara though, but I'm not sure if this is going to be able to make anything of it. Oh, Bondic actually instead taking out Rubino and went back down to a 3-on-3, but Config is also chiming in. He's still alive in pit. There's plenty of time on the clock, but his position is going to be dominant. He can just hold this angle, waiting for Shara to peek him. If he can get the rifle out of the hands, which he does, he's going to leave it all on World Edit with just a Deagle left, and he's just going to be holding this angle. One Deagle missed, and KRB picks up that final frag, and Dignitas looking like a very solid half right now. Flipside have to get the next 4 rounds if they want to have a chance on the CT side.
Most definitely. I mean, 10-1, even with the CT sideness of Inferno, it shouldn't be happening if these two teams were like evenly matched, let's say. So Flipside really struggling and on their map pick. So I honestly have no idea how they can actually get out of this one. Definitely, it feels like they don't have any proper executes on any of these sides just yet, or if they have them, they haven't really shown them, because they either run out of time, they either get picked off by the CTs when they try to get some information, and that's going to be Tensky dropping bombing straight away, and another one onto Blade. So MSL chiming in with the offer there. The Incendiary is gonna basically flush out Markelov, make him go up long hole. Is he gonna find anything though? There's plenty of utility still on the CT side here, on the A-bomb side. He has managed to sneak his way into long haul, but right now nobody's peeking that angle. He's not going for it either. His teammates are nowhere close to like execute or even enter in any kind of fashion this A-bomb site right now, and we are running out of time yet again, like 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Dignitas just playing exactly the same CT setup every single round, yet Flipside aren't seeming to predict it. Dignitas never peek mid, they never go aggressive with the AWP, and they just hold back and wait. And Flipside's still not predicting it, but the A site push will be activated now. Config has to go massive here if he wants to hold this off. They're going to be pushing him all onto the site. They don't know his position yet. They think he's cleared out. The Molotov goes in the back of the pit, and now he's all the way over towards Car. Bomb should be planted shortly, and Config's going to find that first frag. Well done it. Going down, they spotted him out, but he's going to get support from Tensky coming in. But Tensky going to choke the spray, and Shara's going to pick up a double kill now. So Flipside could be on the way to winning their second round, and MSL and KRB are left for this retake. Bomb will be planted, and MSL's going to be smoked off. So it's pretty much all on KRB now. He has to do something massive, but the time is ticking, and he can't give away his position. He has to sneak this out. But MSL peeking through the side of the smoke. He knows where Markelov is. Nade's going to go out. He will be spotted out by Shara. Oh my God! MSL, he gets the no-scope through the smoke onto Tensky and following us up with the nade. Oh my God, you've got to be... Just, no.
That, like, what happened there? The no-scope plus the frag grenade and both kills coming in at the same time. That was as perfect as it gets. That shouldn't be happening ever.
Oh my God, Dignitas. They're just playing with their food now. They're just allowing them to get an advantage and then just shutting them down. What was that? That was absolutely unbelievable. Dignitas keeping another round on the board, and Flipside have nothing to work with. You can't account for that. In that 2v1, you just can't account for that.
That was pretty dire. But, well, on the upside, right? Looking for the silver lining here, they have enough money for another full buy here. We're going to be seeing 4 AKs and an AWP, well, loads of utility actually, but they haven't really been putting it to good use here. In terms of, I'm going to keep repeating it. I like the executes. I like the if you're not strong on picks, which apparently Flipside, at least versus Dignitas, aren't. You should really have something to fall back on, and that should be some set executes on some sites. And I believe everyone knows how to push onto the B-bomb side. You smoke off CT, you smoke at the construction, and you flash incendiary yourself out in there. Right now, we're not even seeing that. They always get stopped before they even reach the point where they can throw in those nades. And again, just spreading out across the map. 50 seconds to go, and no frags for either team. I don't know.
But you're right. You know, what you pick up on there is absolutely correct. We're not seeing Flipside use a single strategy yet. They're just pop flashing around corners and trying to get picks. They're not setting up smokes over towards the A side. They're not setting up smokes towards the B side. They're not doing anything like that. They're just trying to pug it out and find frags. And they're not going to win these aim battles. Dignitas, obviously well rehearsed, a very experienced team in terms of aim, and they're not going to give away anything to them. And now we're going to see Flipside find that first pick. And now, finally, they're going to capitalise on it, pushing towards the B bomb site. Flash does come out, and KRB is going to push with it, but he's completely blind by that flash over. And Flipside taking their time to get out with their final finally going to be committing to this. Tensky has to go massive here. He's going to be up on coils, finding that first spray down. Will run out of ammo. That's the issue with the M4A1S, and 10 seconds left on the clock. They have to plant this bomb now. Bondic is going to come in hot, but Kirby is going for the spray down. Can he do what his teammates did earlier? No, he's only going to find one frag, and the 3v3 is on. The retake is going to be happening now, and Flipside had the bomb down, so they have a good advantage. Well, Edit going to chime in with one onto Rubino, and now it's down to a 2 versus 3, but low HP on the Flipside players means all they need is a few bullets to the body, and we're going to see all on Kirby's shoulders now. 1 versus 3. Bomb is planted over towards the banana. Oh, sorry, over towards backside. And he's going to have a not great position. They know exactly where he is. He's going to have to try and save this one. There's no way he can go for this with the limited time he has left. But Blade is going to be cancelling them out, going back towards the CT spawn. But actually, Kirby going for the fake. He's actually going to be committing to this site. He's going to find that first frag. Well Edit going down, but the last 2 remaining players are in the same area, and the bomber has no time left. It's going to be exploding, and Kirby with it. Dignitas finally losing a round, and Flipside picking up their second now.
I still think that's not going to be enough. I mean, it's way too little, way too late. It's 10-2 right now. We are seeing a replay. That was just of the insane play. I mean, that should be made into an odd shot straight away.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Anyway,
we're going for the double replay. It's that good. It's that good.
Oh, there we go.
Just
Second
the nade
time.
and a no-scope. I can't believe he had that no-scope. You couldn't even see him through the smoke. He must have been able to. Obviously, would have been a spectator bug, but crazy shot nonetheless. And Dignitas are reaping the rewards of the CT side here. This is the issue with momentum. Obviously, if Flipside started on the CT side, it could be a completely different story. You never know what could happen. But obviously, it's all dependent on who gets that momentum. And now Flipside, mentally, esports is a lot about, mental, or like how you're feeling at the time. Yeah. So they're not going to be feeling too confident about this. Even when they switch to the CT side, even if they were the pistol, they might be struggling mentally. They might be quite down. There's no way we're going to come back from, a 13-2 scoreline or whatever it's going to be.
That's actually a very good point. Like Dignitas and some other Danish team that is also in this tournament have been struggling with those chokes in these tournaments, and well, Dignitas have seemed to overcome them somewhat, especially on this Leipzig DreamHack, where we've seen them do so well, especially Kirby. But right now, we'll see if Flipside are made of the same kind of material, let's say. It looks like they're going to be pushing towards the A bomb side, but again, getting completely shut down. Well, that it is down to 8 HP. Diop not finding any targets just yet. And as soon as something fizzles out on one of the sides, they don't keep going at it, which is usually a good idea, but that's why you have fakes. You want to, get those smokes out and stuff like that, and they're going to be going for the B bomb side.
Yeah, but finally, as you said, Flipside are going to be committing to this B bomb side. They've got the Molotovs in place, and it's not going to go well for Blade here. He's going to be going down to his teammate Shara. Bondic also taking out MSL, and now Kirby is left to defend this, but the rotate is coming in. It's going to be fast. Rubino, he's completely behind. He's going to go for the spray down. Double kill for Rubino. Markelov last alive, and he's going to be dropped by Config. So Dignitas getting that bomb defusal in with plenty of time, and well, that was just an instant rotate. Dignitas had so much map control down middle. They had complete awareness of Flipside were committed to this B bomb site, and obviously, Blade going down around to Sharla by his Molotov also wasn't helpful for Flipside there, and we're going to see 12-2 now. Flipside on the last round of the half are going to have to go for this buy. They haven't got a lot to work with. 2 rifles, a Deagle and Markelov, but you can see obviously their force buys, their pistol play hasn't been too good this T side.
Yeah, they haven't really done anything with any round, even on a full buy. Honestly, it's this is being completely ridiculous game.
Yeah, completely, and it could turn into a 2-0 at this point, really, as we're seeing Dignitas completely destroy the morale. The flip side, and although we are in an early advantage already for Flipside, they're going to be 5-3 up, and Rubino's going to get that trade kill through the smoke, taking out Blade. But meanwhile, Markelov has cleared the A site, and they can commit to this now. All they have to do is take the guess that it's going to be an empty A site, and they can actually push towards it. But no, World A is going to be challenging down banana as well. The pop flash comes through. This is perfect. They're going to run straight through, and KME's going to pick up World A now. So that's 3 versus 2, and Flipside misplaying that a little bit will finally be committing to this A site. They know the last 2 players are coming up towards mid, and they can play accordingly. Bomb will go down now, so 40 seconds left, but the kits are both on Dignitas here. They obviously have so much economy going into these final rounds, and Config going to be coming through the smoke here, pushing through, laying his own smoke of his own, and pushing through. Kirby actually finding that first frag, so now it's back down to a 2 versus 2, and Config is also going to chime in. It's all on Markelov here, back of the site. They don't know where he is. They think he's in pit right now. They're just waiting for his peak, and he's going to jump up, and Config will finish him off there. So Dignitas securing the half 13-2, and that's going to be a very solid half.
Very solid. That is pretty much a complete stomp on the side of Dignitas. Walking over FSid here in the first map. Of course, we're going to be going to a second one, but I don't think we're going to be getting anywhere close to the excitement and you know just the simple. Visceral fear for your skins if you're betting on this one. Just you. Everyone probably knows how this one is going to turn out, but the CLG Envyus game was still like the closest one we got today. Of course, the first one.
What's funny though is, you know, going into predictions on the games today, we assumed CLG Envyus would be a stomp in the favour of Envyus, and then we assume this is going to be a close game, and both of those are wrong. So that just shows what can happen, you know, when you turn up on the day. And what's been really funny, at least to me, when we've been waiting for these players, because obviously in the studio there's a players' training room where they can practice before they go into the game. We've seen maybe over the last 3-4 hours. Wow, it's late already. It's 3:30 here. But over the last 3-4 hours, when FSid and Dignitas got into the studio, we saw Dignitas play about an hour and a half of Surf. That was it.
Yes, mostly.
And then we saw FSid, all 5 players going on deathmatch for about 3 hours each.
All the time.
Constant deathmatch. Aim.
Yeah.
And then Dignitas were just like, nah, we'll just go and surf for a bit. We won't deathmatch. We won't need to practice. They're playing 1 versus 1s, having a chat, laughing around, you know, going on Tinder. We saw some people swiping on Tinder.
Tinder, we heard and we saw some very interesting representation of the female voice when excited by the guys in Dignitas. So that was fun. Also kind of scarring.
But back into
but
this
let's
round.
get back into this round, as it looks like Dignitas are just going to be trying to push into this B-bomb side, already getting 2 kills in their detriment here, and another 2 coming from World Edit, and this is just a quick and easy round in favor of FSid. Looks like the CT side favors both teams here.
Yeah, but obviously, you know, that was a key round. If FSid lost that round, it'd be basically GG instantly. There's no chance for a comeback at that point. Because obviously they're forced into the eco, Dignitas get up to 15, and then they're still on like a kind of like little force buy, so yeah, it's GG. But now that FSid's has won that pistol, they can do what Dignitas did and bring it back and get a few impressive CT rounds, build up an economy while shattering Dignitas, and maybe reset them if they do lose a round and Dignitas secure 14. It could also be good for FSid. They've just got to play it perfectly, and I think if they play it as passive as Dignitas did, then they're in for a good chance. But of course, they've got to keep it up for another 13 rounds. Dignitas only has to get 3, so it's always difficult to gauge something like that when it could go either way. And we're going to see, obviously, Dignitas go for this force by not getting the bomb dodge, get completely wiped out, going towards the B site. And now FSid are going to be doing the exact same buy that Dignitas did, actually, minus a P90 and plus a UMP, just a FAMAS and an M4.
And
the smokes.
Looks like Dignitas are going to be trying to go for the exact same push that they attempted in the pistol round here, although this time.
But they're actually pushing through the smoke here. Molotov's
they're going to be going through the smoke, but the pop flashes are helping them out. The incendiary is going to push off Markelov, but he's not going to care too much. Just Shara chiming in with the kill onto Rubino. Tensky going down as well. Config biting the dot. MSL, everyone just straight up dying. The push through the smoke was actually pretty well executed, but they walked right into the incendiaries that I think they themselves put out.
Yeah, the issue there, I think Dignitas probably picked up on but didn't capitalise on, is that if you noticed when we had the third-person view, FSid actually threw both their smokes at the same time. They obviously communication error. You're not going to want to double smoke in the chokehold when you're on Inferno and want to waste the time of the oppressing Ts. So throwing down both their smokes means that's 15 seconds, and then the site's completely clear, aside from Molotovs, which you can always run through and not have as much of a problem with smoke sometimes. So the issue is there, is Dignitas could have waited 15 seconds, and then they have the site. They have it. They can push off easily with nothing stopping them pretty much. And, you know, they push through the smoke, and luckily they go down because they have the double smoke in the way, and Dignitas will be finished off there by FSid. Obviously, very clear third round.
But they did get. They are going to be going for the buy here. Obviously, kind of limited in terms of smoke. They only have 3, but well, actually, all of them have smokes. I just completely blacked out in there. But 13-5 scoreline here in favor of Dignitas. 3 rounds to go, and right now, FSid have been doing pretty well, but they are going to have to deal with the full buy coming out here. Let's see if World Edit manages to find anyone here on middle. I mean, the Dignitas on the CT side haven't really been peaking this middle area, as you nicely put it in the previous half. But right now, it feels like World Edit doesn't subscribe to that philosophy. He just wants to go for the picks here.
Yeah, but that's also one of World Edit's, you know, best things that he likes to do. Of course, World Edit, I guess you could say, is a key star for FSid. He's very good at passive AWPing, kind of like how Guardian used to do, obviously, before the AWP update. He's adjusted it a bit now, but he's very good at holding angles. He has very fast reaction time in terms of, just holding a really tight gap and then allowing the T's to push in and finding that frag. And so he excels on the CT AWPing over the T AWPing. You find a lot of the time, especially on maps like Inferno. But the question is here is if FSid3 give away too many players early round and allow Dignitas to get these picks, if World's over peaking there, it could be a real issue. And we're going to see Dignitas commit towards this A site. One player holding off the B push for the rotate, and Config is going to be leading the charge. They're going to be pushing up towards short, it seems like.
They did smoke off Archway, but that might have been just preventive. Wall let it with the first Frank, however, onto Rubino. So 5v4. Let's see if the terrorists will be deterred from this A bomb side. I mean, they are sending 2 players. That's going to be Tensky and MSL up Banana. Maybe just, a scouting party, try to see what the situation is in terms of is it smoked off, is it incendiary off or anything. And there's still plenty of a position there by FSid3. So looks like they're just going to be pushing into this A-bomb side, bonding with the first frag, but the refrag is there instantly by Config. Blade coming from the side, and Tensky gets the refrag again. Tensky with a double, but gets shut down finally by Blade. The bomb's going to get defused as well, and nicely done here. Tensky, nowhere to be found. He actually made the entry into the B-bomb side, but the bomb wasn't there, obviously.
Dignitas again leaving it too late there, so they're only down to 15 seconds upon the push, and they will be buying up once again. They did get that bomb down, $800 cash injection, of course, and now they're going to be able to afford AKs once more. But this will be their last chance, obviously, to go for this full buy, unless they get the bomb down, of course. And FSid3 are going to be building up a slow economy, 4,000 on a couple of the players as well, and World is going to save his AWP as well. So he's got a nice gun to use there to give FSid3 some early advantage if he goes for some aggression. And we are going to see a bit of aggression, talking about that from the T's here, pushing all the way up towards mid. We're going to find that first frag on the favour of World. They're taking out Config there over towards A, and now they're going to be trying to commit to this. He's also going to be taking out Bondic, and World is repositioned very nicely all the way back towards Long here, and they're going to actually be committing to this site. World peeking out again. He finds a second, but no, Rubino's right there to get that trade, and he's going to be cut off by Markelov, leaving it all on Tensky again. The lurk for Dignitas has been over towards the B site. He's going to have to chime in here, but 1 minute 20 on the clock. If he plays it slow and takes 2-1 versus 1s, he could do well, but obviously he hasn't realised that Markelov has pushed towards pit. This is perfect positional play, and Markelov's going to finish him off there. So FSid3 taking a 7th round on the board. And am I sensing a possible comeback?
Oh, I think it's just jinxed it right there. I was about to suggest the same thing, just put it slightly differently. Just in terms of let's not jinx it for FSid3, but right now, I mean, who would have thought? I mean, they only got what, 5 rounds so far in the second half, so we shouldn't probably be jumping the gun just yet on the comeback story. But we'll see if FSid3 managed to keep hold of this CG that they have going right now. Of course, this is going to be another force buy coming out from Dignitas, so it's probably not going to be working out either. They're going for the same exact play as they have done every single time they were left with pistols. They do have armor and stuff, but
no nades. And that's the issue, because getting onto a site, especially on Inferno, you're going to need nades. And without nades, even if they do manage to get the site, out aim with the Deagles, which obviously you do see Dignitas do very often, you see the very good Deagle players. Even if they get onto the site, they need these smokes, these molotovs, these flashes for the afterplant scenario. Otherwise, FSid3 are going to be just come in, just completely nade them out and just flush them out of position. And we're going to see Dignitas backing back up towards the A site here. But again, no nades is going to be a real issue here. They are going to go for the A site instead, it seems, and Bondit's going to be tagged down to 50 HP over in apartments here, and the pop flash is coming out from Blade.
Well, looks like they're going to be pushing, and Rubino's going to land it onto Blade right there. See that in hand, pushing into the A-bomb side. They have managed to get quite a nice position here, and that's going to be 2 frags going in favor of Dignitas quickly. 3v2, well, actually 4v2 situation right now, but Markelov's coming from behind and doesn't manage to find anything right there. Only Shara remains. That was quite nicely done. The pistol's working out for Dignitas, and, well, looks like the bomb has been planted. Shara has been left here on Archway, and what can he do? Absolutely nothing, I don't think.
No. But wow, Dignitas go with a... That wasn't even a force buy, that was a quasi-buy, so they only had pistol armor, obviously no nades, so somehow they come out on top of it and they secure that round, so now up to 14-7. Now, you can see this as a bad thing, but of course you can also look at the bright side, which is always nice. FSid3 need the bright side right now, being down, half the round to Dignitas. If FSid3 manages to secure this round, they will reset Dignitas' economy. And for those who don't follow CS as closely, it basically means Dignitas has been earning a loss bonus of $3,400 each round they lose. So they're getting a lot of money for losing these rounds, giving them a bit of an advantage with the buys. And now, Flipside have lost a round, Dignitas have secured it, and so Dignitas, if they lose this one, they'll be back down to $1,400 loss bonus, so they'll get no money and they'll have to double eco. So Flipside want to secure this round basically to reset Dignitas' economy and force them into eco for a double eco.
Judging from the start there by World Edit basically getting a race from the map, close range, both operas just going one versus the other, MSL getting the best of him. This is not looking as expected or as wanted by Flipside right now, as looks like the push is going to be coming towards the A-bomb side. They are smoking off and flashing onto Archway. Looks like Markelov's going to be the point man here. He needs to hold it. He gets the first one, tries to go for the second one, and will be good. 3v4 right now. And Markelov falls back to the B-bomb side, where the actual push is going to be coming from. Already, we see Tensky on, well, in pull. He tries to decide which target to go for, and that's going to be his death. Rubino finds one, but right now this is not looking good. 3v1. He has the bomb, but he has absolutely no chance of getting it planted here on the B-bomb side, unless he goes completely huge.
Yeah, of course, if he takes 2 1 versus 1s, it could be good, and he's going to be pushing around. We'll find that first play. Blade is going to shut him down there. So, flip side, as I said, going to be resetting the economy of Dignitas. Dignitas, you can see their money on the side is a little bit, of course, from stacking up a last couple of rounds, but I didn't actually suppose to be on $6,000. So, Dignitas having a bit of money to work with, at least. They will be going for one final last-ditch buy. And, of course, Flipside are going to be going for the same model. It's still with the AWP, and we're not going to see an AWP on Dignitas. Instead, KB is forced with this Deagle here just to pick up some nades for the T's to go for a take, which is exactly, what Flipside didn't do. So, of course, Flipside is going to be very solid with their money at the moment. Plenty of smokes and molotovs to hold off these T's, and they're just going to be pushing straight out towards mid. World Edit going to be backing off, but it's barely into the round, and they're already committed to the safe site here. Blade finding that first frag, and KB's going to go down, but Blade chiming in for a double. He's picking up 2, and Bondic is also going to get one of his own, but the rotate is going to be coming in from Flipside here, so Shara coming up towards bottom mid, and MSL and Tensky are going to be last alive, trying to make something of this, and it seems like they're going to be doing that. Exactly so. MSL and Tensky both finding a frag each. World Edit will be shutting them down, but MSL knows the position. He just has to hold this off. He's going to spot out both players, but they're peeking him at the same time. He picks up one, he jumps out MSL! He's going to find both of them and put Dignitas up to match point there. 15-8. Very impressive play.
What a clutch there. What a goddamn clutch.
2 players peeking him at the exact same time, and somehow he overcomes it. Very good.
They had the crossfire. They were playing for time as well, somewhat. I have no idea why exactly on the CT side, but they could have peeked him at the same time while it...
Yeah, well, the main issue there was, of course, Shara was in a position over towards short where he could back off easily, but World Edit himself was stuck in a position where he'd have to challenge. He can't leave, otherwise he's going to die. So Shara should be supporting him, knowing that that MSL will be fighting World Edit, because obviously he's the main threat at the moment. But instead, he jumps up on the box and takes out Shara, who's playing way too passive and therefore losing the round for Dignitas there. But again, Shara doesn't know World Edit's position, so it can make it a little bit harder. But regardless, MSL, very impressive clutch. That should not have happened. And Dignitas are going to be up, and Flipside down on their deficit, up with pistols and a couple of FAMASes and a UMPs here. So not a lot to work with. No Molotovs at all here on the CT side. Only 3 smokes, that is, and also a few nades. But 1 kit on Markelov. This is going to be difficult.
That's all there's going to be for them, honestly. And right now, Dignitas are in the driving seat. They have been in the driving seat since the first half, where they completely dominated. Of course, 13-2 was the scoreline there. And right now, well, it feels like this might be the last round of this first map, and we might be moving into Cobblestone a bit too early for my taste. But it's how this CS:GO game goes. Blade with the first round, however, on Rubino. Markelov's going to find another one and a second onto Kjarby with a headshot there. So the B-bomb side push not working out for Dignitas right now. MSL still trying to make something happen with the Galil, but they know his position. Already the push coming through for Blade, and he's going to take him from the back. That didn't sound how I wanted it, but there you go. 15-9 here. Dignitas not being able to close it out.
Yeah, but look at this. You see, World Edit has to challenge, and meanwhere Shara isn't peeking him.
Exactly.
So just a complete failure from Shara.
Probably some miscommunication. Shara is the last addition to Flipside team, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe settling in.
They need to get used to each other.
Yeah, of course. Years of playing, helps you communicate better. So Shara may be struggling there with that, but regardless. Dignitas down on a deficit. They're going to be up onto the eco here. Of course, getting reset after winning that previous round. But they should be happy. They've secured overtime at least at this point. Shar's just going to be going for the spray down there towards Banana. He's going to pick a double. KB finding the one legal to his teammate and actually following up, so he's made it worthwhile taking that Shara there. But the B site push isn't going to be too good as well because already 6 HP and a nade. Oh, perfect nade. And it's going to be putting KB all the way down to 20 here. So
yeah, they're just trying to go for those lucky 1Ds, and it's apparently going to work out. Kirby with the 1D onto Markelov. Markelov could have just, you know, hold the angle on the other side of the smoke, not really peek, not really go for this for the sprays, but well, still, it's going to be FSid3 round. But that was an unnecessary death, if I ever saw one.
But hey, KB got 3 1-leagues. One was on his teammate.
Yeah,
but he got 3 1-leagues.
All right, so we're going to be going into the 26th round. Who would have thought that we would even get this far, to be honest, after the very strong start by Dignitas?
Yeah, you've got to say, FSid3, you've got to give it to FSid3 at least. Picking up 8 rounds already, only losing 2. The issue is they've got to keep it going for another 5, and they're going to pretty much secure this one. You know, Dignitas do master in ecos with the Deagles, as we obviously saw on Kirby. They're very good at quasi-buys, force buys, those kind of things. But, you know, they haven't even got armor here. Nothing's going to come out of this. Rubino's instantly going to receive some damage from World Edit, and Blade is going to be finishing off MSL. So I can imagine Dignitas is just going to be a bit of a shutdown round here from the CTs. But once we get to the buy round of Dignitas, if MSL can utilise the AWP here, we could probably see Dignitas taking this, you know, 16, 12, 13, maybe up and around that scoreline. But, you know, they've got to be careful because it may look like they have such a large lead by 5 rounds, but 5 rounds isn't many when you consider 2 of those, 3 of those are going to be ecos. Yeah. You know, they're only getting 2 or 3 buy rounds out of that, so they've got to be careful in managing to secure that.
A lot of teams actually struggle with that. In my opinion, like especially the current G2 lineup. In the previous games, they like to just, as soon as they get to that match point situation, they just keep on going with the force buys and everything. Oh, and it looks like we have the match pause. Which is probably, yeah, it was called by Dignitas, so I'm guessing they just want to talk about it, want to close it out, and not really lose any more rounds unnecessarily here.
They definitely want to work out their buy round. They want to have a good execute. Of course, I think if they just went for something really basic, something puggy, and just smoke a Molotov towards B site or A site, they should be able to come up fine, obviously being better aimers a lot of the time. But at this point, you know, it's all going to be depending on the first frag of the round. If Dignitas can get it, you can see, obviously, we saw FSid3 on T side, not doing very well. As soon as I mentioned, as soon as they got those first frags, they just backed off and played too passive, and that's the kind of point where you want to capitalise, especially against such a passive team like Dignitas on Inferno. So they should be committing to those sites, and this is exactly what Dignitas does do on the T side, which is why they're doing so well at the moment. As soon as they get that first frag, they need to commit to it, they need to push towards the site, and they need to take the bomb site. But yeah, I guess they're just working out what strategy they want to do at the moment. You can see them obviously over here in Lithuania. Great place. We've got a great studio actually at the moment. I'm really enjoying this.
I'm surprised. Of course, every single time when you're at LAN, there are some technical issues that get ironed out in the first few games, and I'm expecting later on in the evening and tomorrow, everything should be running smoothly, and everything is actually running smoothly now. So I'm kind of.
One quick question: are you getting game sound?
I am not getting game sound.
So
that's one of the things we have to put in there.
These things, for the viewers wondering, these things are going to be ironed out eventually. Of course, we are having technical issues. We can't, again, the casters can't really account for that. It's just a matter of production. We haven't had any word just yet from the producers, but we can imagine this game sound issue. Obviously, not hearing game sound. We had this in the first map of COG versus Envyus, and that got ironed out about halfway through, about 10 rounds in. So
I wonder if it's just us not having game sound.
I don't know.
The viewers have it?
No, the issue was the other casters didn't hear game sound. So maybe if you did hear game sound, just completely ignore what I'm saying right now.
We're just trying to do as best as we can. However, hearing game sound usually in game when casting, it like helps a lot.
It's very helpful. Yeah, it feels really weird casting without it. But of course, if you're not getting game sound, guys, hopefully we will get that fixed by the second map, which should be up shortly. Of course, this game is closing out. So the second map should have game sound. So again, apologies for that issue. We're still working out the technical bugs, but over the next few days, this should be a very good event in terms of production. We're already seeing, the really nice moves, the PGL style moves are working very well. But back into the game, Dignitas committing to this A side. They're going to be wrapping around towards the end. Side. Config getting caught with his pants down. KRB's going to be last alive and finished off by World Edit. Very key player, World Edit there over in pit, picking up a double kill, and KRB also chiming in. So Dignitas are going to be down another round, forced into. Now this is the issue. They go, do we eco and allow FSid3 to get up to 13 rounds, or do we go for the force buy and get some pistols, get some AKs, get some Galils, or scouts, or whatever they want? But then, of course, if they lose that, they're going to have to single eco once again, and then they're going to have to be down to 15-14, which is going to be a real risk.
Of course, that's everything that you just said. We have to consider, and especially just mentioning if we're betting this game. I'm guessing like at least 50% of the viewers are watching this because they have some money, either more or less invested in this, and apparently this is just going to be a throwaway round for Dignitas, just going in there through the smokes. Again, this is something that they really, it feels like if we're going to keep seeing this all throughout the tournament, I think this is like their signature move. If they're on an eco or just a pistol buy or a force buy with pistols, they're going to go to the B-bomb site only for an
Again, it's a double-ended sword. They could do very well, they could do terribly. You can't predict it. You just got to come down to the actual game. And time is ticking down. 50 seconds left on the clock. Dignitas are yet to gain any significant map control. And FSid3 are just wasting their nades, forcing them back and not doing anything.
Well, looks like they are going to be thinking, or at least, you know, edging their way closer to this A bomb site already. The smokes are down, but Werletic spots one. How was that actually a miss? He's going to get caught in the back of the head with a headshot there. MSL picking that one up. Tensky with another one onto Markelov, and now we have, well, one defender on the B bomb site, two on the A bomb site. They still have no idea where exactly Bush is going to be coming from, and this looks like it's going to be 16-13 any second now, as they are looping through CT towards the B-bomb side. Only one defender there. Shar is going to have to come up huge for FSid3 if he wants to make this happen, and not going to, well, that's not going to be a long hold by him, as he gets a shot in the face there by MSL. So only Pondrick remains. They know exactly where he is. He's in a 4v1 and now a 4v0. 16.
13.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's so unlucky though, because FSid are going to be like, oh yeah, guys, we're doing so well, we're bringing it back, we're doing well, we're up to 13, and then just get shut down. It's like, oh, okay.
At least, if there's if they have any kind of issues, they can, you know, just taunt the enemies across the room. There's like a glass wall, so they can.
They're going to secure the first map pick, which is of course FSid's map, so that's important. Yeah. Also, second map coming up soon will be Cobblestone. So that's going to be Dignitas' map pick there. So, you know, you've got to take into account that Dignitas already having a lead is going to be extremely good, considering the fact that they're going onto their map pick second.
They're on their map. They play it so well. They play it so smartly as well, just with the execution, with the step-by-step clearing of every single corner that they can. And, you know, it's a cross, I think, between, like, Na'Vi are supposedly very good on that map as well. And you have then Envyus, for example. Envyus very, very impulsive. Na'Vi very, very slow. And Dignitas just somewhere in the middle, just, you know, I think the better of the two options in the end just seems to be paying off for them. And I think they should be doing pretty well versus FSid. I mean, you know.
It's always possible, yeah. But either way, very interesting first map, FSid commiserations, and we will be going into the second map very shortly. I think we're probably about to take a short 5 to 10 minute break while the players set ready, and then we will be going into the second map. So don't go anywhere, guys. This is going to be a great second map.
Welcome to the Monster Cat Podcast. Taking you on a journey. This is Monster Cat.
Welcome back to the Monster Cat Podcast. As we celebrate the release of our latest album, today's podcast will feature every track from the compilation, along with sound bites from some of the artists themselves. So sit back and enjoy Monster Cat 024, Vanguard. Let's start things off with Atlantis by AU5. Use our hashtag MonsterCat Podcast and tweet us what country you're tuning in from. Help spread the love worldwide.
It was your fault. I'm here to tell you that it's not. It's the fault of only one man, and we're going to stop it. From the beginning.
See what he can do with his powers. Even when he
Here is Rabbits.
What's up, everybody? This is Grabbits. Thank you so much for the support on Don't Stop and Ballin', which is coming at you right now on this very special Monster Cat podcast. Thanks for tuning in.
Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm 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 ballin'. 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 Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'.
Previously on Arrow.
You're probably thinking what happened was your fault. I'm here to tell you that it's not. It's the fault of only one man, and we're going to stop him.
Do you remember what I promised you?
A new beginning.
And you will have it.
Committing towards this A site now, going to be pushing all the way up long, and the rest of the players going to be ready to split out. But you can see MSL's being joined by a teammate right here, so they're going to be ready to hold this push. They're going to be rotating in towards the A site, but this could also be an elaborate fake, as we do see the bomb backing up towards B.
Quite an interesting play so far. I mean, you would have expected the terrorists to spot the CT in the lower area basically, and maybe push him once they notice that he was out of position. But there we go, Contig with a nice headshot onto Shah all the way back onto the A plateau. MSL finding one on the other side of the map onto Blade. Marklov's gonna go down as well, and this is pretty much a perfect round for Dignitas so far. Only Contig getting any kind of damage button done onto him, and only one that can still do any kind of damage is World Edit, who is completely out of position, doesn't really have too many options where to go, and apparently he's going to be trying to push this B-bomb side, but is that going to work? I don't think so.
No, if he can get a large ditch plant, it'd be great, but no,
Yeah.
Robina's going to finish him off there. And Dignitas, nice pistol around there. Sadly, we haven't got the in-game audio back, so I'm not too sure. We had no word from production. I think we'll go ask about it after this map.
We're gonna go past them,
Yeah.
definitely. Just stand there and
it just
pull
feels different without in-game audio.
It the biggest issue that I've been having so far is usually you hear you see the grenade the grenade let's say the line of the grenade makes when you throw it, right?
Yeah.
And the issue I have is I don't know which one was thrown because you don't hear the smoke or the flash going off. So it's like you just try to assume, okay, this might have been a smoke because it was angled in such and such direction. But other than that, it's
yeah, it just feels different. But it's fine. Sorry about the errors, guys. We will hopefully be able to get that fixed over for next map, be it FSid3 versus Dignitas or the losers bracket of the CLG versus losers of this game. And we're going to be seeing Tensky challenging up towards long, going to receive a lot of damage and going to have to back off 3 HP here, and we're going to see FSid3 meanwhile converge over towards the A site. MSL going to be fighting. He's going to go, Markelov is going to go down though, so MSL securing that first frag, taking a double as well, and it's going to be a bit of a shutdown here from Dignitas over towards his A site. They've got a nice stack going on, and Config is going to be rotating in, but the bomb is on Bondik, and if he doesn't spot him out, Bondik could go towards his B site. It's completely clear here. The rotate hasn't been called in just yet, so he's just going to be holding this angle, will almost spot out the head of Bondik and just going to be coming around this corner. Finds him, but no, Bondik's going to secure the frag, and that's going to be now a 1 versus 3 here for the Ukrainian player, and he's going to be going in fast towards the B site. But of course, the rotate has already been found by Dignitas here. They've got one player over towards B, one player on A, and he's got to watch his back because that's going to be KRB coming from the flank here. And they've got to also be careful because Tensky is extremely low HP. He's just going to be running out straight into connector here, and we'll go down there to Tensky. So Dignitas taking a second round, very risky there, almost lost it. If Bondik managed to get that bomb down, that would be a huge cash injection for FSid3, and they could easily buy up this round. But regardless, we're just going to see another eco come out from these tees.
It's probably going to be more of the same. I mean, FSid3 actually got quite close to getting 3 kills in the end of that force buy. So they really did manage to get the early damage done. I am kind of surprised that the Tech 9 kill in lower again on towards the A bomb side didn't work out for FSid3, and they basically lost 2 members to I think that was MSL always playing that lower side. So let's see if they manage to do anything with just Glocks. Seeing how the previous round went, I'm not as confident as maybe some of the fans are, but right now it looks like they all made their way into drop. The bomb is somewhere towards them. MSL with the first one, MSL with the second, MSL with the third, and well, no, not going to be a fourth one as Shara finally finds him and gets the shutdown, but still he is there for the refrag. And yeah, as expected, pretty much for a complete eco.
Surprisingly, they even lost the player there. Dignitas playing it by the book. 3-0 scoreline. We're going to see FSid3 go for their first buy round, and this is where they need to kick in. They need to start off with a good T-side half here. Obviously, they did pick the T-side. You tend to find couples fairly equal. I think the statistics are exactly 52% T-side.
It's slightly T-sided, but it always depends. Wow, it's stretched out. Okay, so it always depends on the comp, or actually the teams playing, because you have, what?
It was just showed the Russian chairs.
Oh, nice. And they're empty, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
But yeah, of course. Well done. It needs to go big with the AWP. FSid3 needs to hurry up and secure some T-side rounds to start off, because otherwise they're going to be in a deficit like the last T-side half. And really, they've got to be careful here. I think starting on the city side would be a lot better idea, but look at this boost. KRB is going to be attempting to jump on it. He's going to be trying to boost on top of Rubino over and to drop down, and we can go back to that. He's going to be pushed all the way up. This is perfect. Markelov has no idea, and as soon as the smoke dissipates, he can just get the spray down. He's going to go for it anyway. Lots of damage onto Markelov, 28 HP on him, and if they can follow up with a nice nade if they had one, that would be perfect. And we're going to see Shara here pushing towards long, and the B push should be activated, but the rotate is still yet to come in from Dignitas here, and Config is going to be ready with the Molotov. Well, they're just holding for some kind of peak, but the Molotov forcing them out of position, and Shara is also caught in the corner here, so Dignitas playing this by the books right now, just holding off for the push from FSid3, and yeah, they're just using all their nades perfectly. KRB's going to peek out and finish off Bondik, and now it's down to a 4 versus 5.
Just buying time with the grenades all the time, making it a 4v5 in their favor. Dignitas just, we have 30 seconds remaining, and it feels like this is a repeat of FSid3 on the terrorist side of Inferno here. But Blade's gonna land a frag onto KRB. MSL replies, gets Shara down, makes it advantage CTs yet again, and Blade and, well, Markelov is probably gonna go down as well relatively quickly. He has almost no HP to speak of. He might land a quick headshot on someone if he had it ready, but that's not going to be happening. Config finishes off the round. So Dignitas 4-0 up, pretty much expected.
Yeah.
But, well, we'll see how the actual full buy goes in, which way it goes, either FSid3 or the Dignitas. Of course, we're going to be seeing that after this one, because, well, there's some upgrade the pistols again.
Yeah, but of course, the note FSid3, we're back down to 10 seconds left on that clock when Markelov was alive. They're just wasting time once again, as we did see on Inferno. And I hope that doesn't come to it once again on this map. That would be a shame to see FSid3 just throw away rounds by wasting too much time, attempting to be Na'Vi, but not succeeding.
Attempting to be Na'Vi.
Yeah.
You really need to know what the hell you're doing if you're going to go for those really late executes on any of these sites, and MSL with a frag right there. So it's probably going to be a throwaway round here. We'll get it, and Markelov already down. Blade, Shara, and Bonnik remaining all stuck or all positioned tactically, strategically around drop, and they might decide to go for this B-bomb side, but Kirby's still there with the AK, getting the headshots. Let's see if anything comes of this round. And then pretty surprised, Shara goes down as well. So that's the end of the 5th round. We're going to be going into the 6th one, so FSid3 are going to be going for a full buy. Are we actually expecting something to go their way this time?
Yeah, I'd like to say yes, but not really.
No, so far they definitely seem really shaky on their T sides, not really having any kind of prepared tactics, just trying to go for the peaks, and that might work versus teams like T-side, which they beat a couple of times so far. But Dignitas are in another league, as you correctly mentioned before, so we'll see how this goes.
Again, FSid3, obviously, they may not be well rehearsed on Cobblestone. That's always a factor you've got to take into account. Cobblestone, quite an obscure map at times. You don't see teams, obviously, full-on practice it like you do for many other many other maps, like, you know, the defaults, Dust 2, Mirage. You know, the maps have been around since the birth of CS, and so FSid3 therefore are probably struggling with that. And well, you can definitely see they're struggling with that. It's already a 5-0 for Dignitas, and FSid3 are going to have to pick up a round if they don't want to be forced into an eco area. And we're going to see MSL challenge up towards long. He could get a double kill if they walked into it at the same time, but I think they're going to be setting up flashes. He's just backing off, but look, he's got a nice position from Tensky. He's going to be holding soft too. Flash goes out, isn't going to do anything, smoke him off. Oh, this could be perfect. They got 3 players over towards long, and MSL meanwhile going to find the first Bondik with an instant trade, but they don't realise there's still another player in the smoke. And he's going to pick up that frag instead. Now it's all down to the shoulders of Blade coming in through connector. He's pushed up towards A. Rubino is going to be finished off by him, but he can go anywhere really. He's got all the map control he wants at this point, but ammo is low, and so is the time. The bomb is dropped out towards A long. Blade has to challenge KRB here, because KRB's going to be able to spot him if he tries to go for the cross towards doors, but I'm not sure if he's going to be ready with this. He's got the P250 out here, not even sticking with the rifle, and KRB's going to finish him off there. So Dignitas 6-0, and FSid3 should be on an eco now. No bomb plant, of course. They won't have a lot of money to buy.
Well, they will have enough if they want to go for a force buy, and it appears that that's exactly what they're going to be going for. AKs, kind of limited in utility, but they're going to have the armor, they're going to have the helmet, so at least they have something to work with here. That's always the bright side of losing so many rounds in a row. And, you know, I think we're just going to keep seeing more of the same. It's just the way things are right now with FSid3. It feels like they are just too unprepared on these maps, not winning the trades usually. The setup that Dignitas actually pulled off in the previous round with 3 guys over a long, that's pretty standard actually lately. You wanna have 3 guys there, so at least you're gonna have one guy that's never gonna be flashed. Everyone can cover each other, and you just have a meat grinder that the terrorists are gonna be going to. But of course, the reads on the side of the CTs have to be correct. As we stand, no kills just yet, and it looks like the terrorists are just trying to spread out around the map and trying to find the first pick.
Maybe they're going to be committing a couple of players over towards the A site, while Markelov does a bit of damage towards the B site here. Weldo, of course, is stuck on this Tech 9 after being at an economical deficit after buying the AWP. But look, this is the extent of FSid's takes on the A site. They're just using flashes, no smokes, absolutely no smokes, no cutting off any points of the map really, just using flashes. And that's not going to be enough. After 3 seconds, 5 seconds when the flash wears out on the CTs, there's not going to be any point really. We're just going to see a shutdown again coming out from Dignitas. FSid don't have any executes here on this map, as you can see, at least from early rounds. And 7-0, this is just looking like Inferno all over again.
Yeah, at least right now with the first half. I mean, maybe we're going to be seeing the repeat of Inferno in the second half as well. But we have the replay here by Kiarbi with the one and the second one that he's just about to get. Either way, it's going to be 7-0 in favor of Dignitas right now. And it doesn't feel like that FSid3 are going to be able to get the comeback that they have managed to do on Inferno. It just feels like that Dignitas are going to be even stronger on Terrace, if anything.
Yeah, again, I really question why FSid3 went for the T side. At least they got the side pick on this map. So going for the T side was a bit of a questionable play, at least. Obviously, a far stronger CT side team, but regardless, that's unlucky for them because it looks like they're not doing too well in groups at the moment, and they've got to try and bring this to a third map, which is going to be extremely difficult with Dignitas already 7-0 up on this scoreline. And yeah, as pointed out by Observer there, we're going to see 3 Dignitas players stacked towards the B side, only 2 towards A, so a fairly default setup right now. Rotate is going to be coming in, if you just see on the map, 1 player pushing in, that's going to be Rubino coming up towards the A site right now, so FSid3 are going to be ready for this push. Tenski's going to find out that first frag. Tenski taking out Shara there, so that's a lurk down, and Blade is going to be coming in with a refrag. But look, they're already pushed up towards the A site. There's still a player over. KOB is going to be holding this off. He gets a nice frag. Rubino also following up, and now only Blade and World Edit are left alive, but World Edit zooming out at the wrong time. Going to be back down to a 2 versus 1 now. MSL, he's done two versus 1 clutches in Inferno. It's always possible he can come back in with one. He's going to be peeking out towards door, but no, World Edit's going to finish him off. So finally, FSid3 take a round, just as we were slating them, 7-1, and hopefully they can keep working on this. Of course, Dignitas have got a nice economy built up, so they won't have to eco just yet. And they need to pick up a good couple of rounds on the T side to force Dignitas into any kind of eco.
I feel like we're doing the reverse commentator curse. Basically, we keep, we don't hype a team up. We think, we assess the situation, and then as soon as we say, okay, so FSid3 are not doing too well, they get 1 round. That doesn't mean by any stretch of the imagination that they're doing well right now, because obviously the scoreline says something different. But, they might be able to get something more off the back of this one. They have the AWP to work with. They have one Galil actually still on Shara. But right now, they are spread out again. They have gone for 2A pushes with limited utility. I think they had 1 smoke, 1 incendiary, and loads of flashes. They opt to go for flashes instead of smokes, which is kind of weird to me, at least on this map. So there we go, first frag, config, dropping Shara, and he might find a few more if they're going to be peeking him on this box. Usually you wanna incendiary this one out. Still, we are not seeing any decisiveness coming out from FSid3, just milling around, trying to go for picks, and getting picked in return. Tenski with another nice headshot onto Bondik. Finally, World Edit is going to find one onto config, but this is still 4v3, and the terrorists don't even have the bomb in position, so even if they get this entry into the B-bomb site, they're not going to be able to do much with it.
Exactly so, and you can see already FSid3 are down on man in the 3 versus 4, and make that 2 versus 4. But KOB is actually going to go for a team kill there, obviously, as he do, going to be dying.
I think he killed himself.
Yeah,
how did he fall?
Maybe off tree, if he jumped it and landed on the ground. I'm not so sure, but either way, KB is going down, but that's not going to be too much of a problem for Dignitas. 15 seconds left on the clock, and they have to commit to this site, but no Blades. He's going to find a headshot, and now it's all doable at this point. Rubino's pushing in, he's got a perfect position, but MSL, meanwhile, shutting down World Edit, and a spray into the smoke is going to finish off Blade there. So Dignitas almost losing that round, getting very close, in fact. Lovely shot from Blade, taking out one of those players, but no, Dignitas aren't going anywhere right now. 8-1.
Very, very nicely done. I mean, it almost looked like FSid3 would be able to get at least the bomb planted, if nothing else. But as things stand, we are going to be going into the next round with FSid3 being on a very, very eco round. If we do see what they bought, Tech 9, then the only actual proper weapon there, the Deagle as well, but everything else is pretty much just pissing in the ocean right now. MSL with a shot onto Blade, making it a 5v3 right now, and the terrorists still completely unsure. What would you do, or at least would you at least employ the matchmaking tactics in this situation when you only have pistols and you don't really want to go for those aim duels on 1v1s and stuff like that. You just want to go rush B, and that's it.
Yeah, but the thing is, the issue is with Flipside right now is it's either they're hiding it, God knows why, at 8-1, or they don't have any strategies. That's the issue, because, you know, it takes 10 minutes to learn, you know, a simple B execute over on Cobble. You know, you just set up 2 smokes to block off drop down and door, and then, you know, the only players left are the players on the site. You push out 3 or 4 towards long and a couple towards drop down, and then you just commit to it. You molly out Chicken Hut, you molly out the site, and you just get the bomb down. It's very simple. You just rush in, lots of smokes, lots of flashes, very just put together randomly. And it seems like Flipside aren't even doing that, not even just going for these full rushes, which I think would work out better than this passive play that's getting them completely screwed over here. So obviously KMB, only eco frags, but it's always fun to see. Not getting traded out there, just picking up a nice triple. And Dignitas, wow, there's just really nothing to say. It's hard to analyse when a team's doing this well.
It's actually, the interesting thing is what you mentioned, that they may be hiding their tactics. They might be trying to, you know, get the weaker enemies in the following game, and then win there, and, you know, get the lowest seed possible, play a few more games, get to know stuff. I don't know. You usually want to win, but I don't know, man. It's Flipside. As one of the viewers actually nicely put it, as we both noted, it's Ripside apparently.
Ripside today. It's unlucky because I do like the Flipside players.
Yeah, I really do as
they're
well.
Nice guys, but Dignitas are doing extremely well, and it's not, again, we have been a lot of what we've been doing today has been slating Flipside, but Dignitas is also playing very on point at the moment.
Well, 2 good exchanges there on A long. Let's see, or on B long. Wow.
But the time is running out, of course, 40 seconds left on the clock. Flipside do have to commit to a site here. They're going to be going towards B at the moment. 1 luck left towards A. I can imagine that's going to be Blade at the moment. But actually, no, they're grabbing the bomb, they're securing it, and they're bringing it back towards the A site here. So Tensky is going to be the only defender for the CT side. And I think if Flipside utilises one player they have towards B and force a rotate to stop it, you know, they could definitely do something. But meanwhile, the first frag is going to be found by Bondic.
This is looking pretty good. They are going to be smoking off connector. Well, Kirby's just going to ignore that, go over balcony. He's gonna get the spray, but not any frag just yet. His teammates are getting most of the action as Rubino gets a double. Kirby finally chiming in with the M4, finding Blade. There we go, Markelov with the refrag. We have a 1v1 config.
But there's no time left here. Markelov just going to run out of time.
He might have at least, you know, pushed connector, tried to find the last CT. He knew where he was positioned at least, but that's not going to be happening. So 10-1. It's even worse than Inferno at the start.
Yeah, at this stage it is. Markelov's only got 1 kill as well, so...
To be fair, Markelov was a bit late getting to the party, getting to the venue and everything. So if I'm not mistaken, he got to the venue just straight off the airport. So I have no idea what happened with his flights and stuff. I know that everyone got there in time. This is another Eco, so this is probably going to be another throwaway. But Markelov just, you know, got into the warm-up area with his bag, with his backpack and everything, and starting warming up. So this might play somewhat into what we're seeing here. Him not performing as well as we would have expected, I suppose.
Definitely true. And Flipside going to be going for another buy round. It all just feels like hopeless at this point. But again, look, we do say hopeless, but look at the first map.
Yeah, they did get back on the CT side, so we might be seeing something similar to be happening in the second half here. But
the only reason I think that's unlikely is that Dignitas obviously picked this map, so they're going to have the T-side strategies, and they're going to be ready for that. And that's going to be the issue for Flipside mainly, because Inferno, obviously, they had good T-side, but this is their map pick, so they definitely have a solid T-side. There's no doubt about it, so I think Flipside will struggle. And at this point, I don't think there's any chance of a comeback, but you never know. This is CSGO. Anything is possible if you can just believe. Yeah. And Flipside won't be Ripside if they can, of course, believe strong enough. But Molotov going to go out. Perfect placement is going to force World Edit back out of position here. And Dignitas just buying a bit more time. Clock is ticking down here, and that's exactly what they want to do. They're running out of nades, so you can see on the CT side. And Flipside, meanwhile, have a plentitude of nades, so they're not going to be struggling with that, at least working towards the A side. We're going to see MSL pick up one frag, instant trade, and World is going to pick up a double there. So that's shut down a bit of Dignitas' side over towards the A site. The rotate is fast in, the Rubino's already up over towards the bomb site, and Markebi is going to be coming in with config, of course, and Rubino picking a bit aggressively. It's going to pay off as he drops the bomb over towards Shara, and Blade, being the last one alive, is going to be coming from the flank here, but they don't know his position. 41 seconds left on the clock. He has so much time. He's going to spot out that first player. Rubino going down, and now it's a one-on-one. Config just holding off the bomb. Perfect position here, and 30 seconds left on the clock. Blade has to hurry up with this. But the bomb is just right out of position. I'm not sure if he's even spotted him out yet just yet. He's pushing towards him, finding Gallus's position. They're going to be challenging. Config will come out on top of that, though, so no clutch for Blade just there, and Dignitas taking 12-1.
Yeah, this... I think we're not going to be going to a third map, at least how it looks right now, unless FSid have been just practicing cobblestone in their own time, off the tournaments, which they haven't done a whole lot since about New Year's. So we'll see if something happens. But right now, this Dignitas, well, it's their initiative even. They go for aggressive pushes here on B long, apparently already getting those pop flashes. The teamwork, and just get if you just see the pop flashes coming out, pop flashing your teammates in there and stuff like that, you don't see a whole lot of that on FSid. So we'll see if Dignitas manage to just close this one out. What, 16-1 maybe?
Always possible, but actually FSid looking good in this round. They're already up to a 4 versus 3. World at it, playing it smart. He's not taking peaks that he doesn't want to commit to and can't commit to the fight. Obviously, there's 2 players towards long. He's finally going to secure one. Trade comes out, but a 1-for-1's good when you're up a man, so it's back down to a 3 versus 2. B side push is coming out, and one player is going to be alone to defend it. That's going to be Rubino. His position is great. FSid have no Molotovs to completely set him on fire, but they can just jump straight into his sights, and Markelov will find that frag. And actually, as you say, 16-1, FSid, obviously the caster's curse, take another round, 2-12.
Every single time.
Yeah,
every single time.
Oh, but look at this, Rubino. He's brought up an auto sniper. He wants to get dirty.
The cheese is coming out.
This is going to get really dirty here. I can imagine it's going to be going towards the B side. That's always fun to play from Chicken Coop. Only issue is, of course, Molotovs and wallbang, but that game can go nuts. I love the auto sniper, and yep, he's going to be going towards B. And is it going to be Chicken Coop or is it going to be default? Yep, Chicken Coop. I called it. Coop. Best position for an auto sniper, to be fair, over towards the B side on Cobble.
Just that's the default for an auto sniper. Yeah. I mean, you don't see a whole lot of people picking it up, mostly because there's some stigma around it as well. Because depending on which version of CS you played, it was called some really nasty names. I'm not going to repeat them on stream, but it's supposed to take no skill to use. Yeah, but
at the end of the day, it's in the game. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's going to be something there, you're going to abuse it as long as it's legal. Although some people may not like it, they can buy it themselves. Anyone could buy it. That's
Who cares? I mean, with 200,000 on live,
I'd use an auto sniper.
200,000.
Yeah. But anyway, back into the game, and time is ticking low already for FSid. If they commit to this B side, see, this is what I was talking about, these smokes towards B. I'd love to see some finally FSid implementing this in the last round of the half. It could have been great to see this earlier, but they're going to be committing to this site here. Config holding off, drop down here, he finds that first frag onto Markelov. KRB secures the second, and now the push is coming out, but the auto sniper is in the back of the chicken coop. Rubino landing that first shot. Not going to follow up with any more as they haven't committed to this. Last 2 players are outside of the A site. 30 seconds left on the clock, and well, he may have only got 1 kill, but it's all worth it just to see the upset. And World Edit and Bondic are going to be committed to this A site here. They've actually managed to grab the bomb here, but MSL has pushed all the way aggressive and taken out Bondic. Bomb in his hand, pants all the way down his ankles, and Tensky is going to be taken out. World Edit, and that's Config, in fact, to secure the half. 13-2 to Dignitas, exactly the same as we saw on Inferno.
Exactly the same. Actually.
And are we going to see a comeback all the way back to 16-13?
16-13? I don't think so. No. There should be no conceivable way in any of the parallel universes to actually allow Dignitas to drop so many rounds.
Yeah,
on the
especially on their map pick. But the morale of FSid is going to be so low at the moment. I feel bad for them because they've done their best. You know.
Honestly, because of the tournament format and stuff like that, they're going to still have plenty of chances to get back into this one. I mean, they're going to be being, if they lose this one, of course, we're still operating under this assumption because, well, the difference is there. They're going to be meeting CLG, so that's going to be another another chance for them.
That'll be a
And
milestone
if
to
they
beat them.
don't win that one.
But the issue is CLG obviously
Yeah, they look
taking
good.
it to a third map on Envyus. They're looking good at the
Yeah.
moment with Fugly. And as we saw, NATO mentioned earlier with the honeymoon period, you know, they're gonna be performing very well at this point. And if they can take Envy to 3 maps and get 16-13, they can probably beat Flipside. I think
so, yeah.
the game to look out for is, or at least the issue to look out for is to see Dignitas versus CLG. That would be so much fun. Not going to happen, but it'd be so much fun.
Not going to happen.
No. Oh, it might happen later if they can
It might happen later if they
get out of
lose
groups.
to Envyus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always possible, but unlikely. But always possible. But anyway, back into the pistol round, guys. Here we're going to be seeing Dignitas go for this full B push. 5 people, sorry. Actually, we're going to see 4 of the CTs over towards B. So this is going to be a great play for Flipside. They're playing retake on the A side at the moment, so this is perfect. And we're going to see Dignitas commit to this. Rubino is already low HP, but they're just going to jump straight into drop down and passive play from Flipside. This is good CT play at the moment. We're liking this, and they're just going to commit to this site here, just running straight out. Blade finding that first frag. MSL is going to be going down here for Dignitas, and Flipside already a man up. Made that 2 men up as Markelov also takes a double kill. That's a nice couple of taps, and Tensky's also going to chime in with 2 of his own, but now it's back down to a 3 versus 2 and make that a 1 versus 3 as we're all on the shoulders of Tensky here, stuck towards the back of the site, but nope, Shara's finishing him off, and we're going to see exactly the same thing as we saw in
Exactly
Inferno.
the same, round per round.
Yeah.
We're seeing a copy of the first man. So Flipside winning the pistol round, of course, they're going to be going with a few weapons, SMGs and stuff like that, which we are used to seeing by now. On the other side, Dignitas, let's see what they picked up as soon as hovering camera gets away. So Tech 9's a CZ and a Deagle. Armor and 3 smokes actually. So
Yeah.
I'm liking this much more than Flipside. Flipside opted for the flashes. The smokes definitely a better pickup, I think.
Yeah, definitely true. Of course, it does depend if you can afford them. $100
course.
more, you know, when you're buying up Tech 9 armor, you may not be able to afford them if you don't get any kills, of course. But yeah, no, I think smokes are a bad idea. But of course, Dignitas have the strategy on the T side, whereas Flipside appeared not to have so much strategy.
Ooh,
And,
that strategy might get interrupted here. Blade's going to be peeking. Oh, but there was someone covering Kiarbi there. It felt like Kiarbi was, you know, just stuck in that corner, getting ready to throw smoke. And there we go. Those are the smokes towards connector. Are they going to smoke off balcony just yet? Nope. We'll let it with a headshot onto MSL. Tensky replies, yes, we'll let it down. And we have a 3v4 at Bonding, drops Rubino, but Tensky again, Blade goes down. Markelov now replies, Kiarbi goes down. Tensky with the refrag onto Bondik, and it just keeps on going back and forth, and we are in 2v2.
Yeah, well, made that 2v1 now. Config's going to be solo. He's going to be pushing out into balcony area, but Shara's going to finish him off. So, flip side, if we see a 16-13 again, I'm going to have a mental breakdown because this is nuts.
So, if we see a 16-13 scoreline at the end of this one, I'm just gonna cancel the Ripside the Ripside name, mostly because, you know, if you still do well if you get 16-13. Yeah. I mean, in matchmaking, I either get beat 16-5 or I win.
16-5. What I really want to see, I want to see Flipside just put, like Markelov just put in chat, JK, and then Flipside come back, they win this map, and then they win the third map 60 down. Just trolling the Dignitas, which is always a possibility, although an extremely unlikely one. And we're going to just see a wipe down from Flipside, as we saw with Dignitas' third rounds on Inferno on the CT side. No players lost there at all, and Dignitas finally going for this buy-up. Flipside are going to be up on the single open world edit here, so he's going to be a very key player, of course, for the CTs. And no AWP just yet on Dignitas, just full rifles, which is a safe play, of course. They're up on the T side. You know, it's not a requirement to get an AWP, and of course they can't afford it at this time. So, 19th round, Dignitas are going to be setting up a default once again. Bit of an error there with the screen, but either way.
They don't have any incendiaries, so I'm guessing they might not be going towards the B-bomb side. Usually, you need incendiaries to, you know, flash out the guy at Chicken Coop, flash out the guy on Plateau. So it looks like it's just going to be an A execute if they manage to get their foothold in A long or something. We see the cameraman just having some fun with the random circling of grouped up players on the minimap there.
No, he was pointing out the fact that Blade is holding the A push and also ready to rotate into connector fast, so they do go for the B push. But of course, this is going to be an A-Tech here. World Edit is going to be solo, no player to trade them out. They need to rotate players in fast. But look, see, Dignitas aren't committing to this. They spot out World Edit. They could have double peaked him, and then of course, one of them will go down, but they instantly get that trade, and that's good for the T side. 4v4 is better than a 5v5.
And especially getting the op down on the A-bomb side, you want to get rid of that.
Yeah, it's also important, and it leads them to easily be able to take the safe site here. But instead, they're just going to play it safe, just back off right now, and maybe head towards the B site.
I mean, the time is running out right now. It feels like both teams just have these issues. Of course, FSid much more than Dignitas, but apparently they are going to be going for the B push eventually. Although not really sure what prompted that. Just seeing all that is intimidating enough. But Charles with the first frag there is going to drop Rubino, switches over to the right side, and he's going to get shot in the face straight away. It's still a 1v3, and Config has no chances of staying alive here. He got spotted, he got tagged down to 26 HP. The SPS should be enough for him, but no, apparently not. He picks up 2 headshots. In the end, not going to get the bomb planted, but how did they align for him?
If he had 5 more seconds, he would have clutched that, because he would have got that second kill and then instantly get the bomb plant in, and then the other player, I'm not sure who it was other side of the map, nowhere near. So, it's always likely for him to clutch it, and, Config's obviously a very good player, so it would be extremely likely.
Yeah, very nicely done by him. The time ran out eventually, but he still did a lot of damage. Either way, we are going to be seeing another, some sort of a interesting round for Dignitas here, opting to go for some pistols, and of course the AK on Config, which he managed to save. So he's going to be able to provide maybe a few weapons for his teammates, especially if he gets those picks. He's over towards that. I think A plateau, yeah, the B plateau. So many calls and so little time. Anyway.
But look at this tree position. We've got someone that's Markelov up towards tree. This is a great spot to hold off the plateau push. The only issue is he's got no one inside drop down to hold his flank. He's going to have to turn around. We'll spot out that first player, though, taking him down, peeking again towards plateau. He's going to get a dink through the tree, though, and yeah, it's going to be a shutdown there, so nothing gathered at all by Dignitas, not even getting a kill there, despite having an AK on Config. And 13-7 right now. Flip side, you can see slowly rubbing his heart there, bringing back his confidence. He's so close to the edge. He's obviously very scared, and they're slowly but surely bringing this back.
I mean, it's almost exactly as we assumed it might go, but at the same time assumed it wouldn't ever go. Dignitas dropping rounds on the terrorist side here, and just getting shut down pretty hard by FSid so far. They managed to pick up something, and now that they have a proper buy, which of course in the previous one was just a prayer and a hope. Let's see, 1 minute 20 still to go. So they did get their foothold in B long. They might be able to find something if Shar just maybe makes a misplay, tries to get some information, tries to peek. He's gonna be doing just that, but not going aggressive enough to get cleared out. So MSL edging his way closer and closer. If Shar makes the mistake of actually going out there, nope. The smoke's going to prevent that, and the time is ticking down right now. So yeah, Dignitas, they need to get a move on.
They do, and they're already regrouping. You can see towards the B site, KOB's going to just be doing some distracting towards A, but the issue is here, the B site is easier to take, and for that reason, flip side, obviously, and many other teams are going to be stacking 4 players towards B. One player outside connector here, so he's going to be ready to hold the drop down if they do split in towards the A site. And MSL going down instantly to World Edit. The push is coming in. World Edit is picking up a double kill here, so he's really holding off these aggressing terrorists here. Markelov, same position as last round up on tree, he's going to be holding this down. Nice spray, does only pick up 1 frag, and Config is going to pick up a double instead. So now it's back in the favour of Dignitas, but no, it's going back to favour of flip side as Shara also finds one, and now Tensky on a versus 2. He's got the bomb and he's only got 15 seconds. Going to have to commit to this plant here in a short time. Going to be spraying. He's spotted out both of the players. Peeking again. This is risky moves by Tensky, but he's not going to secure the plant or any frags for that matter. Blade taking him down. I think the smart play probably would have been to commit to that plant, get that money, get that cash injection for the next round. And you can see if they got that plant, they would have been able to buy this round.
It felt like he was assuming that he was going to be flanked either from plateau or tree, and he was just trying to find where the second player is. He might have just spotted only one guy over towards rock and assumed that he was just baiting the guy, trying to get the frag, and in the end just ended up getting frag, not getting the additional money that the bomb plant would have meant for Dignitas. And this is just a complete copy of the first.
Yeah. Bishara, so much potential with that position, will go down. Markelov instead picking up a triple kill against these East-going players, and it's all down to MSL just getting shut down at the end by Bondik. So Dignitas, how are they not picking up rounds? They haven't picked up a single round on the T side yet.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the first map we had the pause come in at what was it, 15 or actually 13-10 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
So are we going to be seeing a pause coming out at about the same scoreline right now?
That'd be fun.
That would have been
just a clone. Just a clone.
Complete copy. We need to see like both scoreboards side by side just to see even if the sequence of the rounds was the same.
No, they weren't. But still, instead of Ripside, it could be Ripnitas. That's always an option. Not as good.
Yes, but Ripnitas doesn't really work if they're winning.
Yeah, but Flipside could bring this back. Look at them. They haven't lost a round yet.
Have you been huffing
No, I haven't. But either way, Flipside going to be holding down the speed side fairly effectively. Lovely spray down by Markelov. He's still showing he's got it. Picking up a double kill there, and Flipside taking it to double digits now, so 13-10. And they're back in the game here, so no pause called out from Dignitas yet, and they are going to be going for another buy.
What is going on? Well, as you said, they're going to have enough for another buy, and I think they need to pause it, talk about it. Seemed to work the last time, might work this time as well, but right now it feels like Flipside might be able to actually win on Dignitas pick if they continue, of course, on this path. I didn't really catch how much money the Dignitas team had left.
They spent most of it.
Thanks with a nice frag there. We'll let it with the refrag straight away. 4v3 advantage CTs. As looks like the Dignitas team are just going to be rushing from lower. That's going to be a nice frag by MSL, dropping rolled at it. They need to clear out this A-bombs, and not going to be happening. 3 quick kills going in favor of the CTs, and this is closer than last time. 13-11 right now, only 2 rounds difference, and Flipside are going to be, equalizing the scoreline, which...
Right, I'm going to make a brave prediction. I'm going to make a really brave prediction. I think... Oh, okay.
Okay, that's not us.
That's not us.
That's not us, guys.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, they were really confused there. I'm going to make a brave prediction. I'm going to say Flipside will take this map. I honestly think, at this point, Dignitas
Rip skins.
Yeah, we're going into the third map, it's likely. Dignitas have not managed to secure a T-side round. And it just seems like today it's just CT side only. Nothing else, just only CT side on both these teams.
But
no T-side rounds at all.
What is the point of analysis if it's always wrong?
I honestly think...
what is the point of statistics?
It could go either way, though, at the end of the day. I can't wait to see how this will turn out. Markelov is going to be shutting down this eco, though. Picking up that first frag, config is also quite low, and you can see Bondik is eager to hurry up. He's bloodthirsty for this, and he realises KB's going to be pushing up to the left, making a lot of noise there, and meanwhile chiming in. Blade is going to be peeking out here with this M4, finding almost a double. He's so low, 6 HP, needs to back off on KB. Needs to get shut down here by Waldo in nice position with the AWP, and they're going to converge on him, forcing him out of position and shutting him down at the end of the day. So Markelov getting that double kill, and we're going to finally see a pause called out from Dignitas. Or is it too little too late?
I honestly have no idea. I mean, usually the games, as the viewers are well aware, the games that I cast usually don't get pauses. So this might be a very good idea. It seemed to work out last time, but it was, again, relatively late. So we'll see if that's going to affect the outcome of the game in any way, shape, or form, as Flipside just seem very strong.
Yeah, but what's interesting to see is when you see close maps, you usually see them go you know, like back and forth, like here, 3 rounds to then 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, and then go back and forth until you finally reach the finale where it's 16-14. Or you see a complete wipe and you just see a 16-4, 16-6. This is a 13-2 and then another 13-2. It's like...
It feels like we were talking about reintroducing Nuke to the rotation and stuff. It feels like rounds in Nuke, or actually matches in Nuke,
yeah.
where someone goes 14-1 and then it's not over yet.
But the issue is here is obviously I understand it more on Inferno, not getting as many T-side rounds.
Yeah.
Cobblestone, that's a fairly equal map. That's
Yeah.
up there with Cash. That's up there almost with Dust 2, you know, in terms of equality in either side. So I'm not too sure why Dignitas aren't managing to get many rounds. It just seems that they're not being able to trade in these situations where they really need to, and therefore FSid are taking advantage of that, and obviously working out pretty well. But of course, yeah, if we do go to a third map, which is always likely at this point, we're going to be going on to Overpass, which I think is going to be really fun. I'd like to see both teams on Overpass. I haven't seen much from FSid on Overpass at all, whereas I think Dignitas, I think it's around the middle of their map pool. And oh no, the PC just reset.
My PC just resets. So
That's
no
unlucky.
stats.
Oh dear. But either way, you don't need it. It's fine. We can just wait till next map. We're going to be seeing a very key barrier up here. So the other team will be forced into eco. Oh, Dignitas forced into eco. Likely they don't get bomb plant and lose this round. But Tensky pushing all the way into the site without getting the back. Finally, he picks up a double kill. KAB also chiming in. And now World is going to get that trade kill. Could this be all turned around for Dignitas? This fast B rushes going in their favour. MSL taking out World Edit. Now it's all on the shoulders of Blade. He's going to come in with one on to MSL, but the smokes are down, and so is the bomb. And Blade is going to have a tricky situation. He has to commit to this. They have so much economy. There's no reason to save. He's just going to run through the smoke, but KAB's right there on the other side, and Dignitas with a very worthy pause there, taking it to 14-12, and they don't want to lose this. They need to keep this up. They have no chance if they lose this next round, surely.
What was that push?
I have no idea, but it worked.
It just worked.
But he
Flashes from the teammates and just push all the way.
Tensky was completely flashed right for a few seconds.
Yeah.
He pushes in. He's therefore not flashed after a few seconds. Doesn't shoot. He just runs chasing them. And Markolov doesn't peek him. No one turns around. They're just like, yeah, we'll let him get in. We'll let him come up behind us.
They were flashed. I don't think they actually spotted him because he was already behind them by the time they got outflashed. So he just got 2 easy frags in the back of the basically in the back of the
Yeah.
It was very nicely done by Dignitas. Apparently, just mixing it up, not doing the slow, steady, measured approach to the map. Just matchmaking, Russian.
Yeah, and of course, as pointing out by our observer there, we've only got 1 player towards the A site here, so this is perfect for Dignitas. They can take advantage of this. They will be rotating players over as smokes and flashes come through. And oh, Dignitas going for an interesting position here. It seems like they may be going for this possible fake as the rotate is called in towards the A site and the footsteps heard over towards Long. And since our Dignitas are actually converging over towards the B site here. But there's 2 players on flip side towards A, so that's looking good for Dig. 3 players towards B is a fairly good position for them at least. And of course, 1 player is holding outside of drop down, so he's going to be on the rotator position at the moment. And Dignitas getting ready to push through this smoke. But could this be a nice hold from Shara? If a pop flash comes from a teammate, it could be huge. And Bondic's going to be backing off. Markolov also has to hold his back, but it's all on Markolov here. There's 2 players come out of drop down at the same time. Shara's also going to go pretty huge, but Markolov has been forced out of position. KAB, meanwhile, is taking out Shara over towards Long, so now they have Plateau under control. Rubino also chiming in the World Edit, finding one of his own, so it's all down to a 3 versus 3, and the bomb should be planted very shortly. The lovely smoke is so key, and oh my god, the wallbang from Rubino takes out Bondic over towards Connector, and now it's a 3 versus 2. The retake has got to be fast here. The bomb has just gone down. Blade and World Edit are going to struggle quite a lot here. Blade has to find this first frag to equalise it, but KAB's going to be in a great position. Going to be able to spray. Oh, he's going to choke it. Blade shutting him down now. And now it's down to a 2 versus 2, and they're going to push in, but Rubino's position is favourable. He's going to find that first one to World Edit, peeking out and getting that second. So Dignitas securing match point 15-12. And if FSid win this, we'll be at our scoreline of 15-13.
Yep.
And possibly ending the map in the same score.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
That would be a very nice coincidence. But actually, I don't know if you noticed, I mean, the FSid actually played it relatively smart. They didn't go for the same approaches they usually do on the defense of the V-bomb side. They fell back even a bit more than usual, and then tried to go for the try to assume that the terrorists are going to be pushing them, trying to check if anyone was in connector from drop and stuff like that. And that didn't happen. Basically, again, Dignitas just going straight for the simple B split, going for drop, going from plateau, and rushing in there, getting the trade deals in which they're better. And now we have Oh, 15-12.
Yeah, and I think they're doing the exact same thing here. You can see they're pushed up towards the A site with 4 players. 1 player is ready to also join them, but I think they could easily rotate and go back towards the B site, which would be the best call. Force a few players over towards A with some flashes and smokes and some footsteps towards long, and then just fast rotate and push towards B, and then they have the site. They've done it the last 2 rounds, and it's worked perfectly.
Or this might be the double fake, and this time they're actually going to be executing on the onside.
And it seems like you're going to be correct. Kirby picking up that first frag. Config also getting one, and now it's going to be Markolov coming in. He's going to be shut down from balcony. It looks like it could be a 16-12 scoreline. There's only Shara and World Editor left, and they're going to be close to falling here. The Molotov holding Shara back, and the smoke on balcony. World Editor and Shara are trapped out of the site, and this is going to be extremely difficult 2 versus 4 to come back from. Flip side, so much hope in them, but it seems like their dreams are finally going to be crushed, and they're not even committing to this smoke. Their time is running out. 15 seconds done by that smoke. That's horrible for these CTs trying to retake, and the Molotov going out towards long here. Well, they're going to go down to MSL and KOV finishing off Shara, so that's going to be the final scoreline. 16-12 of the second map, and Dignitas will take it 2-0, winning their first game in the group stages.
Yeah, that's going to mean that Dignitas are going to be meeting Envyus in the winners bracket, in the winners match. That's going to be coming up after the losers match.
Yeah, losers match.
And we have FSid and CLG coming up next in the next best of 3. So that should be pretty interesting. We'll see if CLG was just CLG's performance versus Envyus was just a fluke.
I think it'll be interesting because obviously we saw FSid struggle a lot on T side, do very well on CT, although they couldn't close out either map there. I still think they should be proud of their achievement, at least in terms of getting so many rounds on CT side and bringing it almost back to a win twice. So you've got to take that into account. And coming against CLG, obviously CLG are a team
curious to see if we are going to see the match anytime soon. Sadly, the countdown timer said coming soon, and we just finished our prep talk. So what can we say?
Oof. I mean, we can talk about the new change. We didn't really get to talk about this much with the analysis after that was the Envyus COG game, which we did some analysis about that, but we didn't really get into the fact that it seems that NBK is the new in-game leader. It's not something we've had directly confirmed from Envyus, but he's sitting in the middle, as you say.
And he took over calling it SLTV.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly.
Yeah,
so,
I think I heard
in those
as well.
games, I don't think that NBK is the only one that talks in the game. They all have the experience.
It's
Happy's gonna chime in as well.
To be on the low, where it's like it hasn't been downright confirmed yet. At least it's not something I've seen. But it's an interesting change, and it's going to be I'm interested to see how it's going to work. It didn't really work too well versus COG, it seemed.
Yeah, I think really it was a problem of Envyus starting off cold. Kind of cold, they had time to warm up. Everyone had his own PC. Also, Config here, one of the young guys that is very strong, sadly, and he can also rip teams like Envyus apart if he's on fire.
Definitely. I don't think there's a team that these two youngsters that we've just seen, Config and Kirby, I don't think there are any teams right now that these guys can't pull apart just on individual skill and raw aim. They're definitely, upcoming superstars, both of them, and it's going to be interesting to see how they fare in this matchup versus Envyus. Envyus, a team heavily based on their individual skill.
Yeah.
Of course, we also have Tensky, who has not really been stepping up so much with Franks, but he seems to be kind of in a lurker role and more in a passive supporting role.
He lets the other ones shine, and if he's needed, he can step up. He got a really big spray on Cobblestone as well against FSid3 to hold down the B-bomb side when they were actually on the terrace side and executing. And now we have MSL, a big factor that Dignitas were happy to have now, a strong AWP. That was something that a lot of teams struggle with, but Dignitas definitely aren't struggling with that anymore.
No, he's been having some really good performances with the AWP and also actually just rifles throughout this tournament. Now we also have Rubino, the only guy who's not from Denmark in this side, but he does he does speak Danish. I believe he's been living in Denmark for quite some time now. We have a nice little overview of the team there who are just chilling. we saw them play Surf quite a bit before their first game, so
it warms up the wrist just like headshotting.
Yeah, definitely. Now a guy who's famous for headshotting, pretty much. Not really in the terms of Scream, but NBK, definitely a headshot machine. I think he had the highest headshot percentage versus COG, especially on the first map. I think he had like 65%, which is very, very nice.
And next up, the counterpart to MSL, Kenny S, obviously considered to be the top 2 AWP together with Guardian. It depends on the daily form they are in, but they battle it out for the top spot here. So Kenny S has a lot of pressure on his shoulders as well. Just like always, he's going to be the guy that gets Kyoshima and company into the rounds with his first frags, with his holds and peaks.
Definitely. He's also one of the AWPs that's not afraid to go for an intro frag. And it's very nice to have a guy who can open up the rounds and then kind of let the teammates do the rest of the talking, I guess you can say. But yeah, the next player that's going to be coming up here on the wall is going to be Apex, who is the entry fragger for Envyus. And he was, I'd say, somewhat anonymous on like a few of the maps actually versus COG. He didn't really have any big performances this tournament so far, but then again, he's only really had one series. And then Happy,
who definitely changed a lot. I mean, he's not top fragging anymore, at least he wasn't yesterday. His position, his role has changed, as we already mentioned. And I think him focusing more on his own role and not so much on the others might have actually weakened him. It sounds really stupid, I know that, but he didn't get too many frags, just like Apex. The impact wasn't there anymore. His lurks weren't as effective.
I think it might be due to him, being used to controlling players and knowing where everybody is at any time.
Yeah.
And the fact that he can't rely on them following his plans. Maybe the game changes, like not only for obviously how they attack the opposition, but also just a standard setup could be something that's been entirely shaken up. And if he's not comfortable in this team now that he's not calling the shots, they definitely will impact his own performance in a negative way. And that could be what we saw, especially on Cash, where I think he had 8 kills in the first 24 rounds, which is a third of a kill per round.
We rarely see that of Happy.
No, we rarely see that. Usually he's a guy who gets really, really good ratings, especially because he's a lurker. You know, statistically he usually is very good.
Gets more frags than he dies, at least.
Yeah,
usually you get easier frags from behind. And I mean, Happy did go for the lurks, but him keeping up with his teammates on a different note. He can't direct them, like you said, so he has to kind of adjust to them, and he's not used to that. At least it doesn't seem like it. How is that going to be countered by Dignitas? Can they really abuse that?
I don't really know. I think it's too early to say, since we haven't really seen too many games at this event, and also we haven't seen too many events where this this change has come into effect.
Yeah.
So it's, first of all, hard to really find a counter, since you have nothing to really base it on. But at the same time, it's just too early to tell, I'd say. If he can't put up any frags like he had been struggling with, especially on Cash versus COG, then it's, I mean, there's no way around it that's going to impact them. But it's a bit too early to tell, I'd say.
Okay. So I don't know if the players are going to get ready. We saw them on screen already, and we saw them on the server as well, jumping around and messing about. I think we should get going sometime soon if we get some confirmation. So the odds, I think, as I already said, they resemble what we think about the game, even though your Danish heart is still pumping, and I still have to choke that until it stops. But maybe Envyus can do some of that. We have the first map is going to be the map pick of Dignitas.
Yes, I assume it would be. That would be Cobblestone.
So it's Cobblestone. So that's the ideal start for the Danes.
Yeah, as I said, I think if they lose the first map, then they're not going to really come back from that. And then I think it's a good. Well, it's kind of lucky that they've gotten their map pick first, because if they lose their map pick, chances are they'll still not be able to take Inferno. I think that's a bit of a long shot. But yeah, I think one of the strengths of the Dignitas side right now that we saw in Leipzig, DreamHack Leipzig, was the fact that even though they play bigger teams, like for example Virtus Pro, who they ended up knocking out of the tournament, it doesn't seem like, and it sounds bad, but it's the way that they don't respect their opponents.
Yeah.
It's not like complete disrespect like Virtus Pro sometimes have done to other opponents.
Teabagging or knifing in the back.
But it's kind of they're not afraid. They are a very confident team, and that's I mean, that shows because of so many youngsters, that are just waiting to actually crush bigger teams. And here we have them on the screen, Dignitas. So I think that's definitely one of the biggest strengths this side. And playing against Envyus, you have to be not scared, because if you give up map control too easily or just don't dare to take any 1v1 duels, they'll just run you over.
Yeah, guys like Kenny S and Apex will use that space you give them. And then they have Happy on top, a very capable lurker, even though we kind of talked him down a little bit. We all know what he's capable of. And if you're not really suffocating them in their own space, then they are going to bloom like a flower, like they did on Cash against CLG. And we will see that flower bloom already on the A split. It's Envyus on the terrace side on Cobblestone, jumping right into the action. So everyone that just tuned in, I'm Dabu, and with me is Nato Safix. We have Config trying to get some map control on the B hallways, but he backs away now. The bomb has been planted on A in the meantime. Can Dignitas still rotate as long as Happy is around there?
It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case here. Now Kiabi and Config actually coming in with 2 big kills, and 2 of the T players already spotted out, and this is the remaining 2. So one of them going to be dropping by MSL. He's going to keep on taking this fight versus MVK. He is going to be winning it.
They don't have a defuse kit though. They don't have a defuse kit, but I think they have enough time,
Yeah, are you sure? Because we don't have in-game sound here in the caster headsets, and it's a bit hard to know. But it does seem like the beeping is going to be stopping now. And the pistol round going in the favor of Dignitas, and I have no clue how they got back into that game. I mean, the quick rotation, of course, but they had 2 players pushed up in A, and 4 players coming from behind, taking the bomb site, getting the plant so early as well. I mean, it should have really been a round in the bag for Envyus, but
yeah,
unfortunately not.
Catching Happy there and keeping him there as well. Like, he was occupying Happy so long that the backstep that Happy planned to make, you know, coming back into the CT's back through connector and then holding them off, kind of worked in favor of the CTs, because Happy didn't have the impact. And now we see Tensky with a spray. He didn't quite finish them off, but MSL with a double. Apex will retaliate to make it a 2v3. The CTs, though, have the weaponry still. And, well, Apex and Happy should have a rough time here. They have a Tech 9 and the Farmers picked up on Apex, but they still have to make a very wide rotation, especially now that Happy went down to Kievi. It's going to be Apex alone. Key frag would be Config, who's still holding B.
Yeah, and Apex, he has a really big job on his hands here in a 1 versus 3 situation. 1 minute on the clock, though, so he's got some time to play with. He's also picked up a Farmer, so he might actually be able to salvage this round somehow. Now, he's going to be just throwing a fake flash there that's going to pop and kind of alert the CTs to the wrong area. But in fact, that's actually just going to cause more rotations from the CTs. And Config, who had totally backed off from the bomb site, has now pushed out more aggressively, so they will not allow him to get a bomb plant if they can kind of counter him here. Config going to be peeking. He wins the duel, in fact, and going down to 3 HP there from Mars. Even the headshot was not enough, but Config, with just an MP7, actually is going to be beating Apex in this 1 versus 1 duel.
Yeah, 2-0 in favor of Dignitas. They had some struggle at the start of the round, but it was just the generic 5-man push into A long, try to trade frags, which Envyus was successfully doing, but then Happy was caught off guard in middle, and it was Apex left alone. So the CTs have some more time to farm some money, which MSL is going to do for his upcoming orb.
And then Tensky going to be peeking out from the Matrix area here. NBK also dropping, so that's 2 for Tensky. Now he's looking for more, and the T players don't even really have armor, which is quite unusual, but not when you take into account the fact that they got the bomb plant in the piss around. Now MSL is going to be taken down Happy, and it's just an easy peasy round. Clean sweep from the CTs, and we're looking at Dignitas on 3 rounds.
So much money saved for Dignitas in those rounds, especially in the last one. Not having to buy up armor, helmet, and the defuse kits, plus even a few nades have been saved by them, means a lot to their economy. You can see it's 6K, 5K, so we have MSL cuddle his teammate there, giving him a last hug before he is off to the B bomb site. Please return safely, babe. And Envyus, obviously with the orb to counter a possible CT orb. Canis is going to look for some entry frags here around the map. The Frenchman will take it slow, and the CTs have to counter that as well.
And now they're actually not going to take it slow at all anymore. They're going to be forcing 4 players up through the middle area, and Kiabi has had the rotation come in. Tensky and MSL getting 1 apiece, and look at the CTs. Once again, they're so aggressively pushed in. Kiabi takes down Apex as well, so NBK and Happy left now in a 2 versus 5 situation, and once again, Dignitas with these numerical advantages, but NBK going to be just lowering the player count for the Dignitas side here as he's looking for yet another one.
Yeah, the time is a big factor. We are obviously playing with a new timing, so 1:55 on the clock and 40 seconds on the bomb. Just for everyone that has missed that update, it was a crucial one. Happy and MBK have the time, but now they just waited. They wanted to let the CTs make a mistake, get impatient. Maybe MSL will be impatient enough to run into Happy. But the Frenchman is prepared. MSL still gets the headshot. Great stuff by him, even with the rifles, just like you said before the game was starting. He's not only very good with the orb, but also with the guns, with the rifles, as well as Kiabi, who gets his double kill. Dignitas make it 4-0, and they barely lose any players again.
Yeah, and that's going to be very, very nice for their economy. We saw them have some really strong CT display on Cobblestone. Just the map before this versus Flipside, where they actually... do you remember, was it 13-2 or 12-3? I'm not actually sure.
It was 13-2.
13-2, yeah, that's just the same as Inferno then, and that was a very convincing scoreline. But the T's once again on pistols, this time with armor, and it's a bunch of Tech 9s. Tensky once again playing this A area where he's just going to be locking out the T players. Hopefully Tensky spraying through the smoke and connecting a couple bullets, but in fact he gets taken down by Keo. And now MSL has to come in and save the day here, but the T's not accelerating off of this first pick and then looking for more still. MSL repopping the smoke, but gets pushed by Happy, and then Kirby with 2. Can he find the third? Almost, but runs out of bullets. And then all the T players low, and Rubino takes the first. That's the guy with the most HP. Going to be finding the second. That's Config. And now the last player standing is Kiyoshima, who is in this A-long area and just looking for the players, but with only 20 HP left, it's really just a slither of the amount of HP on the CT side.
He needs a double headshot instantly. I mean, on one player, and then a double headshot on the second one to really put him down. Otherwise, I can't see Q come back here. He's just trying to figure out a way how to breach into the A bomb site. And we see it quite often that players stand still in those situations, just waiting for their opponents to make a mistake. But Dignitas won't make any mistakes so far. They have Rubino on the lookout on the A-bomb side, and Config is coming in, closing in the distance. So Rubino with the P90 headshot. Dignitas make it 5-0. Now, their economy is damaged a little bit. They lost 3 players, but they won't really care about that. So well played by the Danes, not paying any respect to the Frenchmen.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the pre-game. I really feel like these pushes, I mean, we saw it in the pistol round where Happy was caught off guard, so he couldn't really lurk, and that was Config catching him out. And it just seems like whenever Envyus go for an A play, the CCs, instead of falling back, they instead push on further and end up actually being behind the terrorist side, which is pretty much what's deciding the outcome of these rounds. And then also Config, you know, having that push in the pistol round totally changed the outcome of that round. So this aggression that we talked about, that we needed to see from the Dignitas players, is coming out and is working beautifully.
It's working again. MSL took deep control of B platform and B long, and therefore the terrorists are limited. It's just like Inferno. If you close that area out, it's almost as if you smoke off banana. Obviously not completely the same, but you can compare it. You can see the Frenchmen are forced to execute on A, and MSL is going. He was switching his position up, but goes down to Kenny S. And the terrorists will get the man advantage. Another one by NBK in main, doing the work now for the terrorist squad. And Kenny S got his orb kind of salvaged that off MSL's hands, and he's setting it up on the A bomb site. Envyus with 40 seconds on the clock. They need to do something, and it's going to be the A-bomb. But again, we have Kierby pushing into them, just like you said, and he will be punished for that by NBK. Rubino and Config in a 2v5. It looks like a sure thing for Envyus now.
Yeah, and we see the Happy drop lurk trademark coming in here, and it ends up actually being, this time, a clean sweep for the terrorists. Now, I really think that there's a big change in how Envyus used to play and how they play right now. When they get the picks right now, instead of speeding up like you generally see them do, you actually see them fall back passively and holding. And this time, versus Dignitas, it worked very, very well, where you saw Kirby actually trying to take back mid-control, and by doing so, he got caught out by 2 players who, in return, decided to push him together and ended up killing him without him really shelling out much damage. So we actually see NBK with a nice little smoke spray on MSL, but the map control in the other round didn't really pay off.
Not so far. Now Kierby retaliates that first frag on the B bomb site on drop zone, and the youngster is under heavy pressure still. There is Kyo around, still holding the CTs a little bit on the B bomb site, but the main advance will commence on A, with Apex cleaning out A long. He will be faced off with 2 CTs. Look at that double hold by Tensky. He goes down, though Rubino is not able to get the frag straight away and has to retreat. And instead of retreating, like you said, he takes the advantage on A main, and he could catch MBK off guard with maybe even a smoke or grenade in his hands. If it wasn't for MBK rotating to B now, Envyus is switching it up, but Kierby is pushed up and he intercepts a bomb. Kierby, that's a great frag for the CTs. Kyo and Kenny running out of time really soon. Kenny is still on A, and Kyo has to leg it to the bomb site and help his teammate hold on to that.
Yeah, and the only choice for Kenny S in this scenario is to actually push on further to A bomb site when they lose the bomb. So it's really nice play by Kenny, but he needs to find a frag, and he needs to do it before Keo comes in. If he doesn't, it's going to be very, very hard for them to actually keep the after plant here. And Kenny going to be smoking off Matrix, or at least trying to the A long area, as some people also call it. Now, Config just going to be taking a straight-up fight with Kenny with one shot. Now, 10 seconds left on the clock. It's not a lot of time to work with. It looks like he's just going to be trying to hang on to this AWP that is in his hands, even though Rubino definitely willing to take a fight. And he doesn't miss the no-scope in the end, so Rubino takes him down, headshot through the wall, and that's Kenny S losing his, I guess you can say, trademark weapon here.
Yeah, and we can see the smoke spray by Envyus early on in the round to keep Dignitas from getting into their face, which worked in that situation, but then it didn't, because Kjaerbye pushed into upper drop zone and got the frag on the bomb carrier. Envyus is kind of in a bad spot right now. Only one strategy worked. There are already 8 rounds or 7 rounds in the game. They need to figure something out, so they go for the default setup. Let's put 5 players on B, split 2 through drop zone, 3 through the platform.
Yeah, and Config has taken some aggressive platform control here. He's going to be going down, though, as that pop flash is just going to be coming in. Very, very well stuffed by Envyus. Now, Apex and Happy finding a frag each, and then MSL returns onto Keo. Apex going to be dropping MSL in the end, and that leaves it all to Tensky. So this round unfolding very, very quickly, and a 1 versus 4 situation. Unlikely for Tensky, and I don't think he's even going to try this one.
Nah, he wants to save to have at least something to work with in the next round. The trading rounds always resolves in the terrorists being on the upper part of the finances, and that obviously gives them the chance to buy up and then make the CT struggle with their own money. It's really, as I said, 7 rounds into the game now. The 8th round is over, and Envyus managed to get 2 rounds on the board and break the CT's economy.
Yeah, and I mean, Tensky with only $800, as we can see here, and his rifle in hand, he really needs to hang on to this because they won't have much going into this. They just got their money reset, and yeah, they're going to be pretty much at $2,000 each. So what I think we're going to be looking to see in this next round is all of the Dignitas players most likely going eco, possibly buying a P250 as the maximum, and then Tensky being placed on a bomb site for his own, or at least playing aggressively. But in fact, they're going to be going for a bit of a force buy here. It's also one of the possibilities you can definitely go for, since they're going to be pretty much double ecoing anyway.
Yeah.
But we see some players saving a bit of bank. Kjaerbye and Rubino, I think they went with about $800 in the bank. That doesn't actually add up, so I think it must have been a GoTV a bug there.
Yeah, you never know with GoTV, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, a CZ and a body armor, that is going to be at least $1,100. If it's 2K, then yeah, I guess it does actually add up in the end. Math is hard, but Happy going to be just watching the boost for drop, and
yeah,
right now we're seeing the slowest round of this game so far.
Yeah, Envy doesn't want to make a mistake now. They know they have that. The first time in the game, they have the game in the palm of their hands. They don't want to lose it again. They really need to pick up this round, then make Dignitas go for the next save, and then, you know, close the distance, make the youngsters feel the presence of the, you know, the dark presence. The dark side is around. We have to be scared now, and then maybe make them crumble a little bit. But we are yet to see that. Tensky with the M4A4, he gets flashed completely. NBK will dispose of him with ease, and the terrorists have breached the B bombs at the CT, still with the pistols, all in drop zone. And Config with the first frag. Now the terrorists are dropping on low HP already. Kenny's still looking for a frag, while Kjaerbye is picking up his teammate. Kenny's goes for the rifle. Now they feel the pressure's back on the terrorist side. MBK luckily gets that frag with a nade and puts down Kjaerbye, as well as Rubino and Config, who quickly fall to Kenny's and MBK. It's MSL on his own. He's got 1 frag, but that's all he can do. MBK with the quad kill when it was about to slip away from Envyus.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really say it was that close of slipping away. They did have the bomb down. They were at a numerical disadvantage, but the CTs had inferior equipment, so I didn't really think that it was slipping away entirely, at least. But one thing I want to mention was the fact that they grouped up at plat, and then one guy shoulder peaks to bring the attention of Tensky and make him focus on that area of the map. Then the pop flash comes in, Tensky gets fully blind, and it's so well executed that Envyus just get a free frag and essentially a free bomb site, because what they did was kill off the rifle early on, and then there's really nothing left.
Yeah, it's the scoreline kind of resembles the odds, but turned backwards. So it's 6-3, while 6 kind of, 60% voted for Envyus and 30% voted for Dignitas, roughly. I mean, +5 on either end. But yeah, those pushes and those little things that Envyus uses, the pop flashes and stuff, they always will work against every single team, because you're just a human being. You have to at one point you have to catch the bait, so to speak.
Yeah, it's also down to how well they execute them. If that shoulder peak hadn't come in, I think it still would have paid off in this scenario. But had he been playing any other position, it's very, very nice to actually just clear out the angles like one at a time and try to find out where the player is and then throw the flash. I think what they did this time around was that they shoulder peaked and they would have thrown the flash anyway. So it's just to take control of plat. Even if he's not there, then that flash just enables them to clear out the area more effectively.
Without that much danger of being taken down.
Definitely. And now Config going for actually the hero play here, 1 versus 4, and he's trying to take down terrorist players, but he really should have probably just saved the AK. It's not like the economy is looking too good, and saving, $3,100 in this case would have maybe been the better choice.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. We still have to play 5 more rounds, and that money can add up as well, to maybe get him the chance to drop a weapon down the line for one of his teammates. But, well, they did it like that, and they have to live with the consequences. Only 1 defuse kit on Config, and Envyus has figured out how to handle the CTs. They are back on the B platform and the drop zone play. And this time around, they are doing it a little quicker. Good flashes there by the Frenchman, but the first frag in favor of Dignitas. Config with a USP frag, but Apex retaliates. Rubino with the answer, and the CTs in the lead. Player-wise, Kirby makes it a 4v1 now, and Kenny, as quickly as this execution began, it ran out of punch, and it was just a weak slap on the shoulder.
Yeah, actually Kirby being timed pretty hard by Happy that the timing on him turning was just perfect for Happy peeking, but Happy somehow still lost the duel. I'm not quite sure how he managed to actually not hit his shots there, but very well done by Kirby to actually quickly lock onto his head and then just finish him off. But yeah, Envyus not looking too good in that round. They definitely had a game plan, but they didn't do a very good job at actually playing it out.
Yeah, maybe they can do it even better this time around. They are up against another buy by Dignitas, and they're about to close the scoreline to maybe a 7-5. It could work out. Let's see what the AWP in the hands of Kenny S can achieve. He's with Apex, long-term team members, and they know each other inside out, and they will get the trade for each other. Tensky, though, stays alive, and if he would have gone down, that would have been the really key frag that would have triggered a quick execution by Envyus just to follow it up on the 2 entries. But now that he stays alive, the Frenchmen have to slow down and set up a decent execution with smokes and flashes on the right points, with timed entrances as well.
Yeah, and it's the second time we actually see the Ts double peeking that long area. And what the CTs are doing really well is that they are almost always playing 2 guys there who are helping each other. Now, in this particular case, I really think that Tensky should have gotten the kill on Kenny S when he wide peeked, but unfortunately, he did not manage to land the shots, and that means that it's, instead of a 4 versus 3, it's still a 4 versus 4 situation.
Yeah, at least he stays alive and maintains control over the A bomb site, but just for now, he drops the first one, goes for the spray, but messed up a little bit. MBK will punish him for that 2v2, though. The CT's on a quick rotation. They're already inside, and they are past those choke points. Kiyu has to go big for his teammate to get the bomb plant and also the round, and he will do that. 2 quick frags will finish Dignitas' hopes of getting back on track again, and the CTs are running out of money again. So, Envyus are clawing their way back.
Yeah, definitely. I wish we could see the money right now, but we're just going to have to wait for the player cameras to be removed there. Now, the money actually not looking too good on Envyus's side of things here. But
yeah, they lost a lot of players.
Definitely. NBK actually the only guy who has a bit of bank. And then we have the Dignitas players who are going to be investing with a couple of pistols. We've seen them land so many Deagle headshots. Rubino going to be landing the first though, and that's not with the Deagle, it's with the CZ. Then Config with one of the Deagle headshots as NBK also removes Rubino from the server. Now Config also gets taken out by NBK and Happy with 2. And it's all left to Kirby, who's going to be taken out with an 8. Surely he is not, but an NBK is going to be finishing him off. And that's the 6th round on the board for Envyus.
Yeah. And they saved the orb as well, so the Frenchman should be happy with the outcome of the past few rounds. Let's see Kiyo's clutch play in a 2v2 again. Perfect position by him, perfect adjustment of angles, and perfect crosshair placement. You can see how easy it can be in a 2v2. If you only were a pro, it would all be so easy. Dignitas now back on rifles after saving, but the Danes have to get out of that slump. 2 rounds to go, and, well, they kind of would like to have at least 8 on the board, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is, as we talked about, a T-sided map generally, so I think both teams would like that 8th round on the board. For Dignitas, it would be favoring them slightly, but Envyus really need that 8th round, and if they don't get that, then it's looking at a pretty bad half for them. Them going into this game being the favored team, they should be definitely, you know, they should be doing better, but then again, it is Dignitas' map pick, so you can't really blame them too much. Now, Apex and Kenny going to be taking 1 each, and this double peak from the 2 players on the Envyus team is just absolutely amazing, as Kiyo also drops Config. So now it's 5 versus 2 scenario, and Happy, once again, looking to take that duel towards drop, but he is once again going to be timing this so well, as Rubino and Kirby both leave the area.
Yeah, they were both at drop zone, but realized we are easy to be flanked out, we are easy to be ambushed from above, so let's try and get some information together, sneak around. They will pick up 1 frag with 30 seconds on the clock. The terrorists will quickly make their way to A, and I don't think the bomb is going to be missed on that one. MBK already carries it in. They still check those corners. I mean, I just get flashbacks of that bomb site when Freiberg got that amazing clutch at Cologne 2014, I guess it was. So some of you might have not been around back then, but I mean, you have to check those tiny spots to be sure that there is nobody around, especially when you're about to run out of time.
The A-bomb site in Cobblestone is definitely one of those sites where you can sit in hiding, and then as the T's come in, you can actually let them pass or let them plant the bomb. Then you can jump out from your, you know, hiding and just take the straight-up fight. Usually you're just looking at a guy with his back turned or a guy planting the bomb, and either will most likely grant you a free frag. Sometimes you can even get 2 or maybe 3.
Yeah.
So it is definitely effective. And it can be even more effective if you do it when the round is nearing its end on the timer, because then the T's don't really have time to check the corners.
And they are stressed in the first place already.
Stressed in the first place, definitely. And then you can, single-handedly win the round for your team by just being in the particular spot.
And the weapon doesn't even matter in that scenario, because even if you have a max 7, 2 quick clicks, 2 quick kills, and suddenly it's all over. But maybe we can see that play by MSL with the Deagle. This time around, he's down to 4 HP already. As I mentioned his name, it was like God's anger just unleashed on MSL in that very moment. 7-7, the scoreline. Envyus, as we already pointed out, would like to have this 8th round to make up for the slow start they had in this game. But it's Dignitas' map pick, and if Envyus only wins 7, it's still gonna be okay for them. Let's see what their plans are. They're back to their default 2 players in drop zone, 3 at A.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing Envyus once again, just going into this more passive style. But Kirby, this time, from the long plat, they have the map control once again, and this time he's going to win the duel. So Happy going to be dropping, and that obviously favors the CTs here. But MSL so dangerously low, and that even though he counts as a player, he's very easy to take down, and it might very quickly be that this advantage is nullified.
Yeah, let's see if Kenny S can be the guy to really swing it in the favor of the Terrace. He misses that flick, and Tensky with the Farmer's Frag, making it a 5v3. The CT's definitely in the favorite position right now, but MBK and Keo push through to the B bomb site. Now the bomb is carried in as well, and Apex is still waiting in wait on drop zone. He's going to be backstabbed by Kiebi, though. In the meantime, the firefight on the side ends in favor of the CTs, but Apex comes out bursting with 2 frags. It's 15 seconds on the clock. MSL on 4 HP. He gets spotted by Apex, but the smoke hinders the Frenchman and he just hunts him down. No chance for MSL. Apex with the triple kill, and that's how crucial Alert can be.
A 1 versus 3 situation. That was the first 2 headshots were absolutely amazing, and then the last frag, it's not really that hard of a job considering the situation that he's in, but then again they're both low HP. MSL decided to pick up the pistol there. It could have definitely worked in his favor, but unfortunately he's unable to actually land the shot there, which is quite a shame for anybody rooting for Dignitas, of course. But Apex, phenomenal play, 1 versus 3. We're going to be seeing the smoke spam once again that came in earlier in this game. I think that's
Vac.
Yeah, back in chat. Oh, we're going to be looking at all of the highlights through, from this first half, I believe. So we are going to be seeing nice 1 versus 3 once again. And there's Keo, good positioning, and takes out
that
Config for free.
Yeah, the 2v2 was a crucial point in time. You were able to see 7-5. If the CTs win it, it's 8-5, possibly even 9-5, and then last round coming up. Either way, 50-50. It could have really been the game changer for Dignitas in that moment.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd be pretty scared if I was Dignitas, seeing as the T side versus flip side was very lackluster. If they don't come into this game with something special, you're not going to beat a team like Envyus. Even though, obviously they're not slumping or anything, but they did have a bit of a bad game, as we've brought up a few times, versus COG. Far too close, actually. Looking at it from an, I guess you could say like an odds point of view, where it's going into the game. I don't think many would have thought that the game would have been that close. Indeed. So Envy's a bit of a bad game, but they're looking much better in this game. NBK on 17 kills. That's definitely something to highlight.
Yeah.
Here. As well as Rubino, who usually is one of the more consistent fraggers on Dignitas. Only on 7 kills.
Yeah, the weak points are, well, not really to spot anywhere. It's on both sides we have top performers who stand out like Kievi and MSL, and then we have MBK with 17. But I think a crucial part of this whole game was Kenny S and Apex on a long, facing off against, I believe it was MSL and
Tensky.
And Tensky.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
right.
Too.
He got a few crucial frags. So they are not the highest fraggers, but they were really big in this game. They decided rounds, because if Tensky and MSL get the frag, the terrorists are forced away from A. If they go down, the round will most likely end up on A, and then the B defenders don't have that big of an impact anymore because of the 2 choke points in the rotation area. So they were really crucial.
Yeah, and in Cobblestone, the A bomb site is definitely one of those bomb sites, kind of like the A bomb site on Overpass, where you can kind of go for the initial aggression, and if you don't manage to actually win that fight, or you for some reason feel that you're not at a fair fight anymore, maybe you're low on HP, or maybe they've just smoked off key areas, then you can easily rotate back into the back of the bomb site and hold it from there and call for rotations from your teammates. And that's what MSL and Tensky did very, very well. And even though they didn't get so many kills, they definitely played out their roles on the A bomb side, and I think that's why they got so many CT rounds early on. Information
is key on the CT side, and Envyus is trying to pick that up with Keo on platform on the B bomb side. A heavy B stacked by Envyus. The terrorists on the other side, they are fully focused on A. It couldn't start off better for Dignitas at the moment, but we have to see how the CTs handle the rest of the round, and if Dignitas might not even end up rotating back to B, which at the moment is not really out of the question.
Yeah, we see Dignitas not really going for one of the more standard strats, which is the one that Envyus is trying to counter, where you just fly down drop and you kind of split the B bomb side or even rotate towards the A bomb side through drop. And instead, they're going to be going for the straight up A play. It looks to be the right call here as Rubino comes from behind and kills NBK. Pistol out of bullets though as he gets taken down by Apex, and now the CT retake is coming in.
4v4 retake. The doors are still smoked off, but now it clears away. MSL has to go big. The CTs have to be kept in those choke points. Config doing a great job here. Double headshot with the Glock. Apex goes to work on him. It's a 2v3. Still possible for Envyus, especially with the defuse kit on Happy. MSL firing away, and as I said, he has to go clutch, and he does it. He already puts Happy down to 5 and picks up his second frag of the round to make it 8-8. Dignitas win the pistol, and now I'm curious to see if Envyus can counter that. They are a famous team in those anti-eco rounds, so maybe they can spark some of their own magic and upset the Danes to make it 9-8.
I'm just thinking here that when you have such a big call, I'd call it, you know, here on stacking towards the B bomb side and having no players towards A, if you have a new in-game leader, you get this call, you do it. Maybe you don't think it's actually a good decision, but of course you do it because he's the in-game leader, he makes the decisions. When it doesn't work out and when it pans out so horribly wrong like here, I mean, you must start second-guessing your in-game leader.
You think that is going on at the moment?
I could definitely see it happening since it turned out to be a rather bad call. And if that's, you know, how we're going to be starting this half, how is the rest of the half going to be looking?
Yeah, so maybe there is some doubt growing in Envyus. We are going to see that soon. Not in this round, at least I don't think so. They definitely spread out, so they are not going for another stack, that's for sure. MBK didn't come up with that call anymore. But Kenny S is in a crucial position. He gets spotted though. Thorough play by Tensky with the Mac-10, getting some money as well. And Kiabi with the cover with... Yeah.
Covering fire?
Yes.
Yes,
thank
covering
you.
fire, or the coverage. Oh wait, that doesn't really make much sense. But none the matter, Kiabi is going to be doing a bit of damage. Happy in a good position, but gets taken out by Config. Now 2 CT players left, just one. Config takes down the second and the third. A good headshot from him.
Yeah.
Config, obviously one of the better aimers in this team, and he definitely shows that he can pop them heads. And if the CTs are there with pistols and no armor, pretty much, I think
just
in this case they
gallery.
would have the armor. But yeah, it is just like a shooting gallery.
Those are the most fun rounds, right? When you run around with an AK, turning left and right, clicking and seeing your frag count and your money stacking up. Now, stacking up is Envyus on the A bomb side. This time around, they won't have any armor, only P250s. So the chances are already slim. They try to hire those chances by stacking a site, which I kind of like. But
it's a good decision, but it's the wrong decision again. And you need to start thinking about, you know, are we just making poor decisions here? Are we losing rounds because of these poor decisions? Normally, you wouldn't, you know, put yourself on the line this way by you know, making these bold predictions on CT side. This is something they do on T side, but these are the kind of, you know, the force buy round. The first one was the pistol round, which is very crucial. The force buy round, it didn't really do anything out of the ordinary. This is just an eco, so I kind of get the idea. But when every decision you make is wrong, pretty much, then you need to, it's going to be pretty hard when you're a new in-game leader and you, you're calling the shots and they just
maybe doubting
really
yourself is the biggest problem in that scenario.
It could be, definitely. I mean, his teammates have played with him for a long time, so they must know that he is capable and a smart player. But going into an event like this and having the pressure on, you know, you're the favorites to win the whole tournament, actually, and you start, losing.
Start off slowly and then start losing rounds where you might have had some impact if you played it differently. But those are all what ifs, and players have to focus on the future. They have to focus on the next round. And one of the biggest and important rounds this game is this weapon round. Envyus are on the rifles, no ops in play so far. Dignitas is back to the A-bomb side, and they will go for the same strategy they used on the pistol, slowly working their way in there, pushing the CTs out if there would have been any CTs. But Kenny S is holding it from inside the A-bomb side with the support in Apex.
Yeah, and they actually mess up the smoke there. So Kenny going to be dropping yet another, and that's both smokes on the A bomb site now gone. And at the same time, I noticed that I think it was NBK who was rotating towards the A bomb site. But as soon as Rubino started stepping inside of the, the B apartments area, I guess you can call it the B long area.
Yeah.
He actually rotated back onto the B bomb site, and that's a bit of a problem for Envyus, who now once again are kind of not really stacking, but at least are favoring the wrong side of the map.
They are split out very far, and that means the CTs need to travel a long distance. Luckily for them, Apex comes in with the first frag, even though Pensky trades as Apex with a second before he goes down to Config. The damage has been done to the terrorists. They have been slowed down. That allows Envyus to move some support over there, which gets taken out by Config. And Rubino now makes it another 3v1. Kiyoshima is already backing away. There is no chance for him anymore. He doesn't have a defuse kit. He doesn't have equipment. No teammates around. Go back and try to restart in the next round.
Yeah, but they're not going to have much money next round. I mean, there's no real reason to go and lose your gun if there's no purpose. So I understand the decision, but it's not like it's going to help them massively. It's in the end, it might help them slightly because he's going to be keeping a bit of his money. His teammates, it might force, knowing Envyus, but then again, we actually haven't been seeing that many forces out of them this tournament. And that's definitely also one of the ways you can tell that they've changed up the play here. But he is going to be hanging on to his gun for now, and they're going to be calling a pause. That must be Envyus, surely.
Yeah, I think so too. At least I hope so. They use the time. You can see their faces, frustration building up. NBK making a not so happy face. The same goes for Kenny S. And if you wonder why Happy always puts his head on the hand, it's just his normal position. That's how he sits. If he's doing that and they're up 16, or not 16, but if they're up 15-0, he would still sit like that. So it's not necessarily a sign that Happy is frustrated, but I think his teammates are. You see the disappointment in Kyo as well. And they try to talk over, they try to reset their minds. Just taking off the headphones for a few seconds sometimes relieves so much pressure. When you put them on, you think, okay, now it's on. Now let's go. Come on, boys. And I think that's what Envyus is trying to achieve. On the other side, it gives Dignitas a lot of time to talk about their terrorist sides.
Now, I don't study behavioral science, but Kenny has definitely looked like a guy who was not too confident in the way he looked. It really felt, his face kind of signaled that the whole world was falling apart and that he definitely didn't believe, maybe not in himself, or at least not in the comeback. And if your arguably best player has already mentally given up, then it's going to be pretty hard to, get some comeback rolling, definitely. So it's rather nice, these LAN events where you can see the cameras and not see the cameras, but see the players on the cameras.
We can see the cameras.
It's always nice when you can see the cameras. That's fantastic. No, when you can see the players and kind of just see the expressions when different things happen. But it's clear that what they did in this pause was not talking things over. It didn't look like that. It was just more or less them chilling and finding their calm. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what they can actually change up here. It just seems like they're making bad decisions, but you can't really say...
Yeah, the wrong ones. Let's call it wrong decisions, because it's not necessarily bad. They got a piece of information. They maybe over-ecstatically rotated to be with MBK going all the way back to the statue and not staying around in drop zone. But it's just one rifle round. There is a lot of emphasis on that rifle round, of course, but you never know when Envyus is going to turn up the heat. They have another chance next round, and this is going to be really key. I mean, the first rifle round was key already, but this one is going to be a big key. And if that doesn't unlock the lock, the room's going to be closed.
Yeah, but we are getting slowly back into this game now. We talked about the first rifle round here, and how I also mentioned, while NBK may be second-guessing himself, he's shooting a lot of players here, but We saw him starting a rotation towards the A bomb site, hurt a single step, and then he rotated back to the B bomb site.
Yeah.
That was actually the right read that he had, the right idea, but he didn't stick with it. And maybe it's because he's actually second-guessing himself.
Yeah, and those thoughts in the back of your head, if it comes down to a duel or a clutch situation, your head is not going to be free, and you have to be water to be successful, even in CSGO. Now they already lost the first player, it's Apex, who goes down to Config, and it seems like Dignitas are not getting ahead of themselves either. I mean, they are 3 rounds ahead, but they're not celebrating yet. They are still taking it slowly. They're carefully checking everything. They try to spot another stack, and they definitely learned their lessons, and they are playing accordingly.
Yeah, a bit of a risky peak there from MBK, who's really not worried about any of the players here. Config going to be taking him down, as well as MSL now taking out Happy. Then Kenyes also drops, and what is left is the single rifle, and, you know, saving it once again would again be a good idea, since he, I mean, any damage he can do to the T economy won't really help them that much at this point in time. But him hanging on to this gun means that they can make the decision again, do we want to force next round, which isn't very viable if he loses this gun, or do we just want to eco and once again place the rifle on a single site? But he is going to be taking down Config. I don't think he's going to be able to hang on to this gun, and he is going to drop to Kirby. So 12-8 in favor of Dignitas, who also are on the T side of Cobble.
Yeah, now Envyus is 4 rounds behind. It didn't look too bad at the start of this half, but now it gets darker and darker. They put the AWP back on Kenny S and on Happy as well, so both of them are back with the big guns. Maybe this is the change they needed. Maybe this will give them some more map control back. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, they do have the double AWP setup, but I don't know. They haven't really been using the AWP so much this game. Kenny S missed a lot of easy shots, and that might have been why he had that facial expression when they paused. But that might also be the reason why Happy has decided to also pick up an AWP. He's playing the A-bomb site alone, which is something that we haven't seen from either team so far in this map. So if he can lock it down, that would definitely help them a lot. It's a lot about just finding the information and dropping back into the bomb site and waiting for the rotations. But it doesn't look like that's going to be what they're doing. Instead, they're actually stacking, and this time it's the right decision.
This time it is, or it is still the right decision, because the terrorists still have some info on B. They could still make the rotation. At least they snuck back into A main, and they wouldn't be facing off with the CT straight away. As you can see, NBK and Happy lined up for long, while Kiyoshima is the only one covering A main. And the terrorists are slowly pulling players back to B. The bomb still stays around at A though. So I'm curious to see what Dignitas is planning. Maybe even an A split through connector.
I think it's just going to be the straight-up fake on the B-bomb site, and then, yeah, it looks like they're actually going to be splitting through the connector. They're going to be facing off against 3 players, though, and Config going to be winning the first fight, and then MSL, and then Config takes down NBK, but also his teammate. So even though it's a 2 versus 4 situation, this should be in the hands of Dignitas, as I don't think Envyus will even go for this round. And open an M4 can help them massively next round. But
that could definitely help them, yeah.
Yeah. You could again drop the AWP over to Happy if that's what he wants, or you could play Kenny S playing solo A and then using the rifle on the B bomb side. But so far they just haven't had much luck on the CT side. I'm not quite sure they've even picked up a single round. I don't think they have. Didn't they win the half 8-7?
They did, yes.
Yes.
So perfect start by Dignitas in their own terrorist side. And the terrorist side, in my opinion, gives you more confidence for the whole best of 3. If you're doing good on your terrorist side, it means your entries are on point, your team play is on point, you're doing everything right, you're making the same and the right decisions. And if you have that confidence in the initiative that you take on the terrorist side, it will carry over to the next CT side even. You're feeling more aggressive, you're throwing off your opponent at times. And yeah, this could mean a lot to Dignitas if they pull it home, because we have seen them struggle closing out games today already.
Yeah, but they still have that tactical pause in the background. That's what's been their, so far, lucky savior. Now, they're going to be doing something entirely different this time, with Rubino just rushing out onto the B plant area. And they're going to be doing a smoke setup. They have the smoke for square and pretty much every single spot on the B bomb side here, I think. And Kyo going to be taking down Kirby. Now Rubino going to be finding the flank through the smoke and then gets a nade straight to the dome. NBK going to be rushing through the smoke, but he has been heard and Tensky actually takes him down. So that's a very, very quick round. But well orchestrated by Dignitas once again, and now they're on 14-8. And Envyus don't really have much to buy with, so this is looking more and more like
a Danish
for
map.
Dignitas.
Yeah, it's their map pick though, so let's not pang it. And it's Envyus.
Yeah, but let's just say your 2-0 prediction doesn't look too good right now.
Yeah, maybe I have to admit defeat on that one. But I said
Not
maybe
yet.
Dignitas can take a map away. It's always the same with my predictions. I say something and then I slip some maybes in there so I can still claim I've been right. Envyus definitely needs to be right with their calls today if they want to win this best-of-3 series. And I expected Apex and Kyo and Kenny to go a little deeper into A. That's why I tried to open up this sequence with the right way of opening up the round, which wasn't the right way. But now they fell back, and maybe they can get some frags against MSL. Apex with the headshot. Good job by him. He gets a second one as well. He picks up the AK. The terrorist in some really big trouble here. The bomb has been dropped in the CT's hands, and the smoke has been placed down by Apex. This could go the way of Envyus.
What a flash though, and Tensky actually rushes through, gets down one. What a shot from Apex, and does not get the ace. In fact, Config with a single HP on him, and then Happy closes it out. Apex is definitely fired up aim-wise. I mean, he hasn't... It's not like a guy you've seen consistently been getting frags. He is on 17, but it seems like some of the rounds he just absolutely explodes. We saw that 1 versus 3 here, a 4K, some instant headshots that had absolutely no way of being countered. And yeah, I mean, the guy is just being a standout player this map so far. He's definitely one of the better players on Envyus.
At least today, yeah. Dignitas on the other side, they couldn't pull it off straight away, so they have to reset. They have to go for it again. 5 AKs with a tower in front of the drop zone, just looking in there. Envyus is not fooling around anymore. They have, or they pay the respect to the terrorists now that they shouldn't have paid, in my opinion. They should have been in the face of Dignitas, telling them and showing them who's the boss on the server, and then getting rid of Dignitas' confidence. It kind of worked the whole different way. Dignitas pummeled Envyus, and now it's a Frenchman ducking away and, you know, just trying to stay in.
So you're saying the Frenchmen are waving the white flag?
Not yet, but they are definitely pulling back behind their own lines.
Yeah. Now NBK just going to be trying to take this drop zone area. He's actually given up control completely and is just going to be smoking it off. Maybe taking the other side instead, which I think is a clever choice. But they are going to be taking the control completely of the drop zone area now. And Config, a guy always looking for a fight. And he really wants this versus NBK, but isn't going to get it.
Yeah, Happy on the tree. Has some overlook over the side, and NBK with the frag. He gets traded by Config though, and the terrorists have breached the bomb site. MSL with another important frag. Now it's Kyo alone on the statue. He has to go big if he wants to stay alive, and he doesn't. He only gets 1 frag. Kenny S on the other side already used the time the terrorists used to get into the bomb site and line up his scope, but goes down to Config, who's still around. Now he's not anymore. Apex makes it a 1v2, and we have seen him go big already. Maybe he can pull it off again. Gets flashed at first, and Tensky goes for the peek. A daring peek, in my opinion, but they put all the money on that 1 card. We will pop flash him, and we pray to the Lord of CSGO that he will be flashed, and then we go for the peek.
I mean, if you flash out an area like they did there, there are kind of 2 possibilities. Either you peek out, there's a guy who's flashed, or you peek out and there's a guy, well, there's no guy, and he's maybe or maybe not flashed, but...
Or he turned around in time and kills you.
Yeah, but I think you should be winning that fight still. Now, a very important round for Dignitas, and their flash work has been so on point throughout this whole tournament so far. This time, Apex is going to be doing the flash work, and Kenny is very, very close. Kirby also going to be putting a good flash, but Kenny not blinded. Apex going to be dropping in, then Kenny is totally blinded. Kirby with 2, and this is looking more and more like the first map going in favor of Dignitas. 3 CT players left and only 1 with a big gun.
Yeah, at least they have armor, so if they get their hands on some weapons down the line in this round, they could pick them up and use them to full effect without being impacted by the aim punch. But it doesn't look like a Dignitas with a heads-up play. We got the frags on A. Now let's take it slow. We have the time, so go for a re-rotation. The 6 match points, the confidence, everything is coming to play right now. One player inside, it's happy with the AWP. He gets naded, he gets flamed, he gets shot as well, and he will go down. Keo and Rubino quickly trade frags, but it's a 1v4, and the AK gets picked up by NBK. But he gets sprayed already. He retaliates so with a headshot through the smoke. 3v1 still. The bomb is taken away. He doesn't have a defuse kit, and they know where he is. They have cornered him in already. They have boxed him in. There is no way that he can clutch this, right?
No, absolutely no way. As soon as he takes a step out here, he's going to be going down. And that is also simultaneously going to be the match point for, well, at least map point for Dignitas here. 16-9 in favor of the Danes. And first map going in favor of Dignitas. Kobo, their map pick, of course, but was this expected?
You expected it.
You know it. Nah,
it was a lucky call by you, I gotta say. I gotta give you that. You're the lucky one
always,
in the room right
always
now.
Always nice to be there. but yeah, I mean, Envyus struggling so far in this tournament. I think that's not really too big of a statement.
They are.
Lose in the first map versus Suji. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they dominated the second game, but the third also very close. If they're going to be playing like that, as we said pre-game, they're not going to be winning this series. And now they lost the first map. I mean, it was somewhat close, but then again, 16-9.
It really slipped out of their hands. It was just like that.
The first half was very close, yeah. But the second was just...
yeah, they had a few chances, a few openings, but they couldn't capitalize. Now they have to do it on Inferno. A map that, as just like Train, is one-sided. So it could, again, go either way. If Dignitas start off with a good CT economy, they can close it out. They definitely
favors Envyus. But it's really hard to tell how it's going to, impact the match. One thing I kind of always bring into the conversation when it's a Danish team playing on Inferno is that, you have like Polish teams, and for some reason they're pretty much all good at overpass. They kind of made it their map when it was introduced,
Yeah.
And I feel that Danish teams...
Or Mirage, for example. It's also a trademark Polish map.
Exactly. And they just love those maps, and I don't know why. Like, I can't tell you. Do some scientific studies. But as far as Danish teams go, I think I speak as a Dane, of course, we generally really like Inferno and play it a lot. And Danish teams are generally just pretty good at Inferno, so...
You're generalizing a little bit here.
A lot. But generally that's okay. No, but I would say I still think Envyus will pick up this map. I'm still going to go with my 2-1 prediction, but I would say it could very well be close.
I will completely turn around and say 2-0 for Dignitas.
Oh my god. Well, no, the guy sticking with his predictions.
My prediction is out of the window anyway, so I can say whatever I like, right?
Yeah.
No, you're probably right, but seeing Dignitas play like this, just unleashed, so free, as if a dancer had chains around him and now he's dancing free and he's a maniac now and just...
A dancer.
Yeah. And they feel like one of those dancers that goes completely wild in the middle of the street, in a plaza, everyone's looking at him, but he doesn't care. And that's Dignitas right now for me. They are like dancing their backs off in CSGO.
Well, yeah, I totally agree. It's like a dancer. No, I like the analogy. Like, yeah, definitely. They were really, really good. But yeah, I am thinking we're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to be returning with the second map of this series, which is going to be Inferno if you didn't catch it. But yeah, do you want to do the signing off?
You stay tuned.
As well.
We will be back. We are waiting here for you. And this, I almost called him sexy. This guy here, he's gonna stay with me. So thanks for tuning in, guys and girls. We are going to be back soon with the second map between Envyus and Dignitas. It's Inferno coming up, a very decisive one. So make sure to stick around.
So sit back and enjoy Monster Cat 024. Vanguard. Let's start things off with Atlantis by AU5. Use our hashtag MonsterCatPodcast and tweet us what country you're tuning in from. Help spread the love worldwide.
What's up, everybody? This is Grabbits. Thank you so much for the support on Don't Stop and Ballin', which is coming at you right now on this very special Monster Cat podcast. Thanks for tuning in.
Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', 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 ballin'.
Give me the mic, I'm back, bitch.
Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'.
This track is featured on Monster Cat 024, thank God. Now available in all digital music stores.
Baby, I'm ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin', ballin', ballin'. Baby, I'm ballin'. Don't. Baby, I'm ballin'. Don't. Baby, I'm ballin'. Don't. Baby, I'm ballin'. Don't. Baby, I'm ballin'.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Rogue. Just a quick message to say thank you so much for all your support on my releases. I've got a lot more in store and I can't wait for you to hear it. This is my latest track, Ultimatum. I hope you enjoy it and thank you for listening to the Monster Cat Podcast.
listening to Emoji by Pegboard Nerds.
after
well,
a force, but yeah.
Let's not talk about that anymore. We're like doesn't matter. Two old friends just babbling about who got what in like 10 years ago or something like that. Doesn't matter for now. Envyus with the save round and the CTs take control. Look at that. Dignitas completely disrespect the Frenchmen. They push all the way down. They don't want to let them get into any sort of control anywhere. And that's the right thing to do, in my opinion, showing that they brought all the momentum from the previous map to this second map as well.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of just quickly talking to the guys, and they actually said that usually the CT side is bad, but this definitely does not look bad, as they're going to be taking another frag. Now Happy going to be dropping MSL.
And it could turn bad.
It could turn bad, but it doesn't look likely.
Yeah, if Happy gets another ambush, he could have the chance to make it more expensive, but Apex is already down, so as soon as Happy reveals his position, 3 CTs will be looking for and at him, possibly. So, I don't know what he's going to do the next 60 minutes, seconds, rather. He's probably going to be playing CSGO the next 60 minutes, but trying to get the bomb and maybe sneaking through to the B bomb set. Oh, now he gave away his position and now he's doomed. Well, not yet. He still stays alive. And so are our Russian casters as well. Now Rubino gets that frag on Happy just as we come back to the game. Dignitas 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0. I mean, it's actually a bit of a shame that Happy doesn't realize that there's no one on the B-bomb site. He really has no way of knowing.
Yeah.
But Rubino, he times him really hard, actually. He just turns away.
Yeah.
He could have just ran to B-bomb site, would have gotten a plant, which would have helped them, and would have given them the opportunity to actually get an AWP as well, if that's what they wanted. So it's a bit unfortunate there, but it's really hard for him to know that there's no one on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, sometimes things just can't work out for you, and things that can't work out are pushes into a CT stack on the A apartments, at least not for now. Kia, though, draws it back with a magical frag in middle, getting rid of MSL, who was there alone, so the CTs can't retaliate, and they have to split up. They have Kiebi on the B bomb side with 2 CTs holding defensively on A, and the terrorist HP is not looking good. 10 and 14 remain for Kenny and Happy. I don't know what they can do. They have to send Keo somewhere and find another frag.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for it, and he's picking the right bomb site here, it seems. Going towards the B bomb site, and there's only a single man standing. But yeah, I mean, he's also actually the guy with the worst gun in hand, so it makes the battle all the more likely going in favor of Keo, even though he's going here all by himself.
But now the smoke will come in. It will slow them down. Kevi also has 2 more flashes to slow it down. And Envyus realizes there is no more time on the clock. They have to make a decision. You can see them. Kenny has actually gone back and forth. They were unsure where to go, but now they make the decision. They run for the A bomb site, and that's the right call to make. Dignitas only have 1 player over there. It's gonna be Config, who's flashed in pit. Keo looking for the frag, doesn't see him though. He's still around, he's still alive as well. And 8 seconds on the clock. Config just waits patiently. He lets the bomb be planted. What a patient play by Config, now waiting for his teammates to make that retake, and runs into Keo's crosshair. It's a 3v2 now. Suddenly the CTs are on the downside of this exchange. Let's see if Tensky can take it home though. First headshot onto Keo. He expects another one in the corner, and that was a plan by Envyus to fool them into thinking there was only 1 terrorist around. Now the bomb will be defused, and Happy is stepping it up with a frag onto the covering player. He knows that Kiebi has to focus on the bomb, and Happy somehow doesn't hit the headshots for now. Kiebi just waits and gets the kill eventually. The bomb is ticking so fast. Oh, Kiebi, will he do it? Oh, he does it in time. Dignitas wins another round, and Envyus... What is going on?
He does an Olofmeister.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, even though it's actually Tensky and Kiebi coming in to kind of salvage that round, I would actually say it's Config winning that round. He's sitting in the pit area. He actually gets spotted, unfortunately. I think that's why Keo was watching his angle, and they're also trying to nade him out.
Yeah, they knew that they didn't clear that specific
Yeah,
angle.
but I think they must have also seen him, or they wouldn't be wasting equipment on still trying to actually force anybody out there. But him knowing that there's two players on the site and one in apps is just golden. And since one of the players on the bomb site was low, when Tensky wins the battle versus Keo, which is a very good battle to win, he's essentially won the round. Unfortunately, Happy times him really hard in the apps, and therefore he doesn't get the third there. But Config playing this very well, and then Tensky also winning a very, very important 1-versus-1 duel. And Dignitas up on 4-0.
And they get the opening frag in this one through the smoke, so Envyus must feel unlucky as well, and the CTs are actually pushing down into the bottom of Banana. Config eats a terrorist, they get fed to him. And it's just no problem for the CTs at the moment. Kenny is going down and Happy. It's just a question of time until he faces the hard truth of defeat as well.
Yeah, and Config actually also picking up that flank. So I think he's up on 7 now, which is very good in 5 rounds, of course. But 5 rounds is kind of a score where I feel that's where the momentum often changes. And it's not because, I mean, in this scenario, there's not really a second rifle round to be found here. But it's just often that if you get 5-0 up, you actually start dropping around. And I don't know how that is. I can't find any logical explanation, but it is oftentimes the fact. So if Dignitas manage to pick up this round, then they're really cruising.
If they do so, yeah. I mean, the next rifle round is going to be really important. But at the same time, Inferno is so heavily CT-sided as we see MSL just spraying and hosing them down. They just run into his blazing gun. The question on Inferno is also, how many terrorist sides, how many rounds can you get on the terrorist side? As MSL is coming in for the ace. Will he pick it up? No, not yet. Happy is shutting him down, so he has to try in one of the next rounds. But to finish my point, the terrorists can work with 4 rounds sometimes even, maybe 5, and it would be okay. So Envyus still has plenty of time.
Envyus is definitely one of the teams that can just lock down a CT side on Inferno, but we have Apex and Kenny both on 0 franks, so we're looking at 2 potential James Bonds here, which is
is that even possible?
From Envyus.
Can that happen? 2 James Bonds?
Yeah, I mean, it's blasphemy.
Yeah, it's always only 1. So we got to see at least one of them picking up a frag. Happy does that for the terrorists, while the CTs find themselves on the back foot for the maybe even first time here on Inferno so far. I mean, they are down a man, they have to split up. Now they lose another one on the B bomb side. Q is here doing his magic through the smoke. And MSL trying to salvage control over Banana while the terrorists are setting up an apartment play.
Yeah, and Tensky and Rubino going for some map control, but Happy ready and waiting with open arms. Tensky going to be taking him down, though, but instantly gets straight in. And that's the first round on the board for the T's, with only 1 casualty.
Yeah?
And still no James Bonds. They're both still in the making.
Well, at least they're neutral. They're like Switzerland at the moment. They don't really want to get involved as of yet, but they are players. If they step it up, you know, Kenny as Apex, they have won so many games single-handedly. I just remember Apex back in Cologne 2014 as well. He's been so insane for LDSC in that tournament. But it is now, and they have to focus on now because they want to go through to the playoffs already. The winner of this one will have the semi-final spot safe. So there is a lot at stake in this game already.
Yeah, definitely. If you get to the semi-final, that's not a bad achievement. I know that's kind of the goal that Dignitas had coming into this tournament, and they might already accomplish this by simply taking out Envyus.
Which would be the big upset. Now the execution comes in by the Frenchman. The CTs already had 4 players around, and the Danes have a very good hold so far. Here, though, he's once again the guy to open up the round for the terrorists, but MSL with a quick reply, making it a 2v4 now. Is MSL again? And Rubino does not leave any more questions unanswered. Happy is the only one standing. He will put down 1, but he doesn't have the bomb with him. So he's got a long struggle ahead of him if he really wants to contest this.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to try to see what he can do this round. If only we could bring up the scoreboard, it'd be nice to see how much money is on the Envyus side here. But Happy going to be looking for more and just changes his crosshair location as Gabby walks out into it. So another round on the board for the CTs, and also this resets the loser bonus for Envyus. So if they don't start winning rounds and stringing rounds together soon, this game is just going to come like a spiral out of control, and they're just never going to get back into it.
And at the same time, the CTs, by winning the previous round, they avoid having to save themselves. Their money has suffered a huge blow, obviously, due to the round loss they had before. But they are working this themselves back in there again. And they still have an orb for MSL, so they don't really have to worry about anything yet. They would even be able to afford a forced buy if they would lose this one. But let's see what the Frenchmen are up to. At the moment, it's just the default player.
Yeah, MSL going to be seeing the first aggressive player here. Oh, he's actually missing the second shot, but it could have been glorious for MSL, who is now going to be rotating out of this position, but he's still going to be contesting aggressive map control. It seems he's actually not going to go for the mid peak. For now, he's just holding a passive angle on Boiler.
Yeah, but that was confidence by MSL, going for 3 re-peaks against Kenias in apartments. Almost suffered with his life, but as long as he stays alive, it's all fine and well for Dignitas. Envyus has learned their lesson. They are backing away from A. They're going back to B, and this time around they have the jump on the CTs, but if it was... well, they are not using that jump thanks to a good smoke by Kjaerbye. The CTs had the time to rotate an additional player in there. Kjaerbye goes to work on the first one, gets traded by NBK and Kenias with a frag onto Tensky. While the round unfolds, the CTs in some trouble. They pull back a few more bodies to the side, but the terrorists have planted a bomb already, and now it's taken away in their favor. NBK with another double kill, and he makes it a triple with a headshot onto Rubin. Oh, it's Config on his own, and NBK will take him down as well. Envyus are back on the board with a second round, and this time it was 3 rifles and 2 Tech 9s. What went wrong for Dignitas in this one?
MSL getting the early pick, and it was a good one, definitely. He kept re-peeking, missed a bunch of sitters, pretty much. It's definitely shots that you should be hitting at this level, and then he actually goes and misses another shot, and this time very, very crucial onto the guy who had just planted the bomb. If he gets that frag, I feel fairly confident that Dignitas picks up the round, but because he misses it, unfortunately the round shifts into the terrorists' favor, and they end up actually getting their second round on the board.
Yeah, and it was just Envyus now proving that they are still in the game. They still haven't given up on us and this best-of-3 series. Dignitas with a force, MSL will equalize his money with his teammates, so everyone should end up with roughly 2.2. At least, I haven't seen, maybe they have bought down to 0 as well, but the Danes will line up 4 players on A with only MSL on banana. How easy is it to predict something like that, something like MSL's position?
Definitely not easy, but then again, Envyus must kind of have it in the back of their minds. They're so aggressive and want to take map control every place on every single map, it seems. But now the conquest on the A bomb site is going to be coming in. MSL going to be taking 1 frag from behind. That's Apex dropping. Now NBK with 1 headshot, and Kenias with 1, and Happy with 1, and Happy with another. And now it's all left to Tensky, who also drops to NBK. So the 3rd round on the board for Envyus, and that was one of the, you know, the conclusion of that round was so fast, lightning fast. Those kills just came in quick succession, and yeah, Dignitas didn't even know what hit him.
Indeed, it was like a train hitting the station. MSL got me scared for a second, at least scared for the Frenchman, because he came in from behind and he got that first frag, and sometimes it gets really chaotic, and then suddenly you find the CTs will pick up frag after frag and then collect some weapons and, you know, set up crossfires, and suddenly the terrorists, even though they had the bomb under control for a brief moment, they run out of time or out of players to plant it. Didn't happen. Envyus with a 3rd round, and now they are strolling away. Kiyoshima picks up 2 frags on banana, and he's having his impact. Really big impact so far for the Frenchman. He almost single-handedly won them around earlier when he picked up 3 frags it was on banana. The Danes just looking for some frags, just, you know, going for those peaks, trying to be cheeky a little bit, but it's not going to work out.
Envyus have 0 chill right now. Those headshots, they're just instantaneous. And we actually have Apex on 0 kills still going into the 12th round. So he's definitely underperforming right now. And it might also be a clue to why Envyus haven't gotten so many rounds. He is the entry fragger for the team, and it can be quite hard to get into the bomb sites on Inferno. So him having a bad score isn't that big of a surprise, but at the same time, you know, it definitely limits the movement of your teammates when you can't entry into sites. And even though 4 rounds to Dignitas' 7 isn't actually that bad, it could have potentially been more.
Yeah, if, for example, that last second could confuse as well. Sometimes we get confused, but this time around it was a defuse. Didn't happen. Envyus could be in the lead even. And imagine that, a lead on the terrace side on Inferno would be quite awesome for the Frenchmen. Now they're trying to claw their way back into this round because it's really important to them. They lose the first 2 exchanges though to Tensky and MSL. They are on the way to the B-bomb site with Happy still lurking in the apartments. Dignitas has split up into 3 and 2, but the situation should clearly favor them.
MSL getting slightly tanked through that wall from the AWP of Kenny S, but no frags to be found yet from the terrorist side, and even though Happy's been doing a good job at just lurking over the A-bomb site, Dignitas are just not giving them an inch into this round. So now it comes down to Kirby and MSL sitting patiently on this B side. The smoke is going to come in, and the rotation from the CTs is also going to be coming in. Kenny S takes down Kirby, and now they're going to be looking for MSL, but they get shot through the smoke. That's Tensky, and then MSL pops up out of nowhere. It must seem for Envyus as Keo is planning that bomb. Happy going to be dropping eventually as well, and that's 8-4 in favor of the Danes here on the CT side of Inferno on Envyus's map pick.
Yeah, they are definitely not giving this up easily, even though Envyus was reaching for it again. Dignitas quickly pushed him away again. The Frenchman still on a buy, though, a very good one as well. And if they plant the bomb, they could even afford to buy up even more in the upcoming rounds. Orb for Kenny, he's looking for a quick frag on Banana. The classic 1.6 kind of showdown when it was Orb against Orb. And Kenny is quicker on the trigger onto MSL. Q tries to follow it up with another frag. They force Kirby to remove himself from the position. And he doesn't back away. That's just Dignitas staying aggressively, even in those situations when some people might be scared to death and might run away for their lives. Kirby pulls in another player. He's supported by Tensky. Both of them get a frag. Kirby catches the terrorist off guard a little bit, but Kenny S with the retaliation. The 3v2 now. They push into the site. The CT's out of position, and the bomb should be planted without any further ado. Rubino now flashes himself in there. He spots Apex, and that quick frag was very important to the CTs. They keep themselves in the running. He can smoke off Banana again, and he has team play as well. Kenny S, though, with the headshot, removes Rubino, so it's up to Config to win this 1v2. He does get the first one. Happy alone now. He has to pick up the bomb, and Config has spotted the bomb. He knows Happy needs to cross. The only thing that Config just needs to do is hold it down, and he gets a nade frag onto Happy. Dignitas making another round, and what an exchange. Heads-up play by Rubino, everything in there.
Rubino with that very, very important push. It's kind of the only play he can make, but it's the only play he can make where they can actually get back into the round. Gets the first frag, then locks down Kenny S, so he can't plant the bomb, and he can't really take the fight either. The only time where Kenny S can peak in that whole, exchange is exactly when Rubino jumps up, and that's what he did. So a bit of lucky timing, but also very well. I mean, it essentially comes down to game sense at some point, Then they smoke off Banana, and, instead of Rubino just holding that smoke and holding down Kenny S, he actually decides to try to jump up, which I think was a misplay, but Config, very good grenade usage and very, very, well executed by him to actually get the first player down and then follow up with a nade.
And now we see another execution, but not as well. Rubino with the Tripic spray down on the terrorist, just rushing in there. Is that Envyus running out of options? Are they tilting at the moment? Are they just throwing the strats around like, oh guys, come on, let's push A short, let's try it? Or did they gather some information on that? Did they have a feeling about this? As we see that spray by Rubino.
Yeah,
great flash timing as well.
Yeah, peach of a spray. Triple kill for him. A hat-trick of frags is very, very beautiful stuff. But I think, we're actually seeing a fast push down mid, and MSL already grabs the first. That's Kenya's drop in. They don't have too much to work with, these pistols. So it's looking for, looking like yet another round for the CT side here. MSL surely will be picking up NBK. Not quite yet as happy. Takes down Config, but Rubino quickly gets him down, and then also NBK. So all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 3 situation for Apex, and there's really nothing he can do in this situation.
Or
it
is
looks
there?
like, but he is actually going to get the first headshot, and now he's going to be just making his way over to the B-bomb side.
Yeah, he gathered so much equipment as well. He can slow down the CTs that hunt him down and at least get the bomb plant. Obviously, the bomb plant doesn't have any factor in economy or anything. He just wants to have the time ticking in his favor. 19 HP remain. Can he come back into the game? He was not having that big of an impact, but if he wins this round, this could be the game changer for Envyus if they make it 10-5. Just waiting behind the smoke for now. The CTs are unaware of his position, but now they know. And was this a little bit too early? I think the bomb is not going to explode. It is 11-4 in favor of Dignitas.
Yeah, he heard the defuse come in. He heard a guy jumping, I'm sure, over towards the bomb. But he thought that the guy who was defusing the bomb originally was still on the bomb, and then it was another guy he heard jumping.
Yeah.
That's why he decided to change up his angle and try to get a better angle on the guy defusing through the smoke, so he maximizes his chances of actually hitting through the smoke. But unfortunately, the guy jumping is actually the guy who originally faked the bomb plant, and therefore he's missing all of his shots through the smoke, and then his teammate comes in and just wrecks him. So it's not so much a misplay as it's just, unfortunate for him that what he's imagining in his head is actually not what's going on.
Happens to me as well sometimes.
Yeah, here we see MSL missing. That shot should have been one that he should be able to connect, and then the second, really, when you repick that many times, you need to land it, and also he actually missed that very crucial shot.
I think that's one of those moments when the scope player says, I was on him, I swear, I was so on him, and then swears and blames the game. Sometimes they are on them, but it's still just a game. Now that beautiful spray by KRB at first, but the Terrorists did a good job of keeping their composure and then getting those 4 rounds on the board as well. Now they have a fighting chance on the CT side. The pistol is already underway, so welcome back everyone to the game show Global Esports Cup, brought to you by Azubu. My name is Dabu, and with me is Nato Safix.
Hello. Our pistol round going to be coming in here, it seems, and Apex just holding down mid. It seems like the T's are wanting to get up mid. They're actually going to be faking, well, not faking, but they're going to be splitting B here. Apex is going to be holding this angle, but going to be falling back. He's already read the play, and he's going to be getting some backup from his teammate. But 2 players also coming from Banana, so this might get just the harder for the CTs. Config, not a guy afraid to take a battle, and he actually wins it this time around. Happy goes down, and then he changes up his angle once again, which is very, very key here. Still stays alive. Rubino takes down a player on the site, and they do have the bomb site now. Config with another one as Kenny's returns onto his head, and now it's all left to Kenny and Keo.
It's a 2v4 already, though. The Terrorists have been tagged, so they are a little bit easier to be taken down. If Keo and Kenny can make this, it's gonna be hard either way. Keo goes down in the end to MSL, and Dignitas capitalized on that. Well, not really capitalized, but just pushed through and forced the issue. They had Config in CT spawn, slowing down the CT's rotation, and NBK was alone in the B-bomb side, and he didn't pick up a frag. I think that was also key in this round.
Apex has 1 kill in 16 rounds.
And 7
and
only on
his
Kenny
map
S.
pick.
And Kenny S on 7.
Yeah.
That's also not the numbers we expect of those players.
Definitely not. Now, what we also do expect of Envy is normally, let's just actually hang on for a second. We have a player already pushed up mid, that's MSL. Of course, he does go down, but now he's, pulled some rotations over, and NBK, lone man on the site, he is going to be taken down, and now they have the bomb site for 3 once again, it seems. And the CT players on the retake, yet another round.
Yeah, it's the second round of the half, so I wouldn't necessarily worry too much, but looking at the scoreline, you need to worry. You need to do your very best to win even those rounds. And Apex is finally doing something here. Kirby, though, does retaliate with a double kill on Happy and Apex, leaving Keo on his own. He doesn't have a defuse kit, doesn't have any more equipment. He has to put all his hopes on a big mistake by Dignitas. Otherwise, I couldn't see this round go his way.
No, definitely not. He doesn't even have a kit, and very hard position to retake from, I guess you can say, especially against 3 well-geared terrorists who are already watching the bomb. But what I was trying to say before was that in the pistol round, we saw something that is very unlike Envyus. They're kind of known as individually, perhaps even the greatest team in Counter-Strike Global Offensive right now, and they just were unable to land shots. It took them so many tries, and they had so many players watching the people in CT spawning that they couldn't land the pranks. But you see MBK pushing down mid, and MSL taking him down, and then Tensky also finds one, then finds a second as Apex takes down Config. A great shot from Happy. Bit of a tap fire shot there with the pistol at 1 click, and then Rubino takes him down as MSL also removes one of his teammates from the server, and it's 14-4. Can you believe it? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that
and all
was...
that jazz.
This is sensational.
Yeah.
Envyus being down 14-4 like this. It was pure desperation at the moment, I guess. That's why they pushed down all the way. It is, you know, maybe we can surprise them with this play. Let's try this. Let's try that. They already had that A-short push on the terrorist side, which wasn't necessarily that successful. And Dignitas only need to win 2 more rounds to pull this upset and reach the semi-final of this $200,000 tournament. Envyus at least have some rifles to work with, but the Danes have not only money but also time to close this one out.
What a shot from MSL. He knows the angle, of course. That is a very common angle to play, but still an almost impossible shot to hit, and he just makes it work. He takes a bit of damage himself, but definitely worth it. And now, once again, they've thinned the ranks here on the B bomb side. There's only 1 player guarding. He has the help of a smoke, but how long is that going to last before this the terrorist execute is going to be coming in here?
Yeah, it's NBK. He still has 1 more smoke, but he can't even throw it in time. The terrorists are so quick to rush through there. Tensky with another frag. He already picked up a few in the previous run, and the CTs are reeling. Kirby with the 1. Config racks up 1 as well, and they even kill each other because they are so bloodthirsty. Dignitas just doesn't want to let anyone live in the rounds anymore.
So excited that they're just starting to kill each other.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, I don't want to say anything about German families.
But it's like maybe they're just looking at the scoreline. It's 15-4. We have to start handicapping ourselves here if we are going to try to start losing some rounds. So Tensky obviously taking the head off of his teammate. But no, in all honesty, Envyus definitely a team to be feared. But right now,
11
really
rounds come back.
bark and no
It
bite.
is possible, though, on the CT side on Inferno. It's nothing that I would rule out.
But with pistols. Just pistols.
Well, it's Envyus.
True,
so
I
think
today.
whatever argument you come up with, I just gonna answer it's Envyus. And you just have to nod and say, well, you're kind of right. Look at that. Kenny has already pulls off the first frag. And the CTs have some good information as well. They still keep NBK alone on B, but the rest of the team is well aware of that A push. Apex with a nade onto Config. The CTs are pulling it off, or so it seems. Still 3 AKs to work against for the CTs. And one of them is over at B Banana. So they're gonna split the B bomb set again. Happy, though, is prepared for that as well. 5-7 headshot onto Rubino. Kirby with the trade. He has to rush to the side to help his teammate. And MBK is just patiently waiting there, back in the corner. He knows they're close. They know that he's there as well. He catches the Molotov to the face, and that's nothing healthy. Down to 9 HP after that one and finished off by Tensky, but so is Apex onto Tensky. It's a 1v3 now. The terrorist is out of position, and the CTs are all about to commence their retake. Incendiary Nate should flush Kirby out of his position, and Apex has him pinned down. No problem at all for Envyus here in this pistol round, Mr. NATO Safix.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll eat my words, but honestly, I have a hard time seeing this 10-round comeback coming through, but
I would have a good
If there's
time.
any team that would do it at this event, it would be Envyus.
Yeah,
And,
I think so too.
Yeah, but I still feel, you know, it's a 2 versus 5 situation. It's fair enough that the first player goes down, then the second player goes down. It's good nade usage again. They're trying to flash for each other, didn't work. Then they Molotov NBK out of his position. He can't really do much. It's a bit kind of, how should I say, uncareful. Is that even a word? I don't think it is, but it was not very careful play from Tensky, the way that he was just running around with his knife, and that kind of lost them the potential of that round. If he kills the guy off a banana, they're winning that round. And that's why, you know, from a 2 versus 5 situation, that gets far too close for Envyus here.
Okay, so you're trying to sway the odds again in your favor. Not gonna work with me, man. We've got 5 rifles back on Envyus, so this time around they have a better chance. But the terrorists, once again, just breach the B-bomb site. They disrespect the smokes. They disrespect Envyus, but Happy has so much patience. And he's just lining them up. He's still keeping it down. Finally pulls the trigger, gets 1 frag. Waited a long time for his teammates to arrive, and now a ferocious exchange of frags. The terrorists in control, making it a 3v1. Apex on his own. He comes back from banana, but Kiebi picks up a double kill and finishes the game. Dignitas make it 16-5. And yes, I was right all the time. 2-0 in favor of Dignitas.
No, don't give me this. Don't you start, mister. I mean, 5 rounds on your own map pick as the 2nd best team in the world, or 3rd best team, or however you like.
It's a new year.
Well, I mean, 5 rounds, that's not a lot. And they were even starting... No, they were starting T-side, to be fair. So it was on the lesser favored side, but still 5 rounds, that's not a lot. I think most of us had expected more, but Dignitas end up taking it 2-0, and they're straight into the semi-final. Envyus is going to be playing the winner of COG Flipside, which is going to be the next game coming up. And yeah, of course, the last game of the day will be Envyus versus whoever wins that game. The other will be, unfortunately, the first loser and will be sent packing prematurely, I guess you can say. To some, at least. I mean, if you're
well,
they're
probably gonna stay the next 3 days anyway and have a good time here in Vilnius.
Yes.
Yeah, I
but
think.
Is it even a real place?
Yeah, it exists. We have been in the city, and it's quite cool. Take a look at Google Maps if they took the effort and drove around the city and took pictures of that.
That's
it's really a beautiful city. No,
it actually is. But
I'm serious. It sounds so sarcastic. I think.
Yeah, but it's the HLTV comments thinking that, or was it Reddit? I don't even know, but thinking that Lithuania doesn't exist. We are able to say it does exist, in fact, and the players are not playing online, they are playing LAN.
Yes.
They're sitting right here.
And Denmark exists as well.
Denmark also exists.
Now we have 2 Danish teams in really good... I mean, we have yet to see Astralis. That's coming up tomorrow, by the way. Group B is going to be played tomorrow. But Dignitas, really surprising performance. I mean, I know and I knew that they were on a really good route, especially with MSL, picking up the AWP and doing a lot of work with that. But I really didn't expect them to take down Envyus.
And Envyus and Astralis are probably the 2 best teams in the tournament.
Yeah.
And now Dignitas have made it to the semi-final, so there's a big chance that we'll see another Danish team in the other semi-final, which is
in before
not
Astralis versus Method.
Oh no! Oh please don't! Please don't! I'd be having nightmares for the rest of my life.
I'd love to see you in your sleep. I mean, not like that.
Okay, this was
with your nightmares
about if you're going to sleep
about
in my room,
Astralis.
sun's off, but it makes sense.
It kind of sometimes. Yes. Sometimes I do make sense. Sometimes I don't.
Anyway, maybe we should start making sense. After all, it is a live broadcast. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say. It was a very we covered the first map quite well.
You're proud. I think that's
very proud of my Danish brethren. But the second map, you know, a bit of a stomp. Not too much to say and analyze.
Not really, no.
So yeah, any closing statements, baby?
Thank you for tuning in, guys.
for more. Here's Tristan. Crave.
Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back to our live coverage here at the game show. And we are just about to jump in. To CLG versus FSid3. Obviously, this is the losers' match. It's important to mention Striker right off the bat. The loser of this goes home. They are knocked out of the tournament. They will no longer be progressing through into the game show arena. So it's a pretty big match. And coming into this one, I think it's safe to say that I think CLG had the better showing in their games.
For sure, especially against Envyus. Yes, now that we've seen Envyus lose to Dignitas, it is there is a little bit of an asterisk next to that that match with CLG and Envyus, because we saw that Envyus had a lot of issues against Dignitas. So, but still, obviously, FSid3 had a lot of problems against Dignitas. They couldn't even get more than like 3 rounds on both maps on the first sides, and they just caught up on their CT sides. So their T sides were really underwhelming. So I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see again against CLG, especially when they have the new coach, Pita. He's probably going to be able to pinpoint the mistakes that FSid3 make in their CT side setups as well. So I do kind of expect CLG to come out on top of this.
I think the main guy for me for CLG was JDM. He was consistently sick. Definitely. I think he may have dropped all 20 frags, even in the maps they lost.
I'm pretty sure he did. At least, I think on train it was like 19, but he was still very close to the 20 mark. I think in total he had about plus 16 in KD, even though they lost that match. So that's definitely good, at least for a North American player. Usually we didn't really see them doing that well. Even Skidinul had his problems somewhere. So JDM definitely is going to be the player I would be looking at in this matchup for sure. Even though, I'm trying to figure out FSid3 a little bit, because personally I thought Bondik was going to play better than what we saw in at least on the first game, on the first map against Dignitas. So I'm not sure who to look at from FSid3. We were talking about this before, World, that it is a little bit inconsistent. Either he goes wild or he just disappears.
Very true, yeah.
It's something we've talked about before, and I think that's definitely something that I agree with. So I'm not sure who to look at from FSid3 that could step up. It could be Bondik. He could recover from the first couple of games that they played and probably be better now, especially if we see Kaba going through again. So yeah, I would say Bondik is the guy that I'll be looking at. Maybe even Marklov. He was always a solid guy for FSid3. So that's probably the couple that could go wild here.
It's interesting though, because it was Bondik that was really struggling in their previous matchup. He was consistently near sort of the bottom of the scoreboard. Shara was doing a pretty decent job. Of course, he is the newest addition to FSid3. Before that was Davkost, and before that was the legend of Simple.
Yeah,
who's now moved on to greener pastures and then A for Liquid. So it's been quite a tumultuous time for FSid3. I feel like they're capable of upsetting pretty much any team on their day, but so far they haven't been performing. It's just been CT sides where they've got their rounds on their T side. To be completely frank, they've looked awful. So we saw
Exactly.
Dignitas as well struggle, but then against Envyus wrecked them on both sides. So I don't know what you take out of that, really.
Yeah,
Like, Dignitas
yeah,
are just on a different level right now. Envyus simply didn't show up. I think it was MBK who tweeted, like, if we don't play as a team, we're going to consistently like have poor performances, clearly feeling that one. Of course, it's important to mention they're not out of the tournament yet. They will be playing more games. I believe they're playing later tonight after this best of 3. They're scheduled to play.
This is the next to last best of 3. We still have one coming up after this, so that's going to be Envyus against the winner of this one.
Yes.
For the second and third place kind of decider, because both teams actually go to playoffs, as we said before. Both teams do go to the quarterfinals, actually, because Dignitas now advanced to semifinals directly. For people that might not know, the first place team goes to semifinals, while the second and third are going to play in the quarterfinals against the second and third from the other group. So that's obviously going to come up tomorrow. So we're going to have to see who they actually meet later on. But yeah, these two matches, the last of the day, the deciding matches of who's going to go out and who's going to stay. Now that's the one match that we're looking at. Are LCLG going to go out, or is it going to be Flipside, who, as we said, had a lot of struggles in the first match?
Yeah, and kind of to go across what we both feel that CLG probably will progress here, I actually did like a little vote on my Twitter, and it was pretty unanimous. I think it was like 75% of people voted for CLG, that they thought the CLG would progress. And it wasn't just JDM. Like, JDM will get a lot of the plaudits because he dropped the consistent frags, but Hazed was huge, especially on Overpass. And speaking of Overpass, and we did kind of allude to Cobblestone before, what's kind of your predictions? I feel like we're probably going to see an Overpass played now because it's a map that actually Flipside have played quite a bit. I think they're 6-1 over the last 3 months.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure CLG definitely want to have Overpass in, just because they beat Envyus on it earlier today. Flipside, as you said, they've been pretty consistent on it online, so I would expect they don't mind having that map in. They're probably not going to pick it. That's probably going to be CLG. But they could pick Cobble because, again, CLG wanted to play Cobble as well against Envyus. So so I wouldn't see a problem for them with Cobble. So that's probably the couple of maps that we should see in this matchup. I'm not sure about the third one though. I don't think Mirage is going to be let through. I'm not sure if CLG really play that map anymore. I know they did. They used to, like at the beginning when they still had Peter. I think they had some surprising upset over either LDLC or Fnatic. I can't remember. Like at the starts of CLG, they played Mirage. I'm not sure how much it progressed since then. I can't remember them playing Mirage on LAN for quite a while. So I don't know. I'm not sure about the third map. Like the two are pretty much set. I would say, like Overpass and Cobblestone.
I'm absolutely certain we won't see Dust 2. It's a map that Flipside simply haven't played. They just don't play Dust 2 whatsoever. They always ban it. So I'll be curious to see which maps do end up coming to the forefront to answer some of those questions. I think Train has a fair shot at maybe being played.
It could have a shot, yes.
Both teams pretty happy with that. I thought we were going to see a graphic, but it just came back to us. Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay, what we're going to have.
Now, there we go.
There we go, Group A. So you can see the standings right now.
Yep.
This is the losers match, as we mentioned before. Loser of this is dead and buried. Winner will go to the lower bracket finals, and they'll face off against Envyus, and that's coming up after this best of 3. So it's still quite a long night of Counter-Strike ahead. Of course, that's also a best of 3 as well.
Yes, everything
so
is
best of 3s all day.
Yeah, every match at this tournament is going to be best of 3, and even the finals. So, in case you didn't know that, every single match is going to be best of 3. Yeah, we could probably touch on Cobblestone because, as I said, looking at Bonding, he used to be very good on the map. I remember him doing really well on the A side, being a very consistent player as CT for Flipside. But suddenly, again, even on Cobble, they didn't look too good on Cobblestone specifically. I'm not sure where the problem lies because they used to be very good on Cobble before. We used to seeing Flipside playing Cobble on majors, and it was their map. Obviously, they didn't do too well on majors in the last. At DreamHack Open Cluj-Napoca, they didn't really play well there because I think they went out in 2 straight matches and it was really one-sided there. So it's the last tournament they've actually attended on LAN, and since then they swapped out the 2 players. Obviously, Simple hasn't been there for quite a while, but they've played with Dovcost, who was actually a stand-in, not a permanent player, at least officially. And I think there was something going around that he would actually sign with the team, but suddenly he had this offer from Team YP and Flipside. I'm not sure if it was a decision of Flipside or if he actually decided to play with another team. But we have Shara now here instead of him. LAN debut with a new player. It's obviously hard for them to adapt quickly. since they only played mostly against CIS competition and some of the games in Starlighter against European competition. So I just don't see FSid3 doing too well at this tournament before they actually get better.
Well, it's weird because on paper, if you look at their results previously, I think they were both around like 16-13 against Dignitas, but you have to factor in that both of them started off as 13-2 halves.
Yeah, I think so.
And it was just all CT dominated between them and Dignitas. So on another day, Dignitas win the pistol and they just wreck them like 16-4, 16-5. And we come into this and we're like, FSid3 have been shoddy at best.
Yeah,
but the CT sides were pretty good. That being said, Inferno, right? Like CT side, definitely the favored matchup there. I was wondering if Dignitas could pull the trigger and end it quick against Envyus, and I was very surprised that they did. I thought we'd see kind of a repeat performance because Dig's T-side on Inferno was a bit sketchy at times. He didn't have all the strats kind of locked down.
But at the same time, they won the pistol round, so that helped them a lot. I think they even won the round after that, the first gun round, or maybe the second one. I can't remember right now. But yeah, Dignitas looked super strong. Envyus super shoddy. It's just going to come down to the next match that's I think Gregor is going to come in on the desk with Hugo to cast. It's gonna be tough to call whether FSid3 can actually at least take a map off of CLG, who actually looked very, very good against Envyus. I would probably give them a chance on Kabul if it ends up going through. That's probably the map that they're gonna pick. While, as we said, CLG are probably gonna pick Overpass, just because of that win against Envyus. So I could see it going to 1-1 before it gets decided on.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be kind of what we said. We expected Overpass and Cobblestone. Inferno, I suppose, is the outlier, but again, we did mention it is a possibility. No huge surprises that Dust 2 was the first ban from FSid3. They simply do not touch it with a 10-foot barge pole. They have no interest. And I thought they may think about cash, but obviously a bit deterred by CLG's performances before. I think it was 16-13, right?
Yeah, in the end it was 16-13. We saw those comebacks. It was like 6-1 at the beginning. So so CLG looked really strong on cash. So I'm not blaming FSid3 for vetoing that. At the same time, I'm pretty surprised with the veto on Train, but at the same time, they didn't really do well against Envyus either. It was 16-6, I believe. Only JDM really showed up on that map.
That's true, yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. Probably not Mirage as well. As I was talking about, I wasn't sure about their Mirage at all. I don't think I've seen them play Mirage for quite a long time. So not very surprising overall. A little bit surprised that FSid3 actually didn't pick Cobble, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. They still have to win 2 maps. So if they pick one and just the other one ends up the third, they're probably going to still have to win those 2 maps, Cobble and Inferno, that we actually saw against Dignitas as well. So it's still going to be tough, though, I think, especially if it starts on Overpass, where CLG looked really good.
Absolutely, and we did see a very strong CT showing as well from FSid3 on Inferno. So if they start on CT side, they definitely could rack up, double digits, get the 10-11 rounds potentially, put a lot of pressure on CLG's shoulders. And again, they are a team that do struggle to hit the finish line sometimes. They can't quite pull the trigger. They're notorious for this, getting a lot of rounds against teams that on paper should be far superior than them. So it's going to be maybe a twist and turn kind of game. Obviously apt, seeing as we're now seeing the players pop up on the walls. Very interesting idea. Tarek, of course, a man that's been eerily quiet today. He's had some big plays. I'm thinking more along the lines of on cash. I remember him stepping up big a couple times with Fugly over on the A site, delivering fatal shots. And for FSid3, I'm not sure if we're going to continue with the CLG lineup or if we're hopping across the FSid3.
Doesn't look like it's probably going to be somebody from FSid3 as we can see their logo. Blade, the in-game leader. I think somebody actually talked to one of the Dignitas guys and asked about why they did make it so close in the end, and they just said they got counter-stratted pretty much. They just got red,
which is
that's probably going to be
really.
Blade's job. That's probably going to be Blade just putting the work in, just doing the homework on all the teams here. So they could have a pretty good idea on what CLG have done, or what CLG are going to do, especially when they saw their Cobble. They saw the Train, obviously that didn't go through in the end, but they saw that the first match that they played. So it could be a big tell. While FSid3, their CT side was good, yes, but on T side, there's nothing CLG could look at. It was so one-sided that just FSid3 didn't show up, and they didn't show anything pretty much on that map. So I mean, on the terrorist side of both Cobble and Inferno, that's going to be coming up now. So Flipside are probably going to have the advantage in terms of information on what the other team's going to do. But at the same time, with Fugly coming in, I don't think they played too many online games with him, not official ones at least. So, yeah, I would say if Blade put in the homework, as he probably did, then I would say that Flipside actually have a shot at going through.
And if they want to have a shot, I think this man needs to deliver. I think Will Deadit is going to have to go toe-to-toe with JDM and get the trades. JDM was getting the better of Kenny S quite often, especially on Overpass, kicking things off with a real bite and grit to him. So Will Deadit has his work cut out today. But if Flipside want to cause the upset, and I suppose we should say it is an upset, CLG will be favourites coming into this.
I would say, yeah. It's not a huge upset, obviously, but it could be called an upset for sure. At least, like, they are not favourite going into this matchup. We just don't know what's... how well Flipside actually can do here. So yeah, I would say it's a fair statement to call it an upset if it happens, obviously. But I don't think it's going to be such a straightforward match. I don't think so, especially because of Blade, especially because of World Edit, who, as we previously said, sometimes shows up, sometimes doesn't. So when he does show up, I think they have a really good shot at taking down CLG and going through the playoffs.
Absolutely, but he does need the support. You know, JDM, we've already mentioned this. He had hazed. Fugly was stepping up at times as well.
Yeah.
His teammates did have his back. So Will Edit's going to need the likes of, your Bondix, for example, that are going to be there. As you said, you highlighted him out as being a player, especially on Cobblestone. I agree. I think he's one of their key members. So on Overpass, he's actually a very aggressive player as well on the T side. He likes to push through short. He has a very Angel-esque kind of approach from Hellraisers.
Yeah.
So I would like to see what he can bring to the table, because Overpass was very passive, and this is something we mentioned before from CLG. They're consistently slow. The only times that we saw them push fast was on eco rounds. Other than that, they're very Na'Vi-esque. We've taken down to 15 seconds, 20 seconds. And although they didn't get punished all the time from Envyus, if Flipside are there on the right minds, they are calling like they did against Dignitas.
Yeah.
They could get a couple cheeky rounds just off the back of out-timing CLG, like timing them out of the rounds. So, again, I do worry a ton bit for CLG in that case, but we're just still waiting to get into the action here, guys, for the first map, which I believe is Overpass. I think we're playing that first.
It depends on which of the picks is going to be first. I'm not sure who has the higher seed right now. I think it's actually CLG that has the higher seed.
So if that's the case, it would be Overpass.
It should be Overpass. Yeah, I think so. But anyway, if the first map is Overpass, then I would say it is a map that you have to play for information. You have to have a really good map control to be able to call where to rotate, because the rotations are really quick on that map. But at the same time, you need that information to be able to rotate well, because being stuck at B site, like with 3 people, getting the wrong information or getting no information at all, and just guessing where the other team's going to go, it's really hard. It's really hard because the Ts have really good rotations as well. It's pretty quick going through connector down to short, especially if you have a lurker somewhere on B or just on the other side to the rest of the team. So it's going to be hard for both teams to kind of adapt throughout the way, especially, as you said, CLG being very slow, very, very methodical. It could be hard for Flipside to play for information on that map. Just whenever they peek out, CLG are probably going to come at them in multiple people.
Definitely a fair point, and I always say this on Overpass. I feel like Connector is like that fulcrum point. You have to find that sweet spot. Obviously, from CT's perspective, you don't want to be pushing every single round. It gets predictable. They can wait for you. It's easy to set up crossfires. Envyus actually did this against CLG. Sometimes they pushed out aggressively on Overpass, and Envyus would just sit at playground, sit towards T spawn, and just pick them off. I think there was one moment where we saw like a triple spray down come in from long, and CLG just got completely just ripped.
Yeah.
So that's something else to watch out for. But I would like to see that mixed up with, now and again, maybe 3 or 4 rounds on a half. You do push a player into connector. Maybe with the AWP, unleash World Edit, let them play aggressively. If you can get the pick, JDM did that as well in connector a couple of times. And they reaped the rewards. They got the frags and he was able to pull himself back. So I feel like that's probably a key area to look out for.
Definitely.
Other than that, as you say, you want to get information, especially on CLG when the roles are reversed, because they are a very slow team, and controlling connector almost funnels them and bottlenecks them into a desperation play. So that's definitely something to watch out for as we hopefully are about to get into the action. I'm not sure how far away we are from getting into the first map. Fingers crossed it's going to be soon.
Yeah, actually, thinking about that again, we saw, we have Inferno. On
Inferno
we
first,
actually, we had players' nicknames on the walls of Inferno, so it's probably going to be Inferno first.
I'm not here for my intelligence. Let's just put it that way. Or my looks. Actually, I have no idea why I'm here. Why?
Yeah, I don't either. It's just a disgrace. Yeah, it's obviously going to be Inferno. I didn't realize before as well. Oh, we have actually...
You what, mate?
Nice.
Nep var Capta.
Capta. It's karta, actually.
Karta?
The Russian word for map is
Well,
karta.
you pronounce a P as an R?
Yeah.
That's mental.
It's
My mind
Cyrillic.
just blew up.
It's Cyrillic. It's just, I don't know, it's a weird, yeah. I don't like it at all. I have no idea how to read that.
I'm pretty sure you're closer than I am.
Yeah, I know it's karta just because I've listened to Russian teams talking. I know quite a few players from Hellraisers, and then they've. Let me just say that at PGL they taught us a few words here and there, you know, and I've heard them talking to each other. So it's just like I know a little bit of Russian, not too much, but yeah, it is karta actually.
Okay, so we kind of discussed Overpass. For the newer watchers that maybe aren't too familiar with Counter-Strike, where on Inferno are you looking for the pressure to be put down? Personally, I'd probably say you're expecting from a CT's point of view, especially with these two teams, banana control is essential.
Yes, for both teams, really. It's Inferno comes down to banana control a lot. There's a lot of information that you can get pushing down banana as CT. Same thing with T. Like once you get control of banana, the map control just opens up. Once you get control of both apartments and banana at the same time, you just can play with the other team as much as you want. They have no information at all. They have to keep guessing. And when you just come at them with smokes that we know FSid has a lot of strats in their playbook, especially on Inferno. So we could, if they end up taking both kind of both areas and are able to do the map control, then it's like that's why Inferno is kind of a weird map right now. It's sometimes you can see T's just finding a way to win 10 rounds or something in 9. Even just winning the half is enough as T usually, but that's why we can see that. Like once it's a very hard map to play for both sides, I would say, just because the map control is very, very important on this map. And once you can get down to the banana, once you get one counter flash when you're going down banana, suddenly you can get both people both people can die. Suddenly the B bomb site is just opened up. You have to have 3 people to push down banana. So that's pretty much why Inferno is just such a weird map right now, especially with the new timers that you can run down the clock. You don't have to worry about the smokes and the choke points. I think we're going to see knife round first. Yeah, so this is the knife round, so we don't have to worry about that too much.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Let's get into this then. Knife sides, of course, you want to go CT. That goes without saying you're on Inferno, although I do agree. I think we are starting to see more teams get higher round averages on their T side. The economic side as well of Inferno is important to mention. If you have a poor economy from a CT's perspective on this map, things get really sketchy really fast.
Yeah. Exactly. You just need those smokes to stall out. You need those Molotovs as CT. It's just a very grenade dependent map, especially due to the choke points that you have, and on the B bomb side you can just stall out the clock. Not anymore, as I said. The new timers actually allow the T's to be able to run down the clock. We can see Luminosity and Navi playing off of that really well. That's pretty much why they suddenly, well, not why, they've gotten better even without the timers, but with them they were actually able to execute their strats much better, just because they can run down the clock to like the last 20 seconds. Suddenly you have 10 more seconds, and we don't really see the fails from Navi and Luminosity where they just end up not planting the bomb in time, which we have seen a lot actually. So that's kind of that's a very big thing, especially on Inferno. I don't think it's such a big deal on any other map except for Inferno. Obviously some teams, especially Navi and Luminosity, as I said before, for those they just generally tend to run down the clock a lot and just use the time as much as possible. So it is on Inferno, I feel like it's the biggest deal overall, not only just for a couple teams. It's just so much easier to enter the B-bomb side because you can't just run down the clock with 3 smokes. Now you pretty much have to put down 4 smokes at least to be able to force them out from that site. So it's just a weird map right now, but I definitely have to say that the timers helped the T's get a little bit more space.
What I will say about Inferno as well, as we are obviously waiting for teams to warm themselves up to get in the action, this isn't necessarily typically a good map for CLG in the sense that over the last 3 months they've only played this map 3 or 4 times, including a 16-6 loss to Astralis.
Yeah.
So this is a map that they do struggle with a tiny bit. Again, Astralis, not the same caliber of team of FSid. I think most people would certainly agree with that statement.
Yeah.
But here we go. I think we are just about ready to get into the action here in the losers bracket matchup. Again, if you just joined us, the loser of this game will be going home early. CLG, FSid, 2 teams coming into this tournament, definitely underdogs, I think that's safe to say. But out of these 2, CLG will be favourites. And FSid starting off aggressively with the Markelov just peeking down below us. Does give some vital information across for now. But of course, he can't get too antsy. If he pushes down, he could be walking right into a trap from the terrorist as a player just leaps up. JDM going to be starting off this map from where he left off the previous best of 3, and that's landing headshots.
Look at that. We actually had 4 players from FSid on Banana, and suddenly CLG made the rotation, and they're actually entering the A-bomb side without any defense. There's just Blade, and suddenly CLG looked like the better team here, even though Blade actually evens out the situation.
It's good frags here. Here comes FaZe as well, the other player of that tag team duo that you're looking for to carry CLG forward. World Edit's going to connect the headshot, making this round interesting. Not a fuse kit in either of these hands, however. So they're going to have to get a move on. Cutler up in apartments. This is such a solid position. He's given his place away, but doesn't even matter because now Shara's between 2 players. And surely JDM's going to pick him off. No, it's going to be Cutler instead. But the damage has been done. CLG will pick up the first pistol. That's always huge on Infernos. Gives you a good basis to build those rounds up.
You need to play the second round really well, though. There's pretty much not too much information you can get, but you just have to gamble or just send somebody to one side, see if there's a stack there, and if not, you can just either take that bomb site or just rotate if you see one there. So it's a really hard map to play second rounds, just because there's a lot of close quarters, hard to play for information. It's really easy to run into a stack if you don't play for the information right. So the second round here is going to be very important. I want to touch on what CLG did in the first round as well. We could see that once they figured out that there was 4 people on Banana, at least 3, they just literally, the second they found out, they just rotated to A, and that was a good call. Obviously, it still ended up in a 2v2, but it was a 4v3 at one point. So great call from CLG, and a greatly played 2v2 as well. They had really good positions, really well set up crossfire. So that's definitely commending CLG on this one.
On the flip side, just going for a standard play. Sometimes you're expecting in these kind of rounds with the pistol and Kevlar's to try something different. Maybe put 3 players B, maybe even 4 players B, try and catch the enemy unawares. But there's going to be a standard setup, so you're expecting CLG to just rip on into the site and claim those frags. It's going to be the 2 MAC-10s going in first. Of course, this is standard. They are definitely disposable weapons, expendable weapons. And the players have been found out. Shara is going to take down a player with him. Still alive and kicking on 12 HP with the 5-7. Close range, that is going to be on tap. And World Edit comes in as well. This is going to make it sketchy for CLG. They can't afford too many more losses. Fugly's pretty low himself. And flip side, now down to just Bondik. But they have taken 3 players off the table. 20 seconds to go. Bomb still to be planted, but it will go down any second now. Bondik coming through. A player that you highlighted, Striker, as being maybe the man to watch out for. He's going to be tapping through the smoke. Does tag a couple shots, but it's not enough to pick up kills. Now that bomb is down. He has to make the arduous journey through the smoke. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Surely he's just going to get crossfired as soon as he gets close to that bomb. Absolutely no hope. He's got a MAC-10. So if he just charges on through, maybe crazy things will happen. This would have to be a massive misplay from CLG, however, in this position. But it's looking so good for them. And Bondik now just going to be going for broke. He's done with playing passive. He's done with being patient. But Fugly will put him down and give CLG their 2-0 lead.
Yeah, very well played from CLG. Looking at those the positions behind new boxes and quad, it's just impossible situation to be in for Shara. So very Bondik actually, very well played from CLG. Although I would have liked to see a smoke going towards coils, because that's where they found themselves in this weird crossfire where a player rotating from CT suddenly arrived at coils, and he had a clear shot on the guy trying to pass through and find the guy behind the new boxes, so behind the third oranges. So it was a little bit sloppy from CLG, but at the end the 2v1 was pretty much perfectly played. So definitely a good round from them, even though they lost quite a bit of economy there.
This is their chance to build the farm back up again, though, so it won't hurt them too much. 2 MAC-10s in play once more. Spray down from Tarek. Easy frags. And a dink onto Bondik, who will get finished off pretty quickly afterwards. CLG, when the 3s are a lead. As expected, it's all built to this point, though. Flipside now have the chance to derail the juggernaut that is CLG. Will let it is going to pick himself up the AWP. This is expected. He loves to use the AWP as much as possible, and he's got a perfect spawn for mid. So is he going to use it? Looking from his direction right now, though, maybe going to be going to library instead, so he's not interested in going for that mid
Looks like he's
peek.
probably going for an aggressive play in apartments.
In apartments,
could
yeah.
be.
Maybe peek down through second up, see if he can get something
Yeah, it
going
looks
to the
like it. He's
outside.
even jumping up to apartments, so we're probably going to see an aggressive play from him. At the same time, we have JDM with an op on the other side as well. So it could get a little interesting if those two end up meeting each other. But no, we actually can see that he's not going aggressive. World at it. I mean,
I think he's
still
playing
stays.
passive at like halls
Yes.
on apps instead.
Yep.
Waiting for maybe Fugly to come up with that Galil. So
He
yeah,
also
that's
has
exactly what's
help
happening.
from Boiler as well. There's a player waiting on Boiler in case World at it finds some information. So it's pretty much a standard stack for like the short stack for Flipside. It's something that we see pretty often. That we see an op holding a passive angle in apps, and then just another player in Boiler. With the last guy just watching either from long or from short, for middle.
Camera angle there shows that there are going to be smokes thrown in thick and fast. Meanwhile, Will Edit is going to put down Fugly, which is on, as you can see there, the T step. So just peeked up a little too much. Will Edit then backs away onto the site. Flashbang comes through. CLG realise that no one's home. They're getting a lot of real estate right now, but Will Edit strikes again. Bondic as well on the trigger, on the pulse of this game. Converts it into a frag, and CLG are crumbling here. Make that just JDM a left. He has been a man mountain today. Does land the shot. Very unfortunate to hit the leg of Markelov, though. It's just 85 damage inflicted. And he's in that really horrible place as well when you're in a 1 versus 5. Even saving is a serious task to undergo.
But at the same time, he with the new timers as well comes the shorter time that you actually have to wait after that round ends. It's only like a couple of seconds now, so it's actually pretty easy once you don't run down the clock. And that's what's going to happen. JDM is going to save the op. Yeah, it's about 3 seconds, I think, now.
I feel a lot of that is also down to the fact, Striker, that the economy from the CTs is not great.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Do you really want to sacrifice a weapon
hunting.
or two for the AWP? It's not really worth it.
Yeah.
Because they'll be able to buy again anyway. So it's like, yes, you took the AWP away, but you maybe lost 2 players.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hypotheticals and maybes and ifs.
No.
But Flipside playing the safe game instead.
You can see they have about 2K, and they didn't even have to rebuy anything. They didn't have to rebuy any guns. It's literally just the nades that they spent while defending the A-bomb side. They didn't lose a single player, and they still only have about 2K at most. So you can see that they put down quite a lot of grenades, which obviously makes them rebuy for about, with a Molotov, that makes it about 1,400, if I'm not mistaken. So, or 1,300 actually on the CT side. So that's quite a lot of money. And they definitely want to stick with these guns, because once they lose a couple of players, they're not allowed to build up the bank as they are now. So if in case they lose this following round, they only have to eco once, as opposing to twice that you usually do after winning like the first gun round and losing afterwards.
And these are the kind of situations where we do see Inferno going into the T hands a little bit more, as these very fine economic battles. And if Flipside come out on the worst side of this, CLG are looking at potentially 5 or 6 rounds right off the go. So this is a high pressure round. Well, then it does catch a glimpse, but will not land the shot. The damage to JDM was inflicted by a grenade earlier on in this round. And again, we said this before, CLG play super slow. 30 seconds left in the timer, no early casualties of war. They're looking to break the deadlock now onto the B side, and they've called this one. Flipside have actually rotated their second B player over, and the push through Speedway is keeping them interested. They are going to keep only 1 player on. And in the meanwhile, CLG are going for this one, but it's Markelov on the site who's doing the work straight through smoke. Markelov with 2. Oh my goodness, what a beast he is. But it was Shara on the site, who I think is the unsung hero. The bomb has still been planted, but Cutler can't get it done. Flipside only lose the 1 player. What a fantastic hold from Shara that was.
Yeah, really. Even that single frag really did make a difference. Suddenly, it allowed Markelov to straight through that smoke and still catch somebody, because had he died there early on, they would have already been in the site. The bomb would have been put down. It would have been 2v3, I think. So Yeah, very well played from Shara. Literally just the only thing that he needed to do there was to get that one frag, because Markelov actually stayed in CT spawn just to make sure nobody would get through from that side. So it was very well played from Shara. Same thing with Markelov. I think that was pretty smart, even if the bomb ended up being put down.
Welcome to round 6, Dazed.
Yeah.
There's a body bag for you.
Yeah, it only took him about, what, 15 seconds to die?
Service with a smile from Well Edit. He'll take that every day. I mean, it is an eco round for CLG, all things considered, but still, that was a pretty tasty reaction shot from Well Edit. He's got back into seconds, and this is the exact form that we're looking for. Flipside want to progress through the likes of Cobblestone. There's a third frag. I mean, he hasn't really been flashed out. 4th kill. Why not just go for the ace? And he picks it up anyway. Why the hell not? Padding those stats all day, every day.
Yeah.
Flipside, bring it back to 3-3. But here comes another test. CLG will have enough for an AWP in the hands of JDM if someone wants to trade across for him. It depends really what they want. They are going to go for the AWP. Pugly's going to drop that for his teammate.
Yes. Yeah, JDM is really a dedicated opera, even on Inferno, where we don't see that many operas pick up that gun. Usually it's like Kenny S and Guardian, and that's pretty much it. Sometimes not even Guardian, because he's pretty good with the rifles as well. So it's one of those dedicated operas that just tend to get it every time that I can. So I'm not surprised him picking that up this time. And CLG are also giving him a lot of space to be able to find those picks. As you said, they run down the clock until like 30 seconds, and JDM just trying to look for frags, and that's a very important thing on Inferno. Once you get a first frag, you suddenly the CTs just have a hard time rotating.
There we go.
Trying to find out. Yeah, look at that. JDM suddenly rolled it, being a little bit too overzealous on middle.
He will cash in the bounty, or will let its head, which is a huge kill. Not only does, as you say, it makes that CT defense that little bit more vulnerable, spreads them out that much thinner. But World Edit, who has been on form so far, will bite the dust.
Usually
what we do with this, though?
Usually what we see teams doing there is just have one guy in pit, but it looks like CLG are going to the B side.
Well, this could be a slaughter, but the spray's not going to be on point. Shara, left alone, does deliver the fatal blow to Fugly, but that's all he's going to get from this. From those endeavors. So now it's on Bondek. It's sprayed through the smoke. Illy bags himself too. That would have been disgusting. But that has now bought them a chance to get back into this round. He's eating all this damage from the Molotov, and he will burn out as a result. He's kind of damned if he did and damned if he didn't there. So heads you win, tails I lose.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now played smart, doesn't want to try and risk his weapon, just saves it.
Yeah. Nothing really to touch on there. Good rotation from Flipside. They obviously still ran into 2 people, but they just Flipside just didn't expect them to come out from the smoke. They were just unawares, pretty much. They had nothing to do there, and we're probably gonna see Blade with a few duels. I don't think he's gonna be able to get through this. Oh, maybe he can, because there's almost no time left. As again, we don't have the in-game sound, so we can't tell.
Here's World Edit's ace.
Oh, it was not bad.
Not a bad first shot to kick things off. Again, it's against an eco, so it is an eco bash. I think he even took the chicken down, just for good measure. What a scumbag.
Just for the fun, yeah, exactly.
Bloodthirsty.
Save the chicken, save the world. Is it?
Those chickens are definitely a worthwhile endeavor. I do quite like to shoot them myself.
Yeah, me too. It's fun.
I nearly said choke the chicken, which is an entirely different thing altogether. Hey, it's late, whatever. Let's just go with it. And now CLG are ahead by the 1 round. So flip side, you mentioned this before, that you get 6, 7 rounds, CLG will be happy. You still got a grin on your face.
Yeah. I mean, that was just awesome. I like to choke the chicken.
You like to choke the chicken?
Yeah.
You're not the only person here, or indeed watching that, I'm sure feels the same way.
I just love that phrase. I don't even think too many people understand what it means.
There we go. As you can see, the cameraman highlighting 3 players on B from Flipside, so trying something different. This is the first time we've seen this strat.
Yeah.
Including the Rico rounds. So it is a bit unorthodox from their perspective, but clearly calling. This is where the mind of Blade is going to shine through. Can he call the right strats? Can he get his team the CT rounds? Because remember, on the T side, they were shocking on Inferno. So they have to bag up a bunch of rounds here to fend off against CLG, you have to feel.
Yeah, it still could have been a one-off. I mean, Dignitas have a really strong CT side, so doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do that again. As we see trades coming in, though.
Well, that's the thing. They stack 3 players on B, and then CLG get the entry on Arches, so that forces one of those players away. Wool did it through the smoke, because why the hell not? He's going to go back into seconds as well, and he's going to get the no-scope through the smoke. Markolov cleans up. Wool did it's on a different level, boys and girls. This could be interesting. Yes, Flipside are getting shreked, but Wool did it's on 13 for 4, more than double, nearly triple anybody on his team. He is on fire here. The problem is for Flipside, if he goes and cools down a tiny bit, who's going to pick up the slack?
Exactly. There's like so far nobody else really has to. We saw CLG picking up the pistol round and the couple more rounds afterwards. So it's in gun rounds, it's actually 4-1, actually 3-1, because I think CLG had one more eco in between there. So Flipside are actually looking pretty good right now, and that's off the back of World Edit. As we said, when he goes wild, he goes wild. It's amazing to see, but at the same time, as you said, once he cools down, there's nobody else to pick up the slack. At least not usually.
That's where you're looking at the likes of Bondik and Markolov maybe to share their burden. Shara's been pretty decent today as well so far, but we'll let it now relocate to get its an eco bash. CLG going for the aggressive plays. And this really is the only time that we see them go for the rushes. Oh, Blade eats a cheeky dink and gets finished off afterwards from Fugly. This could go horribly wrong for Flipside. That bomb has been planted, so the AWP of Wilderness going to have to get up close and personal into the faces of CLG. They don't have any Kevlar behind those pistols, but if they hold the right angles, that may not matter whatsoever. Shara's going to come in. There's Wilderness, though, and the Molotov frag for Markolov. Shara, can he clean up this round? Fugly eats a dink and will be taken down. But CLG, all things considered, straight up eco to get a bomb plant, job done.
Exactly, but I think it was a bit of a mistake by Flipside, because we could see that they just thought it was going to be a straight out long, as they saw that one pick from World Edit, but at the same time, 4 players were pushing him from short, and they didn't know that. Bondi goes down, Blade just gets caught out in the open, and there's nobody else to rotate there, because the player from B, we actually could see that he was going through Arch and trying to help World Edit. So you could see that the Flipside just weren't prepared for that short push in 4 people. And suddenly when Bondi goes down, the guy that usually takes pit, it becomes a problem, because Blade is stuck between short and long, and he has really nowhere else to run to. So that's pretty much what it came down to. That's why CLG were able to put down the bomb and even have like a little bit of a chance to actually come out on top. But obviously that buy didn't allow them to.
So CLG again, no huge surprises that they're going for a slow play. Looking for that pick, JDM trying to get what he can. The issue with Inferno, and the reason why I feel like sometimes running with 5 AKs may be more beneficial, going for those aggressive plays. If Flipside don't show themselves and they just play smart with the utility and they use it sparingly, they just smoke mid now and again, JDM's not going to get that many opportunities to strike with the AWP on this map, especially on the T's perspective. So he has to make every single shot count. And if Flipside play it smart, this is when we talk about the timing as well. If they starve CLG's time, CLG are going to have a real struggle to get a move on onto those sites undeterred and unfragged. So here come the smokes. Maybe going to try and fake this. You can see the bomb is now transitioning over towards B. Second player on B has started to relocate now.
It's all about the timing, really. Once Markolov goes back, that's going to be
cameraman.
Yeah.
Can we not look at the ground, please? Brilliant. Thanks. Haste, anyway, is going to come in. It's all on Shara again. Oh, very nearly a team kill through from Cutler. Does finally get his man. Now we're looking at a different corpse.
Just trolling us straight out.
This cameraman is morbid, dude. I swear. He's like in the underworld.
Yeah,
Either way,
we actually saw Shara disconnecting. I'm not sure if he... No, he wasn't alive. But Blade actually has a bit of a shot here, as 2 players are coming from Banana. And it looks like Flipside isn't even sure if they want to go for this.
The caught in 2 minds, indecision often will kill you. But that smoke now is massive. Oh, you can see Blade still assumes that there could be a second player in Shadow. Blade is taking damage. That's the first kill. Is he going to assume the second player is in Banana? That could have been called out, and, well, it's completely given away now that Fugly starts shooting, making sure that he wasn't defusing through the smoke. He'll pick his man up with the Glock. A very back and forth round, though, from both teams, and Shara nearly bagged himself 2 frags as a result of that team damage.
Yeah, I don't think CLG expected Flipside to go for it in the end. We even saw that only Blade was really ready for that, and World Edit came in after like 5 seconds when Blade was already in the site and trying to look for picks. So it looked a little bit chaotic from flip side, but at the same time, Blade, if he stuck to that defuse, he probably would have got it, because Fugly just kept missing the full clip into the smoke. So
it's true.
It's a little bit of a mistake on CLG's side, because they had it back from the beginning, but then they just have fallen back. Now they're actually entering the B side again. 2 picks, 2 quick picks on both players in the B bomb side. Shar and Markelov didn't really have a great time in this bomb site in the last few rounds. And again, it's a little bit surprising to me that we can see CLG having 2 players on Banana. It happens again. It looks like Flipside actually want to go for this, which I don't really agree with.
Yeah, their economy is in such a bad place that this could end up screwing them out of this map entirely, to be completely frank. If they pull it off, it look like geniuses, and that seems to be what's happening right now. Well, it with a no-scope again. And Fugly last time was in an identical position, so it's pretty easily callable. But the fact that Wildet misses a second chance really hurts Fugly through the smoke into the head of Bondik. And now we're seeing how important Wildet whiff was.
Exactly.
Fugly with a 1v3 clutch, and that is so brutal for Flipside. Their economy is shattered, and they should be 6-5 to the good right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely a bad call. Once again, they were 2 guys on Banana, 1 smoke, and 2 guys from 4, and suddenly it's a 2v3 basically. So that's pretty much what happened. Ward let it though, that 1 miss pretty much cost them the round.
Yep. It's a sick no-scope to start things off, but then after that, again, Fugly was in Banana last time. It stands good reason he'd be there again. As an easy Ward let it make up for that slight whiff. I mean, he's been playing so good though up until this point. I mean, I guess you can allow him a couple mistakes here and there.
Like, obviously he's not going to hit 100% shots, but this one was so important for the team, because there was 1 guy stuck somewhere at New Oranges, I believe. So it was a really bad spot for the 2 players, especially since one of them was defusing. So not a great one.
Plus, as we said, if Willet does go off the boil a tiny bit, then who's there to pick up the pieces? And the answer in that round was nobody. Flipside are going to inflict casualties in the form of haste. And, I was going to say, if Markelov just peeks around the corner, it's a very low Fugly was ripe for the taking. Of course, only on 2 HP. We can see from our perspective, Markelov can't. Flipside, another buy includes another AWP. It's a healthy buy, but it looks like it could be without a single defuse kit. And that is a worrying state of affairs for CTs. But of course, they're putting more emphasis into utility over the kit itself.
For sure. Now, JDM doesn't have an AWP while World that it does. So there's a little bit of hope for Flipside here. He has been so impactful in this match.
JDM down to 5. Decent damage done, but with the AK this time, so maybe feeling like the AWP isn't quite as impactful as they're hoping for. That smoke is going to lock off both Library and the potential peak from the A side.
Should be another split, I think.
It's looking likely. Yeah, it's like 2 players want to try and bait, but at the same time, if they can get through arches onto Speedway, then it opens up so many avenues for CLG and keeps Flipside at bay. This allows the rest of the team to just push straight on through. And there is Tarek. Well, that it's still alive and kicking. 2 frags for him. JDM and Cutler don't have 20 HP between the 2 of them. And really no hopes and no dreams of claiming this round. Shara on point again for his double. Good hold from Flipside. I like the strats from CLG. They're trying something different. And they already have 7 rounds, so you can understand, but Flipside hold on.
This exact strat hasn't worked out a single time. I think this is the 3rd time they tried this, and both times previously fell to Markelov staying in on CT or World Edit from Library. This is the 2nd time that World Edit got 2 frags there, as far as I can remember. So it's not a great idea for CLG to try that again. Maybe just as a surprise, because Flipside wouldn't expect it to come again, since it hasn't worked out before. But I don't think it was a good idea from CLG, just especially because you're running into World Edit, basically, who has 20 frags now in 13 rounds. That's pretty insane. Like, you don't want to run into that guy.
Especially considering that his team's trailing by a round.
Yeah.
So he has been getting the bulk of their frags. Without him, they would be in tatters.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that they didn't try to put World Edit on the B bomb site. Maybe try to go for an aggressive peek towards Banana. But it doesn't look like CLG are going that way anyway. So looks like a good call from FSid3 to have him on the A site. And now the smoke's coming once more.
It is coming in once more. Tech9 on Hayes. Galil in the hands of JDM. Molotov's going to stop their initial charge, but again, they're more than happy to take their time, their precious time. And they still have plenty to play with. 45 seconds left on the timer. Blade holding quad on short side. The smoke and the flash is still going to deter CLG further yet, but you can see that FSid, they're not biting onto this. They realize that this A play is imminent and they're going to just hold down very passive positions. Bondic in pit. 25 seconds now left on the timer. As soon as they see one player, they know exactly what this strat is. That flashbang will give it away. Now, FSid just have to burrow in deep. How is their defense looking? Blade goes out a bit too far, but Wildet and Bondic are there. Bondic with a second. Wildet's looking for his second as well. Can't connect on the first time of asking, and he gets picked off from Cutler. 8 seconds left. Cutler with a second as well.
Bomb.
And that bomb, though, is on the wrong side of pit. 3 seconds. They have to go for the frags, and Cutler can't get it done. FSid will just about hold on to their 7th round, but my goodness, was that closer than I was expecting.
Cutler just should have believed in his teammate there to take care of the pit guy, because he was still alive and kicking when Cutler killed him, and he even jumped into the pit, giving himself no chance to get back into the site because they had 5 seconds left. Had he gone back, it probably would have been close still, but at least he would have tried and there would have been a chance. But like this, not really. And again, World at it. Still alive and kicking for FSid, even though they don't have the greatest CT side so far. I like the observer.
Yep,
I mean,
it's a bit of a play. That's definitely a thing that happens from time to time in CS.
Yeah, we do have high kills.
And I think, to be fair, FSid know this as well. They're in good positions to hold this off. Shara is seeing that he can get the important kills when required. That Molotov for the bottom out and play. Can he get any more kills for his troubles? He's down to 30, somehow still alive. How is he still alive? He's just deflecting bullets left, right, and center, refusing to go down. And then Markelov comes in with 2, and Blade will finish things off. A decent finish to the half of FSid. It was looking like it could go horribly wrong for them. But again, 8 rounds on CT side may not be enough. Their T side before was shocking. It was appalling. So things are going to have to change.
Oh, there's this double kill
against
Nico, though.
The dominoes are real.
This is one of the rounds that I was talking about, where Markelov just stayed on the CT side, made sure nobody would come through from CT, and even sprayed a guy through the smoke. So CLG didn't really have a chance in either of those rounds that they tried the B split.
Boom.
Yeah, once more, the ace from World at it. Boosting
kill
his stats a little bit, but obviously it boosts your confidence a lot as well. Even though it's just eco frags, just being able to hit those shots, it makes you more confident for sure.
Oh yeah.
And this was still at the beginning. He didn't have too many frags up until this point. He had about 6, I think 11 after this point. So it's still very important for him to get rolling that early. And we could see he ended up at about what 22, even probably close to 25 frags really. So.
You can see here in the 8th round, he's on 15 kills, 16 kills after that no scope. So he must have been hit in the low to mid 20s at least. Here's Fogley's 1v3. Yeah. Will let its whiff definitely cost them big. You know, we've been up in Will let it saying that he was sick, and he was. But that mistake cost them dearly.
Yeah, still a decent CT side, as we said. It's still possible to have a good T side, but I'm still worried about their previous T side that they had against Dignitas.
Same. Here we go. Here's their chance to maybe rectify some of those problems. If they can win the pistol, that definitely alleviates some of the pressure. That's the first hurdle they've navigated over. Blade, the sole player with any utility on the side of the terrace, is a bit for CLG, JDM, and Cutler. It's typically Hayes that was running the utility earlier on in their previous best of 3 against Envyus. That just goes to show that, of course, playing different aspects of the map will change the dynamics of who gets the utility and where it's used. 3 players on B for CLG. This is going to leave A a tad vulnerable, but of course FSid have no way of knowing this. Bomb's going to get dropped in mid just for safety, make sure they don't drop it in no man's land and screw themselves. FSid, you do see quite a lot of teams will just go for broke, and they'll go for a full-out rush onto a site and just kick ass and take names. FSid a lot more strategic here with their play.
Yeah, but they have no utility whatsoever now. It's only that one smoke going up on the car, I believe. Yeah, it is in the car. So CLG should expect this push from the apartments.
Is a full-pronged attack from multiple angles. Hayes did not have a chance in Graveyard. Lives up to his name as he's laid to rest. JDM trying to hold the angle from Alcove. The issue is that he's been spotted. Still lands the tasty frag. 3-on-3 waiting for the rest of his team. Second kill comes in. And just peeking one by one. JDM is a man on a mission today. And Markelov and Bondic cannot afford to let this slip. Cutler will put the final nail in the coffin for Markelov. And now Fugly is looking for seconds. Bondic spins around, looking for his final kill and lands the point-blank headshot. Flipside will take the pistol. CLG will be bitterly disappointed. That is a bit of pill to swallow for them. And you can see they're getting hyped here.
Yeah, Bondic only had 7 frags up until now, 4 frags in the pistol round. So finally Bondic stepping up, one of the players that I was highlighting earlier. So finally we have somebody stepping up for the team that is not world at it, because nobody even passed 10 frags, I believe. Only Bondic has 11 now. I think he's the only guy who passed 11 frags, and World at it has 23 right now. So that's an interesting stat there. He's obviously been very impactful for his team. The only Russian in the team, actually.
Which I've got to admit, I thought he was from Ukraine. And I was corrected swiftly.
Yeah, we talked about that
from
before,
Striker.
Right?
He shot me down in pieces.
I had to correct.
He's relentless.
Yeah, I mean...
4 SMGs for Flipside. Mac 10 UMPs.
That's unusual, to say
That's
the least.
greedy, to be honest.
It is very greedy. Especially now that CLG have a force buy. They even have a Mac 7 in the apartments that we actually see quite often. He could get Markelov here if he ends up being a little bit overzealous.
The reason we say that's greedy, of course, is because it does lack the same firepower as, a couple more AKs in play. And when you look at the pistols at close range, you just land a couple of headshots with a 5.7 CZ. It's just as good, if not better, than the UMP or Mac 10. So you can see there the bomb's been dropped. Normally declaration of intent that Flipside don't want to force the issue just yet. They're on the prowl for frags first, but they can't afford to dilly-dally for too much longer. There's only 30 seconds left. JDM will break the silence, and that's a pretty big kill. He got that for free. No HP was lost in the process.
20 seconds, though.
There is 20 seconds, but 3 players on B. This could be an absolute slaughter from CLG. They do at least get a frag back, and now they're forced to go for the plan. Bondic, the last remaining terrorist, is going to put down Hayes. Can he do any more from this situation? 6 seconds. He has to go for the kills, and Flipside have almost played themselves out this round. A slow push against an eco with no information equals wrecked.
Exactly. They had no information. I don't even understand why they would have a lurker towards A like 25 seconds before the round ends. I really don't understand that, because they just gave themselves no time. Like, once they actually ran into a stack, well, there were 3 people there. Somebody just actually made the rotation work. When they saw there was only 1 guy on A, they actually still made the rotation. And I would guess Flipside's idea for this was just to have a distraction over at A, so that somebody from B rotates, or at least stays on A, so that they would only meet 2 guys on B. But they were just so slow afterwards. It just took them about 10 seconds, allowing that CT guy to actually rotate to B, and suddenly they get screwed. It's just they didn't give themselves enough time, and they were too slow to work off of the distraction that they had on A in Markelov, I believe.
So we're saying how important that pistol round was for Flipside, but I don't know, man, if things backfired quickly. CLG have converted 3 of those weapons across into their own hands. 2 UMPs and the AK move across effortlessly. And Tarek's not done yet. 2 kills from bench. No one checks it from Flipside. That's unforgivable, and they nearly lost a 3rd player to the hands of Tarek. So his job this round has been done. And remember, he's the only player with a sidearm. He only had a 5.7. So that's definitely a disposable weapon. They don't care about him dying.
It's about 1,500 down, so it's not. Obviously, you've had a few grenades. That's a little more, but like it's almost no investment at all for the information that he got and for the couple of kills.
Info, of course, such a huge currency in this game as well. JDM just bagged himself a bit. Heard the player jumping through arches. Saw the second. He's still lurking in mid. Should have got that kill from JDM. That opens up an avenue of aggression now for Flipside. Cutler. I've got to say, the positions, though, from CLG really solid on the site. And there's Fugly, and that's going to be all she wrote. They know where the last player, Bondic, is. 10 seconds to spare. And he is going to get picked off from Hayes. CLG close the gap. Will that it has gone off the boil a tiny bit. 23 frags. Has he even got a kill so far in this half? I don't believe he has.
I can't remember. I don't think so. I think he had those 23 after the pistol round. I'm not sure who got the last kill because Bondic got 4. But he had that after the pistol round, so he probably didn't get more than 1 in this round at most.
Well, considering he was on like 22, 23 kills at the start of this half, this is the issue.
Suddenly he didn't show up, but it's still the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
It's still too early to tell, but if he continues on this path, it's going to be a world of problems for Flipside.
But it's that issue again that I mentioned for JDM. When you're on the T side, I feel it's so much easier to AWP on a CT's perspective on this map because there's a lot more opportunities that will come to. All you have to do is wait, be patient. That's where Will Dead is in his element. When you have to play aggressively, he may start to fall off a tiny bit. And you can see another eco coming in this time for Flipside, and it's just business as usual for CLG. Fugly is just going to bag himself a couple of UMP frags. It's money in the bank for him. You know, it's all in that man. The talisman for Flipside, only a Glock. I guess the only saving grace is he has the bomb. But
there's nothing you can do here.
It doesn't matter really at the end of the day. Ripping pepperoni. CLG take the lead.
What's also important about this that the way they won the second round, they actually stole a couple of guns. I think they stole 3 guns from Flipside. Obviously, it was still SMGs since Flipside actually had 4 of them. I don't think they stole an. Oh, actually, they do have an AK, so they probably did. They stole an AK and a couple of UMPs. Obviously, they had to rebuy the UMPs, but it's still a boost to the economy because they didn't have to buy in the following round, and just could have racked a few kills with those SMGs that obviously give a lot more money than the usual guns. And Fugly actually got 4 kills in those last 2 rounds, so that's actually a lot. Oh wow, JDM winning the duel here against World Edit once more, and World Edit just continues on that path that we were talking about.
Downward spiral, very lonely road, which he is walking down. Flipside, peering up to Banana. We mentioned the importance of having control, and Hazed and Tarek certainly have just started smoking as well. It's going to stop the charge for the next 10, 20 seconds, and even then they may not want to push this because they're not sure. They can hear gunfire. It suggests that Hazed will be pulling back, just hoping for the opportune frag. And they've kept them at base. They've done their work. The issue is, however, that Tarek and Hazed have both used their smokes over on the B side. Of course, there are smokes that you can throw from around Speedway and arches that will still go into Banana. That could be something to watch out for as this round progresses. With the player advantage, though, it's going to be tough for Flipside to get much from this. JDM could be in the money once again if he just stays there, if he stays the course, stays patient. Instead, that terrorist is going to go down boiler.
It's interesting to see that those 2 teams are actually pretty much as slow as Luminosity or Navi. That's actually very rare to see nowadays, because nowadays it's been a little more aggressive. When you look at teams like Fnatic, like Envyus, they just go for those duels, and like CLG and Flipside both go for those information plays and just wait until the last couple of seconds, as we can see now.
This is where the lack of smoke can certainly hurt CLG, because you can see Flipside are just piling into the site, and now Tarek has to channel in Ishara. The bomb has been dropped. He nearly picks up another frag, but he may have done enough.
Time.
The bomb's on the wrong side of new boxes. They have to pick that up, but I don't think they have the time to plant right here. And Flipside will lose the round. Tarek, take a bow, sir. He single-handedly just won them the round.
For sure, but at the same time, the 2 kills were awesome. I mean, that's pretty much all you're looking for, being the sole guy on the B site, seeing as he was left there. But at the same time, Flipside actually had time to put down the bomb. They could have picked it up because it was literally next to the new oranges there. But World Edit didn't move, Bondi didn't move. For some reason, there was probably some miscommunication on the Flipside side. On the Flipside side, I mean, yeah. Nothing to say about that.
Just poor play from Flipside.
From Flipside, yeah.
Very well done from Tarek, taking nothing away from him. But Flipside have let a couple of chances slip through their fingers now. And again, we're into familiar territory with another eco. After a mini comeback on their CT side could prove to be fruitless. Pointless endeavor. But here comes Cutler. Frag onto Blade. Easy dash from Flipside. Let's just have a look from the sky because, you know, why the hell not?
Would have been better.
Get some fresh air up there. And it's just easy for CLG. That seems to have gone into a different gear. They've shifted through the gears. It's going to be Flipside another buy. Well, that of course going to go with the AWP. But again, It's right up for him. He's still on 23 frags. He hasn't got a kill in 4, 5, 6 rounds. And therefore he's had no impact, and therefore Flipside have been a shell of their former self.
Yeah, and nobody even came close to him so far. I think the next guy has 14 frags. So really, there's nobody who actually stepped up. We saw Bondic in the pistol round, but that was negated by the second round force buy. And just Flipside are not giving themselves enough time. Even with the new timers, as I was talking about, it actually doesn't happen to too many teams anymore. At least not Navi and Luminosity. But this time, they finally get the entrance. So this could be a potential round here for Flipside.
The other problem for Flipside as well, however, is that CLG, when they've won a lot of their CT rounds, they haven't lost any players, or very few players. So their economy is still in pretty good shape. So there's no easy rounds for the foreseeable future for Flipside. And that's normally one way that terrorists can come back into a game, is if you break the economy. JDM playing the aggression role this time. Gets the upper hand onto Markelov. That's a 2-for-2 trade overall in this round. That will favor Flipside, all things considered. But Bondic is low.
It all depends on the rotation now. It depends on where Flipside end up going. So far, we have 2 players from CLG on the A side, and they are definitely capable of defending this. Although Cutler just went for like an information play, but he can see Shara here. Oh wow! I actually thought they could see each other, but doesn't seem like to be the case. And they are going into the A side.
Tarek in a solid position. That flashbang is going to hurt him. He doesn't quite catch the cross from Blade. Can Blade make the most of this one? They're going to walk past each other in the smoke, and Tarek is the first to react. Switches to the AK, which is still full on bullets and ammunition. He can use that against Flipside. Good frag from Shara. The newest addition to the squad. Can he go huge here for his team? Oh, he runs out of bullets. That's so unfortunate. Won't get punished just yet. Goes back in for seconds, looking for the spray. Can he finally get it? That was so awkward. And very nearly team kills his mate as well. What is going on? Bondic finally takes it down. What was the clown school round there from both teams?
Oh, I'm just face-palming so hard. That was so chaotic. The pit player should have gotten the kill on Chara there. He just ran out of the bullets, was out in the open. The guy on pit, I'm not sure who that was. I think it was Fugly. He just didn't get the frag that he needed to. If he got that one frag, it would have been over. But suddenly, he basically allowed Chara to reload and then kill him in the next 20 bullets. So it was like so super chaotic. That wasn't supposed to go Flipside's way for sure. Once they actually ran into the stack and were 2v2 as Blade fell in the long area, it was just, I thought it was going to be over. But then, I mean, the duels here sometimes are pretty interesting. Oh, nice shot from JDM. Again on World Edit. This time he didn't have an op though.
Tasty. Just saw a pixel and converted that into the kill.
I still don't think World Edit got a single frag in this half. Or did he? I don't know.
If he did, it hasn't been for a considerable amount of rounds.
Yeah, it wasn't impactful for sure, because we haven't noticed it.
I feel like maybe he got a kill in the pistol round, but I'm not even sure at that. I think he may legitimately have got 0 kills on his T-half so far, which is the same issue that they ran in against Dignitas earlier. So history could very well repeat itself. CLG, remember that this is the choice of Flipside. So if we go through onto Overpass, the map that CLG beat Envyus on earlier, you'd expect them to rinse and repeat from that result.
Exactly.
Flipside, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. 30 seconds or thereabouts on the timer remaining. Another smoke is going to delay the charge. How does Flipside react to this? Molotov onto the fountain plus the flashbang, but Tarek knows exactly what's coming at him. He can feel the burn on his toes. Hayes comes in for 3 kills. Huge from Coils, and a 4th as well. And shuts down Flipside, and that's the issue that you always potentially run into. If you go down to the last 20 seconds, push through a smoke, there's always the chance you just get wrecked.
The thing also is, I think CLG realized that Flipside were never going to go fast. And you could see that they still had 3 Molotovs in the last 20 seconds of a round. That's insane. And they still put down a smoke right before they pushed in. 25 or 20 seconds before the round ended. So they saved up so many grenades. They were able to save up so many grenades just because they didn't have to be afraid about Flipside going for a rush. They just didn't have to do any of that. Exactly. Flipside never gave them an idea about a fast push. And suddenly CLG had so many grenades to delay this. Flipside had to go out of a smoke. Hayes pretty much took advantage of that. He got 3 frags pretty much on people coming out of the smoke. That's literally just because of the use of smoke that they had in that round.
It really is just utility management 101. Go use the smoke as required.
Yeah.
And very good calling of the game. Flipside have bagged themselves a couple kills, which is probably more than I was expecting them to do. Still, Bondic has a lot of time to play with. Only downside is the bomb's been dropped just outside of Boiler. So he has to get a move on. Nice Deagle kill. Fugly was already prowling a bit too aggressively.
If he had a bomb, he would have had a chance, but the bomb is out in the open, and he has 8 HP.
I mean, this really is CLG's round to lose from this point. They got the bomb, they got the 1v2, and there we go.
Yeah.
Bondic will be picked off. I was also going to say there's no Kevlar, but it doesn't matter. He was so close to
not
death.
Really.
Kevlar or
matter
not.
At all.
I'm
hoping, yeah, as we said, 23-17, still on those 23 frags that we saw after the first round. So max 1 kill on the World Edit. Maybe not even that one. But anyway, it's we just need to see something faster from Flipside. Because we could see even in this round, even though if it was against an eco, we could still see that they were saving grenades. This time we actually see a push down banana, so it might not be the same case. Shara actually getting the first pick. I'm not sure what that was. Was it in window?
I didn't quite catch it either. Oh yeah, we weren't specking him, unfortunately. But JDM has been a player that has gone through mid and apps, so it probably was around that area. That would make a lot of sense.
Could have been, yeah.
Pretty key frag to pick up as well at that. It's going to alleviate some of the pressure on the shoulders of Flipside, I should say. P250. Oh, Markelov. This is starting to get interesting now for Flipside. This comeback could be on its tracks. CLG starting to squirm somewhat. They do have themselves Haze, who's pushed right down Banana. Is looking for the pop flash or the smoke actually. We go for the peek and will land the shot. It was a flash. Don't know why I doubted myself. Gonna go back in for seconds as well. They're gonna fall for this tactic twice in a row. No, they're not. Shara will get the kill now. Start to make the short trek up towards B, but they're still playing this one safe and slow, not taking anything for granted. Parrot going for the pre-fire through the smoke. It's not going to land at anything, and the bomb now will get planted. So Flipside have done the hard work. Now just hold on to the site. It's a 3-on-2 retake. You surely cannot lose this round. If you do, you've pretty much just gave up this map. 2 separate locations from CLG. Cutlass coming up through Banana, and his teammate, his partner in crime of Tarek, is already moving through CT side. He's got the choice if you're going through Ruins, trying to get round the back through Garden, or just pushing straight through with his mate. I think they're probably going to try and together and see what can get done. Coils, here's going to be Blade, who just rips on through, sprays down on the Cutler. And Tarek cannot do anything. And to be fair to Tarek, that was a horrendous situation to try and push back onto the site with. But another buy comes in for CLG. Their economy has stood firm.
And we can see Pita is getting a little bit nervous. But I think he has a right to be a little angry, because I think CLG's aggression in this round was really not something I would advise, because as we said, Flipside like to go slow. So why would you give them an advantage by trying to push? We saw Fugly getting caught out in apartments, JDM caught out either in middle or window. So why would you go aggressive against the team that takes it slowly? There's no point in doing that. And Flipside didn't even change anything up. They still went that slow-paced round, pretty much the same thing that we've seen. So there was no change from Flipside. So I didn't see a point for CLG to try and change it up. I mean, they could have expected a change from Flipside and do something quicker or something like that. But still, if something's working, don't change it up.
Well, that's it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
And are CLG going to live to regret that decision? Typically, their rifle rounds have been solid. They've gone back to what did reap them a whole bunch of rounds previously. Fugly has his flash out. May very well just try and pop that through onto quad to stop the charge. There's still a lot of time to kill from CLG's perspective. JDM holding the back, looking up on Arch's side.
Look at that. 45 seconds before the end of the round, and CLG still have 4 Molotovs actually, just one down, and at least 4 flashes. So there's a lot of utility that they can still use.
Still have an incendiary as well on Tarek, but they seem to have not completely bought the whole idea that A is the plant. So both players are still static on the B side. This is effectively a 3 versus 5. Cutler should add that spray. That leaves JDM in such a bad position. They can see how that dynamic shifts very quickly in Flipside's favor. As a result, the Cutler's missed opportunity. With 18 seconds, the bomb does get planted, and now CLG have a decision. Their economy is in a position where if they save these 2 weapons, they may be able to rummage together a 4 spy. But if they lose these 2, they could be into a economic downturn. So What is the decision here from CLG?
I think that they're going to realize that it's not going to work. But no, maybe not, actually.
They may look for a pick onto Pit, and if nothing happens, they just back away. There we go. Yeah, they were hoping to get the cheeky one-tap. As soon as that doesn't come to fruition, okay, boys, let's just pull away. Because this does allow them to potentially get a buy up next round. I'm not entirely sure what their economy is like, but I feel it's going to be sort of $3,000 to $4,000 each. Somewhere around that mark. Where's this from? Blade.
Oh, this is... Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the last round, actually.
Alrighty, so Blade with the frags, and flip side are going to back themselves the 12th round. And yeah, the economy was around that point where if they lose those two M4s, they would not have been able to get such a healthy buy, not even close.
No, it's still a solid buy. The only one with a really bad one is Fugly. That's a CZ. He actually does have a defuse though, which kind of surprises me since they already have 3. So I don't really understand why he would buy a defuse in that situation.
But I mean, over extra flashes.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, exactly. He would have had 2 extra flashes, and suddenly it's a different situation. I don't understand that decision.
It seems nitpicky, but one flash can honestly bag yourself kills, especially with a CZ. You like pop flash into a charge.
Sure, if you had 1 defuse, it makes sense to buy another one. But they have 3. Yeah, 4 now with Fugly, obviously. But still, it's this tiny decision that could end up making the difference, especially for a guy that plays Pit. Look at that, he's playing Pit, which is a position that you really need to have flashes.
Let's see if this pays off in Flipside's favor. And do keep in mind that if Flipside win this round, CLG will be into an eco. And then things get towards that 14-14 territory. And the backside will start to creak a tiny bit for CLG as well. Okay, is that the first kill he's got on this half?
Yeah, I think so.
Welcome back to the game, sir.
Yeah.
But the really crazy thing is, if that is the first frag, he's still on 24, 25 kills. So that goes to show how crazy his first half performance was.
Exactly.
Fugly's going to try and hold the close angle. Makes sense that you go out of Pit and go on the close angle on balcony instead. It's plays to the strengths, the advantages of a CZ. Carrot's getting tagged, though, from balcony. So it'll be questioning Fugly, who goes in for the reload. He can't get it done. That's such a huge kill. And just like that, Flipside swarm the site. If Fugly picks up the CZ spray, he can then pick up the weapon. He's in such a good place in apps, but instead CLG will tuck their tail firmly between their legs and save on B. Flipside, I honestly was counting them out. When we were looking at a 14-10 deficit, I thought, okay, let's look towards overpass. Not the case. There is still another chapter to be written, potentially, from them. CLG will concede a 13th round.
As you say, concede. It's pretty fitting to how this situation pans out, because we could see, again, JDM giving up the first frag. Again, Flipside getting the first frag that they probably aren't supposed to, especially in a round where you have a bad buy. Like, either you all go aggressive and try to surprise a little bit, or just stay back and wait for them to come, especially if you have a CZ up in the apartments. But again, giving up the first frag, Flipside are given a better chance to enter the A bomb site, and suddenly it's a completely different thing from what we've seen before.
Is this a timeout?
It